Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. The second home of Count Ruttelberg, aka the Haunted Mansion. Counts, which rank under dukes and marquises, are nobles, yet due to past errors this family is quite poor. They barely have money to rent their homes, yet alone a second villa. The rusty gate, the cracked cobbles. The overwhelming darkness caused by wild, untrimmed trees. This truly looks the part of a haunted house. Or it did, until 2 weeks ago. Luciana tells her maid they'll be taking their tea on the terrace, making her friends gasp, the terrace? But when they follow her there, their surprise only deepens. Before them stretches a view that looks almost enchanted, as though the garden has transformed into a fairy kingdom overnight, nothing like what they remember, spacious and breathtakingly lovely. Luciana smiles faintly and gestures for them to sit, inviting them to have some tea. The moment they sip, their chatter fades as they drink in quiet awe, gulping down the mellow sweetness that seems to wrap around them like a silken blanket woven from spirited flowers. The smooth texture slips down their throats like silk, carrying a deep yet gentle flavor without the faintest trace of astringency. One of the girls finally breaks the silence, wide-eyed, asking if Luciana can really afford such fine tea, to which Luciana's lips curve as she replies that it is the same tea they always serve. Gasps ripple around the table, and another friend shudders, asking how that could be, how this ambrosia was brewed from the same leaves as that bitter stuff, making Luciana let out a light, knowing laugh as she explains that even low-quality tea can be transformed with the right brewing method. Their gazes drift to the maid, an unfamiliar face, but their curiosity soon melts into chatter again until one friend leans in, remarking that it's not just the tea, that Luciana has changed everything, her garden, her manner, the entire atmosphere, and demands to know what happened in just 2 weeks. Luciana says she's afraid she's not at liberty to say. One of them protests, telling her not to be such a tease before pausing to comment that she shouldn't talk like that, asking since when she sounds like that, and Luciana's smile stiffens for a heartbeat as she glances at her maid, thinking with quiet triumph that she nailed the voice like a princess or whatever, while her friends have no idea how hard she's worked to perfect it. Her friends giggle, saying it's all wonderful but that they still love her more laid-back self. Luciana laughs, genuinely pleased, and admits she's been perfecting this whole Miss Fancy Pants Luciana routine for the spring ball. It's their first debut into society. After seeing her friends off, her maid Celeste steps forward and gently reminds her that she should brush her hair before dinner. Luciana turns, her face warming, before she suddenly jumps into the maid's arms and exclaims her thanks. The maid staggers back, blurting that hugging one's maid is not proper. Luciana exclaims she knows but she can't help it, she's just so happy. The tea party never would have gone so well without her. The maid tries to free herself, insisting Luciana let go, but Luciana grins and says in her normal voice that she should let her touch her just for a quick moment. The maid gives her a look and asks where on earth she picked up such language, suggesting they might need to redo her etiquette training from scratch. Luciana throws her hands up in surrender, pleading for anything but that. To convince her, she quickly adds that she'll uphold her lessons when they're in public. The maid raises an eyebrow and asks if she promises. Luciana nods eagerly. With a resigned sigh, the maid relents, saying very well and tells her again to brush her hair. As the maid runs the brush through her long locks, she glances at her maid in the mirror and asks, curious, why she chose to work at a place like this. A girl like her must have had plenty of options. That was all there was to it, or so it seemed. Later, curiosity got the better of her, and little Ritsu looked up maids on the internet, kitchen maids, housemaids, parlor maids, there were so many types. A few days later, when her father returned home, she greeted him wearing a little maid's outfit of her own, grinning from ear to ear. He beamed at her, while her parents exchanged an amused glance, murmuring about how she had been so much livelier lately after a long spell of boredom. All the color that had once faded from her world seemed to be returning again. And so Ritsuko became a total maid junkie. She fixed her incredible mind on researching maids while dabbling in other studies as well. One day, she announced to her parents that she was going to study in England to become a maid. Years later, in her second life, the sight of a maid stirred something deep within her. In an instant, everything came rushing back, the plane crash, the fragments of memory, and the realization that, in this new life, she was Celeste McMartin. She has been reborn into another world. This is Anaveles, a border town in a country called the Kingdom of Theolos. It must be another world. She has never heard of such a place. Besides, this world has magic. More importantly, maids are a thriving profession in this era. This time she can be a maid for real. In this world, they become an adult at 15. Until then, she will have to trade in secret. But life wasn't on her side. Not long after, her mother passed away, leaving behind a letter. In it, she apologized saying she was sorry for dying and hoped her daughter would forgive her for leaving her behind. She wrote that she wished she could have spent more time with her, at least long enough to congratulate her for coming of age and for pursuing her dream of becoming a maid. Her mother went on to say she must be surprised how she knew, but of course she was her mother, she could never truly hide anything from her. She revealed that she herself had once been a maid too. In fact, that was how she had met her father. She had never told her before, but her father was the heir to a county. By now, surely, he would have inherited the title. The letter ended with two choices: she could go to her father and one day become a countess, or she could follow her own path and live as a maid, as she had always dreamed. Whatever she chose, her mother had written, she will be proud of her. But if she chose to be a maid, she could do her one last favor and be the best maid in the world. Tears welled in Celeste's eyes as she read, spilling down her cheeks until the words blurred. She cried out that she would be a maid, it had always been her dream. But just as she spoke those words, she noticed the candle beside her had gone out. Without thinking, she lifted a trembling finger toward it, and in that instant, the wick flared to life, light spilling across the room. She froze, staring at it in disbelief. Magic. It couldn't be. She had been told all her life that she had no magic. Then how could this be happening? She sank to the floor, her heart pounding, the realization sinking in. If she lost control, if this strange force burst out all at once, it could hurt people. Celeste has no idea that she has more power in her pinky finger than all the mages of the kingdom put together. In other words, her vast power reserve and ridiculously precise control over it would make most mages faint from shock. An exceptional genius will be an outliver wherever she goes. Celeste tries to use fire magic and wind magic at the same time and it works. She cannot believe such complex tasks are this easy to accomplish. Even after seeing it with her own eyes, she cannot fathom that she has so much magic. The power that Celeste acquired is such that, were it her desire, she could rule the world with an iron fist. Power of this scale was said to corrupt the hearts of men, to twist them toward the darkness that forever called from within. With strength like this, she could do anything, and that was the danger. It was a thought as seductive and corrupting as the devil himself whispering in one's ear. If she wished it, this girl could destroy the empire. But the thought that came to her wasn't of destruction. It was something far simpler, far purer. With power like this, maybe she really could become the best maid in the world. So she made her choice. She would turn this gift, this dangerous force, into her own special, maid's magic. And thus began the tale of the maid of all maids. Having renewed her determination to become a maid, she changed her hair and eye color and left town. This Count Cloud Legendbarth, the estranged father her mother mentioned in her letter. If, by some twist of fate, he wound up hiring her as a maid, he could very well forbid her from following that line of work the second he found out it was her. After so long an absence, she doubts he's looking for her mom, but better safe than sorry, as they say. This level of magical skill is typically impossible, but she does it on instinct. Plus all she's doing is bending the light around her hair with magic so it won't even get damaged. Meanwhile, two knights arrive at the mayor's residence. One of them, standing tall and composed, introduces himself as Sable, then gestures to his companion beside him and insists this is Lect. The mayor, his brow furrowed with unease, asks cautiously, what brings two knights of Count Legendbarth to such a small town as theirs? Sable tells him to keep this confidential before pulling out Celeste's mother picture and says they are searching for her by the order of his lordship. Recognition dawns on the mayor's face, and he murmurs that her name is Selena. Sable immediately leans forward and asks if he knows her. The mayor nods and says there is no doubt, the woman in the picture is Selena. Sable's eyes brighten as he says they have found her at last and that they can finally send his lordship some good news. But then the mayor's expression shifts, his face clouding over, and Sable notices it right away, asking what that look means and if there is something he is not telling them. The mayor hesitates before lowering his gaze and admitting that Selena has passed. He explains that an illness swept through the town about half a year ago. He mumbles an apology and then asks, if he may be so bold, why the count is searching for her. This time, Lect steps forward and warns this must not leave the room. Many years ago, Miss Selena and his lordship were deeply in love, but the previous count forbade them from marrying due to the woman's low birth. However, the count loves her still, and the second the previous count passed 5 years ago, he has been scouring the world for her. The mayor mumbles that this means Celeste is, but before he can finish, both knights stiffen and demand to know who that is. He admits she's Selena's daughter, and that sets off a chain of questions. Did Selena marry someone? Whose child is she then? How old is she? What does she look like? The mayor stammers through his answers. 15 years old, blue eyes like her mother, and hair a rare color of silver. The two knights exchange a sharp look at that, realization flashing between them. Later, in the neighboring country of Trendiviles, after hours of searching and finding nothing, they piece together what little they know. Silver hair like that should stand out anywhere. If no one's seen her, she's already long gone. Sable recalls the mayor's last words: she'd left to ease her grief, renting a stagecoach bound west. That was 2 days ago. By now, she's likely somewhere in Trendiviles, lost in the crowd. Sable mutters under his breath that there's no mistaking who she is, then swiftly mounts his horse. He tells Lect he'll head west and chase her down himself, ordering him to return home and report everything to the count. Lect never imagined things would unfold like this. The count must be told immediately, but the thought of delivering such grim news makes his chest heavy. Poor Lady Selena. As he walks through the bustling street, he notices a girl standing by herself, looking lost. Concerned, he approaches and asks if she's all right. When their eyes meet, something in him stills for a heartbeat, but her black hair throws him off, and he fails to recognize her. Celeste murmurs that she's trying to reach the capital but can't find where to board. He points out the way, and she flashes him a bright, grateful smile before hurrying off. He stands there for a moment, watching her go, wondering if she's traveling alone. It's a government-run carriage, he reminds himself. She will be safe. Pushing the thought aside, he steels himself. There's no time to linger. The count must be informed and he must return to the capital at once. Later, she shares a carriage with a well-dressed man who mentions that the crown prince was the one who came up with the idea for the public coach service. They began working on it 7 years ago, though he first proposed it a year before that. She tilts her head in surprise, saying the crown prince is her age, meaning he would have been only 6 at the time. Gosh, she says with a small laugh, there really are some amazing people in the world. The man chuckles and says she certainly knows many interesting things. He admits it has been delightful talking to her and that he's glad they were seated together. When he politely asks her name, she hurriedly replies, Melody. Melody Wave. Better safe than sorry, she thinks. She lied to the townsfolk about where she was headed, changed her appearance, and if she gives away her real name now, all her efforts will go to waste. The man leans back, commenting on how remarkably smooth the ride is. The roads here are in terrible condition, yet the coach hardly shakes at all. He wonders how on earth the coachman manages it. Celeste sneaks a glance out the window, murmuring softly it's time to recast her magic. She whispers her spell beneath her breath, ensuring the carriage remains steady. The man asks if she said something. She blurts no, just glad the ride's smooth. She gets motion sickness easily. When they finally reach the capital, the coachman is showered with praise for his incredible skill. The man turns to Melody, saying she mentioned wanting to become a maid. He suggests she visit the Commerce Guild. They help newcomers without recommendations find employment. She thanks him with a warm smile, saying that would be a great help. As she walks away, he finds himself standing there with his hand half raised in farewell, a wistful thought crossing his mind. He would have loved to hire her himself, though his father would never permit such a thing. Just then, a voice calls out from behind him, calling him Master Maxwell. Max says they should go. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is awaiting his report on the western roads. The man stops him, saying, not so fast. Before they go, he has to tell him who he has decided to escort to the spring ball. Max exhales, sounding weary, and replies that he has no intention of escorting anyone. When the man persists, Max's tone hardens as he refuses flatly, saying he'll tell him only if he ever finds someone he truly wishes to invite. Meanwhile, Celeste arrives at the guild. She scans the board lined with job posters, but every listing she finds is for short-term work only. The Commerce Guild is a government-run organization. Initially it offered intel loans and additional aid to guild members who paid yearly fees. But about 6 years ago, they began helping non-members. This job placement system is just one of their many services. There is an offer for a laundry maid and housemaid. She does enjoy both of those, but if she is going to be the best maid in the whole world, she must know how to cook and help young ladies with their toilette, entertaining guests as well. Perhaps she could even build a lovely gazebo in the garden for tea time. She could also invent her own line of cosmetics and build fancy furniture. What this particular maid maniac thinks maids do does not necessarily reflect beauty. Just then, a woman approaches and tells her they've received new postings. Celeste perks up. New job listings might mean better options. She schemes through them, another for a chef, one for a gardener, and then her eyes catch on a notice for a female servant, a maid position in a noble household. She pauses. A maid position? Those usually require references. Yet here it is, exactly what she's been hoping for, an all-works maid. As the name implies, this maid does it all. Kitchen duties, laundry, cleaning, entertaining guests and all other necessary responsibilities. They are primarily hired by the lower nobility and middle-class commoners who cannot afford to employ numerous servants. It is an enormous amount of work, yet in status they are also the lowest-ranking type of maid, making the position double challenging. Managing a household alone, while grueling, is not impossible, but a noble's mansion? It is unthinkable. Yet the Ruttelbergs are offering just such a position. It seems like a mission impossible no matter how she looks at it, but Celeste's hands tremble with excitement. This is great. It is perfect. It is exactly the kind of position she has been searching for. Without a second thought, she hurries over to the woman and informs her that she would like to apply for the posting. As Celeste leaves, the woman watches her go and quietly remarks that she hopes the senior maid at Ruttelberg Manor is a kind person. Then she suddenly freezes, realization dawning on her. She turns to her colleague and asks if it is the same manor. Her colleague nods and replies that it is. The poor maid who used to manage the place injured her back and can no longer continue her duties. The Ruttelbergs may be nobles, but they cannot afford to hire anyone with proper references. Then again, they will be hard-pressed to find anyone willing to work there at all. The woman brings a hand to her mouth, horrified at the thought. She cannot believe she has just sent a cheerful, eager newcomer straight into what might be a trial by fire. Meanwhile, Celeste stands before the towering manor gates, gazing up at the shadowed building. A chill runs through her as she wonders if the mansion might be haunted. But then a smile breaks through Celeste's hesitation as she thinks to herself that this is such a tangible opportunity, she simply must be hired here, no matter what. If this is the front, then the servants' entrance should be nearby. Just as she starts to look for it, the sound of footsteps makes her turn. A girl approaches, asking who she is. For a moment, Celeste is struck speechless by Celeste's beauty, but the impression fades as she notices her tangled hair, dull skin, and worn-out dress. Still, she quickly shakes off the thought, this is hardly the time to dwell on appearances. Celeste straightens up and informs her that she has come regarding the job posting from the Commerce Guild, introducing herself as Malady. The woman is surprised, saying they just posted it yesterday, but then recovers and tells her they can talk in the dining room, grabbing her by the hand. As she leads her toward the front entrance, Celeste mentions that servants usually enter through the back, but Luciana insists it's fine as long as she has permission and that it's no issue. Luciana then looks at her and then introduces herself. She quickly adds that she knows she doesn't look the part, but she is the Count's daughter. Celeste gulps at the realization. Her boss. Luciana says she'll fetch some tea, but Celeste quickly protests, saying she can't possibly allow a noble to serve her. Luciana only smiles, insisting it's fine, she always makes tea herself, even at home. Celeste insists right back that she should be the one to prepare it instead, promising she'll make the most delicious tea in the world. When Luciana hands her some water, Celeste pauses and asks when it was drawn. Luciana replies that she took it from the local well yesterday, assuring her it's still fine. Celeste frowns slightly, this water isn't ideal for brewing, and casts a spell to refresh it. Luciana's eyes widen in astonishment. She can use magic? She asks, unable to hide her surprise. Celeste nods and says her tea shall be ready. They want a percentage of dissolved oxygen, so water recently drawn from a well surrounded by good clean air is ideal. As hot water fills the pot, the dissolved air within initiates a convection motion causing the tea leaves to gently rise and fall. This is called jumping, and it extracts the flavors of the tea more efficiently. When Luciana sips the tea, she cannot hide her surprise. She exclaims it is so good and asks if it is even the same tea. She has always secretly hated this cheap tea they get, but now the taste, the scent, it is all different. Luciana doesn't think much about it, deciding it must simply be about brewing technique, and then asks if Celeste wants the job. Celeste eagerly says she does, prompting Luciana to smile and mention she will set it up right away. Before she can, however, Celeste asks if she might have a word with the housekeeper about her duties, making Luciana freeze in place. In a lowered voice, Luciana asks if she isn't aware, to which Celeste blinks in confusion and asks what she means. Looking uneasy, Luciana explains that the thing is it would be just her. Celeste, still not understanding, asks if she means there's only one opening or if there were other applicants. Luciana quickly shakes her head and clarifies that she means she would be the only one there, the only maid, the only servant, period. Celeste stares at her in disbelief, her voice soft with confusion as she repeats, almost to herself, that it would only be her. Luciana believes she is gonna turn it down, an educational institution in the capital, the Royal Academy for Higher Learning. There it is compulsory for noble children to attend for 3 years starting from the age of 15. Luciana Ruttelberg is no exception, having been accepted to the academy this year. Her parents were supposed to come with her to the capital, but due to some trouble in their territory, they ended up sending her alone. Waiting for her was a haunted house. The only staff member was an elderly maid, and soon even that maid. God Sake. Left to her devices, she convinced herself she will be fine. She did chores for herself back home all the time. The food Luciana had made tasted awful, and with so much dust around, she had fallen sick not long after. When Celeste asks if that means all the household tasks will fall to her, Luciana assures her that of course not, she should only do as much as she can manage, and anything left undone, Luciana will help with. Celeste beams at that, her face lighting up as she exclaims that it's wonderful news and asks if she can start right away. Luciana blinks, clearly thrown off by her enthusiasm, and hesitantly asks if she really doesn't mind, if she would truly be fine managing the entire mansion alone. Celeste answers with absolute delight, saying she was actually worried she might have to work as part of a team of all-works maids, so this is even better. Luciana can't help wondering why she looks so happy about it, while Celeste, inwardly cheering, thinks all that work will be hers. She's the happiest girl in the world. When she asks for her uniform, Luciana admits she doesn't have one prepared, prompting Celeste to simply cast a spell, and in an instant, a perfectly fitted maid's uniform forms around her figure. Luciana stares in shock, her mind blank as she wonders how on earth the girl managed to keep every crucial bit properly covered throughout that transformation. When Celeste spins once and asks with a bright smile if her new uniform is to her liking, Luciana can only stammer out that she looks great. Celeste is pleased by Luciana's agreement and remarks that when it comes to maid outfits, nothing beats the classics. Luciana, still a little dazed, admits she never knew magic could do that much, prompting Celeste to smile proudly and mention that she even placed a protection charm on it, stronger than most armor, in fact. Glancing around the dusty, neglected halls, Celeste declares that restoring the manor will be her top priority, though she quickly realizes she can't possibly handle everything alone. Her solution is simple: make herself not alone. With a flick of her hand, she summons several magical copies of herself, her body alter egos, and begins assigning tasks with brisk efficiency. Once everything is in motion, she decides to handle dinner. Outside, she conjures shimmering wings to carry her to town, but upon arriving, she finds the local market entirely out of their budget. Undeterred, she ventures into the nearby forest, gathering green mushrooms, wild fruits, and herbs, though she sighs that some meat would have made the meal perfect. Her wish is swiftly answered when a bird swoops overhead, giving her an idea. Channeling her magic, she skillfully hunts it down, though as she prepares it, she can't help but think the birds in this world are strangely large. Still, it's plenty of food. As the sky darkens, she realizes it's getting late and decides to take a shortcut home, summoning a glowing doorway that opens directly into the servants' entrance. Stepping through it with a satisfied grin, she thinks to herself that magic really is the best kind of time saver. Celeste hasn't known many other magic users, that is why her understanding of normal magic and insane magic is so skewed. Her mom had only one fire spell that she could only cast once a day and still she has no clue. Luciana watches as Celeste brings her food and apologizes for the wait. Luciana tells her she doesn't have to push herself, she must already be exhausted, but Celeste assures her it's no trouble at all. She smiles brightly and insists Luciana take a nice break and enjoy her tea, speaking with such energy that Luciana almost feels guilty for sitting down. Then Celeste thinks aloud that since she's on a break, she might as well use the bathroom too. Luciana points down the hall and says it's the one there, mentioning that most of the clearing in that area has already been finished. When Celeste leaves, Luciana looks around the now dazzling mansion, thinking to herself that Celeste sure works fast, and she's surprisingly detail-oriented for someone who just started today. But then her fingers brush against the wall and she pauses. There had been a huge crack there before. Now it's completely gone. Moments later, Celeste reappears, cheerfully announcing that she just finished cleaning the washroom. Luciana eyes her suspiciously, her mind racing as she tries to piece things together. Something is fishy here. She walks over to the kitchen, thinking she's really focused on cleaning right now, but will she even have time to cook dinner too? To make sure, Luciana quietly heads to the kitchen, but the moment she steps inside, she freezes. Her eyes go wide, her breath catching in disbelief. There are multiple Celestes working together in perfect sync, scrubbing, chopping, and stirring as if they've rehearsed it for years. The sight makes Luciana shudder. Later that evening, as she eats, she can't help but murmur how delicious the food is. She smiles and says she especially liked the main course, the grilled poultry with herbs. It's absolutely to die for. She admits she hasn't been able to afford meat in ages and asks with genuine curiosity if there was a sale. Celeste admits that she actually found the meat out in the woods. Luciana asks if she means by using magic like before. Celeste nods proudly and adds that the vegetables and herbs came from there too, saying she's glad they live so close to such an abundant forest. Luciana says the only forest nearby is the cursed Vandergrande and that place is certainly not fit for foraging. Celeste asks if there's really a cursed forest around here. Luciana says that there, and it's incredibly dangerous. She warns Celeste to never, under any circumstances, wander inside and makes her promise she won't ever go near it. Celeste quickly nods, admitting she'll be sure to avoid it. What neither of them knows is that she has already walked out of that very forest. Luciana's expression softens into a smile as she thanks her for today, saying she's truly glad Celeste came to work for them. It already feels like the mansion has come back to life. Meanwhile, His Majesty receives urgent news that there was an intruder spotted in the Great Vandergrande forest, leaving him frozen in shock as the words sink in. The Vandergrande wood, one of the largest blights on the magical world, teeming with magical creatures called monsters, which only powerful spells can damage. Though there are many such cursed lands, this forest is especially dangerous and has been sealed away to keep the monsters in and unwitting travelers out. His Majesty asks the man if the intruder is still in there, but the messenger replies his wards have not detected anything leaving the area. What they do not know is that the intruder already left through a dimensional wormhole. The king then orders to send more soldiers to the region, and to have them scour the words for anything out of the ordinary and to stay vigilant. He also orders the messenger to keep a constant eye on their sensing wards for even the slightest change. He then murmurs almost to himself, just who could this mysterious intruder be? He is a maid. Meanwhile, Luciana tells Celeste she wants to invite her friends for a tea party. She wants to show them they have changed. Celeste is thankful that she managed to catch a beast today. Now that she has a favorite sport, she uses her dimension door for both ingress and egress. And she has no idea that she is coming and going out of the forbidden forest as she pleases. Luciana thinks for a moment before saying the two girls she wants to invite are her childhood friends. Lady Miliaria, the daughter of Baron Fahrenkult, and Lady Beatrice, the daughter of Baron Lillardkruz. Their homes are on the land next to their own. Their families bought that land from the man who was the count 2 generations prior to her father when his business failed. Since their family was having trouble paying their debts, it was actually a kindness on their part. But for some reason their generation's count was accusing them of stealing their land. Luckily the title of count was quickly passed to her grandfather who made peace with the barons. So they managed to avoid the awkward predicament of having two enemies right across the fence from them. Ever since, their three families have been very close friends. But she left a terrible impression at the very last party and now she has to fix it. Luciana glances at her with bleeding eyes, making her finally agree. Later, Luciana stands before the mirror, looking completely different from before. Celeste arranged her hair and used the spells of hers to make her this beautiful dress. Now Luciana can invite them without feeling insecure. In fact, she wants to invite them. Celeste suggests a week from now on for the tea party. Luciana throws herself into her arms and exclaims her gratitude. Celeste chastises her that she must not hug her maid. It's not proper. But Luciana reminds her, she knows she likes it, and not to be so cold. Celestic grumbles where on earth did she learn such language, making her smile wider and say sorry. Celeste then mumbles she has her work cut out for her if she is going to train her in time for the party. Luciana asks train her for what? Celeste's lips curl into a devilish smile as she declares she'll teach her to speak like a lady. It was right then that Luciana realized the Pandora's box she had unwittingly opened. Mizunami Ritsuko was a one-in-a-generation genius. Had she not died young, her innate ability and diligence would have surely secured her a permanent place in human history. Why? Because of her force of will. In short, once Ritsuko puts her mind to something, it will get done. Since mids were her fixation, she exerted incredibly strenuous amounts of effort to learn everything about them. Since that is the norm for her, her teaching methods are a Spartan-level harsh. On the bright side, at least Luciana's lady powers finally bloomed as a result. After much ado, the tea party is only a day away when a maid accidentally spills something on Celeste's dress. Despite Celeste's insistence that it's fine, the maid panics and insists on taking her to the mansion she works at nearby, saying she will draw a bath for her immediately. They have to wash the uniform now, or the stain will set. Celeste follows, thinking perhaps the maid serves a baron or a knight, given how modest the mansion looks. Later, she stands in a guest room, wrapped in a towel, wondering in mild exasperation why she's completely naked for something so trivial. Eventually, she gives up questioning it and sinks into the warm bath, sighing as she murmurs that the bathing customs in this world never fail to weird her out. The bars are all Western ceramics. Yet the bathing process is more Eastern. People sit on a stool and wash before even getting in, like in Japan. The sort of maid jobs available feels closer to England in the later half of the 19th century. But this world is more like medieval Europe and has magic. Yet all the bathrooms look just like those in Japan. This world was cobbled together with all the best parts of human history. Now that she thinks about it, it has been a while since she has been in a bath. She didn't have to draw herself. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to let her disguise slip for a moment. Her blonde hair spills out and her original eye color returns. She looks at herself and says hello mother. She has missed her. She has the same eye color as her mom. She tells her mother she did it. All that is left is to keep working until she is the best in the world. But she wonders what she will have to do to qualify. What does she mean? She wonders, best in the world. It was her mother's final wish, but what was she feeling when she wrote those words? Well, whatever it takes to be the best. One thing is for sure, she's not reaching the top unless she can perform every conceivable duty of a maid. For now this all-works maid position at the Ruttelberg mansion is the best way to do it. After all, she may have some self-taught knowledge from her past life, but she's still a newbie. This is the first actual maid job she has ever done. She only just got her qualifications too. She just has to keep building experience and one day she will fulfill her promise to dot her mother to be the very best. The bath has done wonders for her mood and it warmed her too. Now that she has had a nice bath, she supposes she should ask Paula for her uniform back. She opens the door and steps out only to freeze at the sight of a man standing before her, just as naked as she is. For a heartbeat, neither of them moves, both staring in absolute shock. Then, with a startled gasp, Celeste instinctively casts a spell, and the man vanishes on the spot. A flustered scream escapes her as she grips the towel tighter, mumbling, "What's with that man? What kind of degenerate barges into a bathroom without even knocking? It's like he thinks he owns the place." Moments later, Paula bursts into the room, alarmed by the noise, asking what happened. What she doesn't know is he does own the place. Meanwhile, the Count informs Lectus that he wants him to attend this year's spring ball. Lectus stiffens in surprise and tries to protest, saying he's only a humble knight, surely his presence wouldn't even be noticed. The Count tells him not to be foolish. Every year that he's absent, he gets countless complaints from women asking where he is. Besides, this is the year the Crown Prince enters the academy as a new student. It's imperative that he needs to be there to celebrate. Lectus looks like he wants to argue, but finally relents with a sigh. After all, the Count is his superior, he can't exactly refuse. Still, he can't help thinking how much he'd rather switch places with Sable. At least then he'd be in another country instead of dealing with nobles and their endless formalities. The Count, watching him, hides a satisfied smirk behind his composed expression. Perfect, he thinks. With Lectus at his side, the number of women throwing themselves at him should lessen. Most of the eligible ones will likely redirect their attention to Lectus instead. Though he makes it sound like he's sending him for some noble reason, it's painfully obvious he's just using his knight as a human shield. Then, as if to add insult to injury, the Count tells him he should also bring a date to the ball. Lectus flinches, asking if that's really necessary. The Count reminds him dryly that he's already explained those women become positively vicious when they set their sights on something. If they see him without a woman on his arm, they'll swarm him like bees to honey. His tone softens then, and he murmurs that if only his daughter had been found in time. He admits he was hoping Lectus could have been her escort, adding almost wistfully that he would have made a fine bodyguard for her. But then he shoots him a glare and says he cannot imagine he would be foolish enough to ever lay a hand on her. Would he? After the report of Selina's death and the existence of her daughter Celeste, one of the Count's men familiar with the neighboring country where Celeste was rumored to have fled was dispatched to find her, but there has been no word since. That's because she never actually went there. Seeing as she is the child of a Count and his servant born out of wedlock, this search continues in secret to avoid exposing her to scandal. They never expected her to be in the same city as them, under the same stretch of sky, working cheerfully as a maid. Her father wonders what she is doing right now and hopes she is not in danger. Back in the present, Lectus finds himself sitting on the sofa, completely dazed. The image of her flashes vividly in his mind, those blue eyes, that silver hair, and his heart stirs with shock. He's finally found her. But then she appears before him again, hair now black and unfamiliar. Confused, he studies her face, wondering if he imagined it all. Maybe it was just a dream. He mutters that he knows her, making her flinch. She shudders, bracing herself for the worst, but instead, he simply says she's that young lady who was trying to get to the capital, right? When he mentions their brief encounter, she instantly recognizes him too. Before she can respond, Paula enters the room, and Lectus turns to her, asking why on earth he's sleeping out here. Paula sighs and tells him he really doesn't remember, does he? She reminds him that she said she was going to introduce him to a friend of hers. He came into the parlor to wait for them. But by the time they joined, he was fast asleep. He looks completely clueless and says he guesses he's more tired than usual. What he doesn't know is that of course it is a bald-faced lie. The electric attack solicitor used was Memory Wiper. It uses an electric shock to remove select parts of one's memory as the spell is still in development. Its actual efficacy and duration are still unknown. But thankfully, Paula was there to smooth things over when Lectus woke up. Paula then introduces Celeste as Melody and says they just met today. She bows in front of him and says it's lovely to meet him. He watches her thinking she's so pretty, just a simple greeting, yet her every move and word carries such grace. Lectus recalls the Count's instructions. He didn't care who his partner was, only that Lectus find someone suitable to accompany him, someone who knew how to behave in public. The words echo in his mind as he watches her quietly. Should he really ask her? Count Rudelberg's land, situated in the northern region of the kingdom, was once among the largest territories in the nation. But when the previous count suffered a major financial failure, most had to be sold off, thus sparkling the Rudelbergs' legacy as broke nobles. Over a few decades, the family's debt was finally paid off, but they remained quite poor. However, even in their impoverished state, the count's commitment to his domain's inhabitants won him considerable support from the local populace. Last year's crop failure, for instance. The Count's efforts to lower taxes to prevent the people from starving to death are still fresh in the memories of those he saved. And now, for his devotion to his people, he was appointed to the Lord Chancellor's office, the highest administrative body of the kingdom. The current family head who knows what it means to be poor is named Hughes Rudelberg. As Luciana's parents arrive at the mansion, they stop dead in their tracks, staring up at it in disbelief. For a moment, they actually wonder if they've come to the wrong place. Celeste stands at the entrance to greet them with a graceful bow, and the couple exchanges a bewildered glance. Just then, Luciana rushes out, beaming at the sight of her parents. Her father looks relieved, saying it eases his heart to see her well and that he had worried about sending her to the capital alone. However, Luciana's joy quickly fades, and anger clouds her expression as she pushes her father, who stares in confusion. She tells him she has no intention of doing any lasting harm, but he deserves at least that much for what he has done. When he asks what he means, she glares and says she is talking about this mansion. She accuses him of sending her to a crumbling wreck without even checking its condition. Her father, looking around, protests that the mansion is beautiful, while her mother, equally stunned, agrees and says she's surprised that it is even theirs. Luciana exclaims that is because Melody fixed it. If it were not for her, they would be stuck in a haunted spider-filled dump. Celeste smiles and tells them it is lovely to meet them. Both of them watch her with curious looks before turning to their daughter and notice she looks like a literal princess. Offended, she says they only noticed now. Her mother then asks where did she get that new dress. Luciana replies it is not new, it is the same hand-down she gave her last year. Her mother says it most certainly is not, but she insists it is. Melody cleaned up for her. She should have her do the same for her clothes, too. Shocked, her mother asks how did she clean it up. Celeste averts her gaze and hastily changes the subject, saying the lunch is ready. Luciana gestures for her parents to follow her, saying she will explain everything in more detail over lunch, and shoots a sharp glare at her father, telling him to think about what he's done. Her father recalls that the maid here used to be an older woman and asks if she hired a second maid. Luciana explains that the original maid retired due to a bad back and that Melody took over for her. He then asks who just finished making lunch. Luciana replies, Melody, of course, who else? Both parents look bewildered and her father protests that Melody was with them all along. Luciana mutters that she hasn't needed to do this in a while, but she asked Melody to do this today to minimize the explanations she'd have to give. He asks do what? And soon his curiosity is answered. On the table, there are 3 of them. Her father, voice shaky, asks if they are triplets. Luciana tells him to give it a minute, he'll stop trying to figure it out soon. One by one, a wild wine glass melody appears, a wild hors d'oeuvre melody appears, and for the second time that month, the Ruttelberg mansion erupts in screams. A few days later, Celeste asks Luciana if she is quite sure she has everything. Luciana replies she took everything out of her bag and repacked just to double-check. Her mother says they wish they could take her along, but they will tell her all about how brave Luciana was later. Luciana protests that it is just an unrest ceremony. She is fine. In no time at all, Celeste was a regular part of the Ruttelbergs' family. Returning to the mansion after seeing them off, Celeste feels a quiet relief, glad that the Lord and Lady have accepted her and notices she's slowly getting used to the rhythm of her new job. She reminds herself she must finish cleaning the room before their return, but when she reaches the table, her eyes fall on the Royal Academy admission certificate, the official notice stating it must be presented on the day of entrance or they risk being denied attendance. Her mind drifts back to her past life, remembering the plane ride when 2 strangers asked if they could sit next to her. She had been surprised that their parents allowed them to travel abroad at such a young age to go on a couple's trip, but they quickly explained they weren't a couple and were part of a group tour. Asakura had pulled out her game pad at the time, explaining it was a sweepstakes prize, a first-edition version of a popular game along with 2 tickets for a UK tour. Kurita had volunteered to be her +1, her chaperone, since his little sister had wanted to go but their parents refused to let 2 underage girls travel alone overseas. This game, The Silver Saint and the 5 Oaths, is a romance simulation game aimed at women, particularly popular among junior high and high school girls. After her mother dies, the heroine is taken in by her father and suddenly thrust into the role of a count's daughter from her previous life as a commoner. She is ordered to enroll in the Royal Academy in the capital, where she encounters and experiences a variety of situations. That story starts on the day of the school entrance ceremony. Christopher, one of the main love interests of the main character, bumps into the heroine and the rest of the story falls into place from there. As Christopher bumps into her, he apologizes and asks if she is all right. Celeste mumbles she was in such a hurry that she didn't see him. Christopher studies her for a long moment before clearing his throat and apologizing, admitting he must have mistaken her for someone else, and then asks what a maid is doing in a place like this. Celeste explains that she has come to deliver something her lady left at home, and he points toward the waiting room. Before she leaves, she pauses and asks if he is a freshman too, noting that it might be late if he doesn't hurry. Christopher smiles politely and assures her he will be there soon. As she departs, Max spots him and calls out, agitated, asking what he is doing there. Christopher casts him a sharp, irritated glance. Max reminds him that he must go to the ceremony immediately, as he is scheduled to give the student speech this year, but Christopher refuses, insisting he cannot leave because he must wait in that spot for her. Max protests, pointing out that the Marquis' daughter is already in the hall and that she is his prospective fiancée, but Christopher only shakes his head, saying he is not referring to her. Even if he allowed it, His Majesty would not approve. Muttering under his breath about the freaking heroine, the saint, He notes that she is not present, and instead he has only run into a dark-haired maid, unexpected and striking, but not the silver-haired heroine he anticipated. Just then, Anna appears asking if there is a problem. She smiles at her fiancé Christopher and reminds him that he cannot miss the ceremony, emphasizing its importance. Internally she snaps at him. How did he miss the freaking heroine while in this? In his defense, he wants to say he was exactly where he was supposed to be and she didn't show up. Kurita and Asakura, now known as Christopher and Anna Marie, knew what world they were in. Both retained their past memories, including information about the Otomo game they once played, the Silver Saint and the Five Oaths. Just the fact that if things keep going as they are, a certain demon king sealed away a long time ago would be resurrected. Without the saint, the heroine of the story, the whole world would be destroyed. Christopher, panicking, says he's telling them he was waiting for the heroine and she didn't come. What do? If they do not fix this, everyone will die. Max thinks if it were not for the episodes like this, he would be the perfect heir to the throne, while Mary thinks she cannot believe this guy is the main love interest. This Otomo game, the story set in this fantasy world, didn't ever start, or it did, just without any heroine to guide it. Meanwhile, Luciana cries out that it turns out she needs an escort for the ball tonight or she cannot go. Every year on the night of the Royal Academy's entrance ceremony, an event called the Spring Ball is held so the children of noble families may make their social debut. Luciana Hooters, 15 this year, is making her own debut this very night. However, the Spring Ball has one rather peculiar rule, which is that all young women making their debut must be accompanied by a male escort. Celeste says she doesn't recall Luciana's parents mentioning anything like that. Luciana says that is because apparently men can go alone, and at the time her mother was already dating her father, so neither of them had to think about all of this, so they forgot it was a rule. And that concludes the video today. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Leave a comment if you want another part. Their maid Melody is beyond special. The day before the Spring Ball, she realized they were overlooking something. A rule. All young women making their debut must be escorted by a man. Naturally, since Melody's magic and skills have saved them time and time again, she went right to her for help. In hindsight, Melody is new to the capital. She doesn't know why she expected her to know anyone here. Yet miraculously, she found someone right away. She was too relieved and overjoyed to question it. She stands there, cheeks flustered, because Celeste conveniently forgets to mention that the boy in front of her is the Chancellor's son, while on the other side of the courtyard Kurita grips fistfuls of his hair, pacing in frantic circles and whining as if the sky is about to collapse. Why is there no heroine? He cries, sounding personally betrayed by fate, insisting they're toast, burnt, crisp, and absolutely doomed. Asakura shuts him up the only way she ever does, by knocking him flat with a few sharp blows and calmly rolling her wrists as he claims she nearly skewered him. She steps closer and remarks she really could do it, maybe then someone with an actual spine would reincarnate as the crown prince. She tells him to get it together because he's one of the main romance options. Christopher, or rather Kurita, the day they met, Anna and Crown Prince Christopher locked eyes and memories of their past life together as well as their characters' roles came flooding back. Anna bites her finger in thought, finally stating the real issue: the leading lady is still Mia. But why, when this is clearly the world of Silver Saint and the Five Oaths? Christopher looks like he might start tearing out his own hair, saying that's exactly why he's panicking, because if Mia isn't here, if the real heroine never appears, then every single one of them is Demon Chow, and she's their only hope. The Silver St and the Five Oaths is a classic dating sim. The player chooses what the heroine does and says, and the story branches accordingly. It is a school setting with plenty of mini-games like exams, school festivals. More importantly, it also incorporates RPG elements, namely a demon king and a chosen one who can defeat him. This dark one, sealed away by ancient magic long ago, stares and begins to strain against his binds just as the heroine enters school. Only the protagonist, who one day inherits the magic of a mysterious maiden called the Silver Saint, can defeat him. Both the Dark One and the Saint have been forgotten by history, so the heroine has no idea the power she is about to inherit. The seal keeping this great evil at bay slowly loosens, causing ripple effects that lead to strange incidents at school. As if responding to the Dark One's returning power, the heroine's saintly powers gradually began to surface as well. Eventually, the heroine makes her way to the ancient library, a space only saints can enter, and learns the truth about the saint's power, the Dark One's return, and the sacred war that will purge the forces of darkness. While she gets closer to the love interests, various pawns of the Dark One pursue her. Lady Anna Mary being mind-controlled spies from the neighboring kingdom. The heroine must fight a variety of challenging foes until at last, the Dark One returns. Then, just as all appears to be lost, the heroine's great oath, along with the love she so carefully nurtured, awakens in her the evil smiting power of the ancient saint. A heartfelt pledge for herself and for another, everything is in place to the Saint Maiden, a silver blessing. And so the Dark One is defeated and the world is saved. The heroine lives happily ever after, graduates without issue and marries her love interest. Anna tells him that if things unfold like the game, he will eventually return to power, and if they still haven't secured the saint's power by then, they're doomed. She then thrusts a sheet of paper at him and points out the newly posted list of students, saying they can check whether the heroine has enrolled. Christopher practically tears the paper in half as he scans it, demanding what this even means, and Anna, suddenly grave, replies that it means exactly what it says. The heroine of their story, Cecilia Legendbarth, is not enrolled in their academy. She explains she even checked with her contacts at the Commerce Guild. Count Legendbarth hasn't purchased a single feminine product lately, which is a terrible sign. Christopher panics further and asks if she means the Count hasn't found Cecilia yet, and Anna says that's what the evidence suggests. He blurts that they at least know her first name, silver hair and lapis lazuli eyes are rare, so surely they can find her, but Anna counters that the hair maybe, but the name won't help. Cecilia is the name the Count gives her only after adopting her. Her mother was a maid, and even in this pseudo-medieval world, being an illegitimate child is rough, so he renames her to dodge scandal, and the whole backstory gets hand-waved in the game lore. Anna groans that, before their plane crashed, they were just about to get the bonus story revealing the full details, and now she finally has the chance to see their adorable heroine in 3D. Only for the girl to be a complete no-show. She rants that she was supposed to witness that lovely, enigmatic smile, and instead she's stuck staring at Christopher's ugly mug every day, his stupid scrawny face. Christopher sputters at the insult and asks why she's so mean to him, and Anna, ignoring him entirely, adds that she ships Elect with him anyway. Lect actually has presence, he's slender and thick in all the right places unlike Christopher. Mortally offended, Christopher snaps that he'd pick the heroine over her fatty meat cushions any day, calling her a jiggly fan service character, and she demands to know if he's body shaming her right now. He fires back, so what? She started it. Right as the door opens and Max walks in, freezes at the sight of Christopher red-faced and sweating, and completely misinterprets the situation, muttering under his breath as he squeezes his eyes shut. He then asks why the two of them refuse to make their engagement official when they're practically glued together all the time. With no explanation ready, they bolt out of the room, leaving Max staring after them and mumbling that the pair is absolutely bizarre, always together, yet adamantly avoiding a formal engagement. Christopher and Anna in the game. These two were more than simple prospective fiancés. They had to work very hard behind the scenes to remain unattached. Not that Max would know any of that, of course. A few hours earlier, Max sits in the academy's side garden when he turns and finds Celeste standing there, looking startled. She asks if he is Mr. Max, and the moment recognition hits, she brightens and beams that it has been so long. He says it is good to see her too, and judging by her uniform, he assumes her dream of becoming a maid has finally come true. She excitedly confirms it and thanks him again for the help he gave her back then. She notices his attire. He looks like a second-year student. The realization hits her and she jumps, sputtering that if he is a student here, then he must be royalty. Max waves it off immediately, telling her it's fine. They are friends, so there's no need for her to stand on ceremony. He asks what she is doing here, pointing out that she doesn't work for the academy. She thinks she could ask him the same thing, after all, only freshmen attend this ceremony. But she explains that she is currently serving the Count Ruttelberg household, and the young miss forgot something important at home. Max raises a brow at that. The Ruttelbergs? Aren't they the broke nobles with the haunted mansion? The Ruttelberg estate in the capital, infamous among nobles as the haunted mansion, is notorious, yet Max recalls the Count himself being perfectly polite whenever they exchanged greetings in his father's, the Chancellor's, office. Still, Celeste is a newcomer to service. Can she really handle that place? He says it must be tough having an aristocratic family as her first employers, and if anything is troubling her, he would be happy to help. She smiles and assures him there's no need for concern, she's doing wonderfully, and everyone in the household is very kind. Max relaxes at that, smiling back as he thinks he must have worried for nothing, and tells her it's good to hear. But then she clears her throat, hesitating, and he immediately straightens, asking if something is wrong. For a moment he silently curses his optimism. Was she being mistreated after all? Instead, Celeste confesses that her beloved young lady still doesn't have an escort. Max blinks and repeats, an escort. She nods emphatically and says yes, that's the problem. If push comes to shove, she adds, she could always dress as a man and escort her personally. Max bursts into laughter before he can stop himself. Celeste puffs up, demanding to know what's so funny, insisting he shouldn't laugh when she's worried sick. This is practically a life or death matter for her young lady. He immediately apologizes, telling her he's only happy to see she has such a close, friendly relationship with her charge. She beams at that, glowing with pride. Then Max asks why he doesn't escort the young lady himself. As an apology for laughing at her distress, he says it would only be fair. Celeste stares at him, surprised, and asks if he's truly sure. He smiles and replies, why not? He was planning to attend the ball anyway, and if it would help her, he would be more than happy to lend his arm for the evening. Celeste thanks him earnestly and hurries off, saying she must inform the young lady at once. Max watches her go, noticing how every expression she makes feels so sincere, bright and warm, like a little pocket of sunshine. After a while, Max became fed up with the many women who tried to court him for his looks alone or for his father's status. Maxwell has been renowned for his beauty since he was small. He got in the habit of avoiding them somewhat, though he never grew to dislike women as a whole. But not only was she unfazed by his looks, she also did not suddenly gain ulterior motives upon learning he was nobility. He feels oddly safe with her. He wonders if this is a feeling of love. No, at least not that type. When she expresses gratitude again, he beams at her and says, what are friends for? He then finds himself wondering what Count Ruttelberg's daughter is like. Back in the present, he greets the Count's family and his daughter. They look too shocked to respond while he thinks to himself, broke. They look noble enough to him. Later that evening, Max arrives in his carriage to receive Luciana. The moment she steps out, completely flustered and pink to the ears, he nearly loses his composure. He has never seen anyone look so lovely, and it takes everything in him not to laugh. He offers his hand and tells her they mustn't be late, they have a ball to attend. Luciana finally manages a shy smile and says, right, she hopes they have a lovely time. Before boarding, she beams and waves at Celeste. Celeste bows gracefully and wishes her young lady a wonderful evening. Luciana's parents decide to depart as well, but her mother pauses and turns to Celeste, reminding her she mentioned having an event of her own tonight. Celeste confirms it, apologizing for leaving the mansion unattended, but Luciana's mother laughs softly and tells her not to worry, they want her to go and enjoy herself. She hasn't taken a single day off since joining the household, so she shouldn't stay out too late. Celeste changes into her normal clothes and lets her hair fall freely as she steps out into the evening. She waits by the rendezvous spot, thinking that the man said he would lend her a dress suitable for the occasion, though she hopes he isn't going out of his way for her sake. Lecht arrives moments later and asks if she waited long. Celeste smiles and says not at all, she has only just arrived. Paula, already there with her arms crossed, calls out for Celeste to hurry over, saying they have work to do. Later, Celeste gulps and whispers no way. She can't believe it. How did she not notice? She stares at her reflection in awe, marveling that such a glamorous maid was hiding under her own nose all this time. Paula beams with pride and says her family used to work in the cosmetic trade, mostly women's makeup. Celeste touches her face again, stunned, and asks if they really need to go this far. She's only going because Sir Lecht can't attend without a partner. He said he would stop by, greet his employer, and go straight home. Paula mutters about that lousy boss of his and urges her to hurry, they're running late. When Celeste approaches Lecht, his entire face turns red and he squeezes his eyes shut like he's been physically struck. He doesn't move until she calls his name, and then he abruptly says they should leave at once. As the carriage pulls away, Paula watches from behind and mutters that this say hello and run home plan doesn't look nearly as simple as he claimed. A little later, seated inside the carriage, Celeste blinks in confusion and asks what he meant by that. Where is this carriage headed? She must have misheard. Lecht still doesn't meet her eyes as he mumbles, the castle. She repeats it in disbelief, the castle, and demands to know why. He explains, as if it were obvious, that it's a spring party, a ball at the royal castle. She stiffens in terror. How is that casual? He is taking her to the very same spring ball that her own lady is attending for her formal debut into society. Lek tries to explain that his boss insisted he attend, while Celeste thinks in growing horror that she has been completely duped. He adds that he's sorry, but she's the only person he knows who meets his boss's criteria. She splutters, asking what kind of maid attends the same ball as her mistress as a guest. It's unheard of. She absolutely cannot go. Lek mutters what a shame. Paula stayed up 3 nights in a row working on the dress Celeste is wearing. Celeste feels herself wanting to scream in frustration, but Lek continues, his voice even more pointed, saying, 3 whole days and nights. And no one gets to see it. Such a shame. Celeste goes silent. As much as she wants to argue, the quality of the dress and the care Paula poured into it is unmistakable. And she knows he has a point. She finally relents and says she will return the ball with him. But she will need a disguise or her lady will find out. He asks her if she is sure, saying the makeup should be disguised enough. She looks completely different. She bluntly tells him not to be a fool, making him embarrassed. Paula's makeup skills are nothing to sneeze at, but even if the men are fooled, a woman's keen eyes will see through this in an instant. She also mutters there would have been nothing to stress over if he had unexplained the whole situation from the start. He asks is that really how it works, but admits he was afraid that if he told her she might turn him down. She tells him yeah, she would have done that. He says he's sorry. In hindsight, her black hair and eyes are so rare. That alone may give him away and then realizes makeup won't be enough. Suddenly, Celeste rises from her seat, and Lek instinctively leans back as she looms over him, her expression determined. His face flares red as she leans even closer, close enough that he forgets how to breathe, and whispers in his ear that if he insists on taking her to the royal castle, then she will need to borrow his hair and eye color. After the king declares the spring ball officially started, the great doors to the hall are open. There are 3 sets of doors, each bigger than the last, with the largest reserved for the royal family and the highest-ranking aristocrats. But just for the night of their debut, these doors open for all nobles, high and low. Anna and Christopher enter through the grand doors. The crowd turns, all rippling through the hall as cheers rise for the crown prince in his formal attire. Beside him, Lady Anna stands more radiant than the rumors ever claimed. A group of girls watches her pass. One whispers that Anna has matured so much, it's hard to believe she's only 15. Another sighs that she's simply on a different level. Feeling jealous seems silly when the girl in question is the Scarlet Seductress herself. Everyone assumes she will be queen someday. Christopher leans toward Anna and whispers that, if the game is being followed, the heroine should be the last to be announced. Anna says yes in the game. But since the heroine hasn't appeared, it'll probably be some unrelated noble girl. Christopher mutters that if she isn't here, then the world has already gone off script. Maybe the whole event won't happen the same way. Anna forces a smile, telling him not to jump the gun. The ball has barely begun. No one knows how deep the discrepancies run. She warns him to stay sharp and be ready for anything. With no heroine in play, the story has no rails. Anything could happen next. Then the announcer calls the next name, Luciana Stern. Luciana steps forward, nerves fluttering, but she reminds herself that she will be fine. Celeste had given her a passing grade on both dancing and her fancy walk, after all. Max, besides her, watches her with a soft smile and calls her name. But as the crowd notices her, the murmurs begin. How can she even afford a dress suitable for a ball like this? Another girl hopes no one thinks she's like them just because her rank is technically the same. If they had any pride as nobles, they'd have stayed home. One murmurs he almost feels sorry for the sap escorting her. His one chance to walk through those doors and it's with her. Their words die instantly. Every mouth snaps shut the moment they recognize the young man at Luciana's side. The Chancellor's son. Anna stares in shock, whispering that Lord Max is already on track to become the next Chancellor, just like his father. She heard he receives invitations from noble ladies of every rank. And yet he arrived with Luciana. This rattles her. In the game, Max comes alone. He meets the heroine here at this very ball, and makes his first move by offering to escort her at the next event. Christopher's jaw clenches, seething. That traitor told him he didn't have any close female friends. As Max and Luciana walk into the hall, a suffocating silence falls. They approach the king and queen with stiff, awkward formality. Anna trembles, barely keeping herself composed. Luciana is exactly the type of credible, adorable cutie she loves. She wants to clap Max on the back. Well done, what a catch. Christopher is shaking for a very different reason. That traitor can go straight to hell. Why is his date perfectly his type? As the young ladies enter, the orchestra begins to play. The first dance. It is for the waltz. As in tradition, the king and queen open the dance and the rest of the party follows. It is their chance to make their glamorous debut into society, showing themselves off. But all eyes were fixed solely on these two pairs. Anna and Christopher and Luciana and Maxwell. No one even spares a glance at the other ladies. As a social debut it was a resounding kind of failure. The Chancellor approaches Count Ruttelberg and says his daughter is so lovely. He admits when he heard his son, who always comes to these soirees alone, had brought a partner for one senior, Little fell off his chair. But with that fairy princess, no wonder he is bewitched. The Count nervously says he hopes they haven't made trouble for him. The Chancellor replies on the contrary, he's relieved. He suspected he might be trying to curry favor with him through his son, but seeing them now, he highly doubts that. The Ruttelbergs' financial struggles are quite famous. While this means they have few allies, they are also clean of unpleasant financial parasites. The Chancellor smirks and thinks so this is the girl who caught his aloof son eye. Gives him a lot to think about. Later, a wild Beatrice and Maliaria appear. They demand an explanation from Luciana, insisting they are her best friends and she cannot keep secrets from them. Luciana stammers, caught off guard, while Max watches from the side, completely abandoned. A random girl approaches Christopher and asks if he would be so kind as to join her for the next song. Christopher smiles politely but thinks to himself that he must look like a call boy. At the same time, a boy appears before Anna, asking if she would like to join him for the next dance. Anna smiles graciously yet internally wonders what she must look like, a call girl. With the initial words over, people began to dance at their own leisure. It is not uncommon for a few fashionable laid ball goers to start trickling in around now. The Vice-Chancellor stands alone, lost in thought, when the Chancellor approaches and asks if something is the matter. He replies that he was simply wondering whether Lecht has arrived yet. The Chancellor smiles knowingly and remarks that it is right he gave Lecht strict orders to attend this time, didn't he, like a human sacrifice? The Count is clueless, unsure what they mean. Meanwhile, the Vice-Chancellor's mind drifts. He wonders if his daughter has been found, if she might have become part of that happy circle of girls. He wonders if he will ever meet her at all. And Selina, he misses her so deeply that life without her feels unbearably lonely. How he wishes he could see her. A sudden movement draws his attention. Golden locks that shine like stars, a white dress so pure it might purge the world of sin. She is lovely, yet a hint of mystery makes her feel unreachable. Though Anna has a seductive beauty, entrancing as a siren, and Luciana has a fairy-like charm so sweet they could scoop her up in a teacup, this is a different type of beauty in the minds of all who saw it. One thought rang out in union. An angel walks among men. The Chancellor remarks that the ball has its fair share of belles. For a fleeting moment, the Vice-Chancellor catches a glimpse of a girl and, in his excessive sorrow, wonders if she could be his Selina, but he quickly dismisses the thought. Hair color is one thing, he tells himself, but even the cleverest dye could never change Selina's unmistakable blue eyes. Lecht approaches and apologizes for being late. The Vice-Chancellor waves him off, saying it is all right, and even wagers that being fashionably late may work in his favor. Then he glances at the young lady on Lecht's arm and asks who she is. She smiles politely, introduces herself as Cecilia, and greets him warmly. Once again, he is taken aback. Fate, it seems, is determined to play cruel tricks tonight. Cecilia, that is the very name he had hoped to give his daughter, to welcome her into the world of nobles. Meanwhile, Luciana's friends whisper among themselves. One points discreetly and remarks on the girl's glamour, asking what is with all these otherworldly beauties this year. Miliara and the others might as well be invisible. Luciana narrows her eyes, quickly recognizing her from every angle. It is Celeste. Celeste forces a polite smile, aware of Luciana's stare, and convinces herself she doesn't know her. Right? All the girls around her start asking for her attention. Lecht raises a hand and explains that she is not a noble, and this is her first time attending an event like this. A lady nearby teases that the guy who never bothers showing up, let alone with a partner, suddenly decides to bring a girl he just met. It makes her wonder if Cecilia is somehow special. As whispers and gossip spread through the crowd, Lecht frowns internally, thinking this is exactly why he preferred to attend alone. These women are relentless gossips. Christiana, Celeste's aunt, and Haumea, Maxwell's mother, observe the scene. Lect glances at Cecilia and notices something striking. Despite all the noble ladies teasing her, she remains composed, not the least bit rattled, taking it all in stride. Lect had no way of knowing that Celeste's seemingly calm smile was hiding a chaotic ocean of turmoil. She was in fact, more than rattled. She was shaken to her very core. Not by the bluntness of the ladies before her, but by the icy stare of the one behind her. She could feel the stare, or rather the glare at her from Luciana. Luciana's mother remarks that her daughter is the same age and tries to introduce them, suggesting they meet. Celeste immediately thinks no, though the Countess means well, this is the worst possible outcome. She cannot let that happen. There has to be a way to get through this. Quickly, she turns to Lect, cheeks flushed, and asks if he would like to dance with her. Even he looks taken aback at her sudden boldness. Though what Celeste just did was only to save face. Her desperation is considered horribly ill-bred. To garishly interrupt a noble woman is bad enough, but in this culture it is the man's job to ask a woman to dance. For a woman to ask is considered downright vulgar. He agrees, takes her hand, and they awkwardly move onto the dance floor. The ladies watching can't help but smile at the sight, thinking the pair is utterly adorable. So cute, in fact, that they all let it slide. Christiana leans toward Max's mother and remarks that they have discovered a veritable entertainment goldmine hiding right under their noses. Max's mother nods in agreement. She had been mourning the loss of new prey, only to realize an even finer quarry was standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luciana stands with her eyes burning. It didn't escape her that Celeste dodged her. Even her friends notice, startled, and ask why she looks so fierce. She brushes it off with a curt, "It is nothing." Then she stomps Tomax and asks if he will dance with her. I repeat, in this world this doesn't fly. A woman is supposed to passively wait for a man to ask, and most maybe she can hint at him a little. Such behavior is outrageous, downright inexcusable. And yet, once again, it was so cute that no one cared. Luciana practically drags Max onto the dance floor. Both of her friends stand nearby, mouths slightly agape, utterly shocked at how boldly she has taken the initiative. One of them senses that Luciana is about to do something particularly interesting and decides it is best to remain on the sidelines for now. On the dance floor, Celeste's mind races. She thinks to herself that she must put some distance between her and the young lady. After this dance, she plans to slip quietly through the crowd and make her way straight home, vanishing from the chaos of the ball before anyone can notice her absence. But then she glances at Lect and notices something odd. He seems awfully stiff, almost unnaturally rigid, and she can't help but ask, quietly, if he is nervous. Lect replies that he is not, though his thoughts tell a very different story. Of course he is, he thinks to himself, how could he not be? A woman he likes has just manhandled him onto the dance floor, and any man would be tense in such a situation. Then, as if struck by a sudden bolt of self-awareness, he realizes what he is thinking, a woman he likes. Could it be that he actually has feelings for her? The thought catches him off guard, leaving a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Celeste, noticing his hesitation, smiles gently and asks if he dislikes dancing. She tells him not to worry, assuring him that it is quite simple as long as he remembers the basics. All that remains is to relax and enjoy the movement, she thinks to herself, though a small, guilty part of her notes that perhaps she is a hypocrite for saying this, considering how serious and precise she had been earlier when teaching the young lady. Then, in an instant, he surprises her by pulling her firmly into his arms, leaving her momentarily shocked. Yet, as the music flows around them, she notices that he dances exceptionally well. With a slight thrill of delight, she admits to herself that this is, surprisingly, rather fun. They begin moving in perfect synchronicity, her daring to make some bold moves to test his skill, wondering privately if he will be able to handle the challenge she sets before him. To her growing amazement, he handles every twist, turn with flawless precision. The other attendees watch in wide-eyed awe. Her cape flutters behind her like the wings of a celestial angel, a bright streak of color in motion, capturing the gaze of anyone who happens to look. Meanwhile, Anna slumps wearily onto a sofa, letting out a soft, tired sigh. With a trace of exasperation in her voice, she asks Christopher how many men are going to approach her to dance every time she tries to slip away just for a moment to say hello. Another bozo with an empty arm and a dream slides up beside him. Christopher observes silently, thinking ruefully to himself that he faces the same problem. And yet here he is, hoping, just hoping, to ask her himself for a dance, but he can't say that it isn't fun to dance the night away with an endless parade of hopeful suitors, a line of lovely young ladies all eager and desperate to cut a rug with him. Lecht glances at her, slightly shy, and murmurs a quiet thanks for the lovely dance. Startled, she blinks at the unexpected gratitude, muttering politely that if he will excuse her, she must take her leave. Just as she begins to step away, the announcer's voice rings out over the ballroom, carrying clearly across the polished floor. The man declares that he hopes the night's festivities thus far have been to everyone's satisfaction and delight, and that for the next song, they will be doing something different, something unconventional. It will be the annual spring ball same-sex couple dance. Celeste squeaks in sudden, high-pitched horror as she feels a cold shiver run down her spine. Appearing almost impossibly close, is Luciana. The younger girl leans forward and murmurs, would she like to dance with her? Christopher thinks about the same couple dancing and realizes it is the mini-event where the storyline shifts depending on which girl the heroine dances with. They can dance with the friends they made at the entrance ceremony, then their friendship meter with them goes up and they get more support from them throughout the story. If they choose to dance with their rival and start their rival meter with them is lowered, which lowers the difficulty level of some scenes. Who they choose depends on their play style and what route they are going for. Of lesser note, the guy-on-guy dances do not affect anything, but they are wildly popular with the girls. He imagines himself with Max, gazing into each other's eyes with quiet intensity, when Anna tries to tease him, her lips twitching with a smirk as she points it out. He quickly cuts her off and says not another word that I end this game. The same couple's dance is the last happy moment before the night takes a turn for the worse. When the last note fades, they will have the next event to contend with. They have spent ages getting ready for it, but now there's no heroine to guide them. The one person most integral to solving things peacefully is gone. If they are not careful, this event may well have a death count. Anna thinks she'll just have to stay on her toes. She stalls when Christopher calls out to her and says why is she skipping like a happy schoolgirl. Anna says she cannot help it. She finally gets to ask that cute Luciana to dance. This will be the highlight of her whole night. Here are two unfortunate tools who misheard the schedule and have no idea that the same couple dance already started. The same-sex dance. The main purpose of the spring ball is to allow the new Royal Academy students to mingle and show themselves off. But among all the sparkling faces and gowns, one specific pair of girls stands out. The other girls watch Luciana and Celeste dance and look at them in awe, saying they are both amazing dancers in their own right. But it is more than that, they just somehow go well together. They must. After all, while the gender roles are reversed, the two of them have been practicing the exact dance with one another for a very long time. Even so, Celeste thinks the young miss has never done the male part before. Celeste also notices she just stopped her from doing the very thing she warned her about doing yesterday. She's leading in a way that ensures she doesn't make any mistakes. The young lady really does have an excellent grasp of what it means to lead on the male side. She is truly absorbing everything she has taught her. Not only that, she even looks like she is having fun. Just a moment ago she was so intent on escaping, but now she's not so sure. Luciana is also having too much fun to be mad anymore. She decides to just enjoy the dance floor for now. Suddenly, everything around them bursts into light, blinding in its intensity, and no one knows where it's coming from. A ripple of worry spreads through the crowd. Luciana immediately realizes what has happened and flashes a sharp look at Celeste, trying to stop her from making it worse. But Celeste is too lost in the moment to notice that she has unintentionally unleashed her magic, causing the dazzling display. Luciana stomps her heel sharply on Celeste's foot. Celeste jolts upright in surprise. She says what on earth is she doing? Stepping on one's dance partner is the very height of rudeness. Luciana snaps, warning her that if she doesn't listen, she will boot her somewhere even worse. She gestures for her to look around, literally tripping the light fantastic. All of this, it seems, is being communicated wordlessly through their eyes. Celeste shuts her own eyes, concentrating, trying desperately to make the light vanish. When it finally fades, the dance continues, and the crowd erupts into applause. Lecht watches with a raised brow. What an odd display that was, he remarks. The Chancellor nods in agreement. Indeed it was. The Vice-Chancellor approaches Lecht and asks if Cecilia is not with him. He replies they got separated during the same-sex dance. He glances at something in his hand and asks what is he looking at. And his eyes widen when he sees the picture. The vice-chancellor admits it is so strange. Somehow Cecilia reminds him of Selena. He cannot put his finger on it. He admits he cannot fathom why. Different hair, different eyes. The mind is a funny thing, isn't it? Lek looks somehow worried and says he should go and find her. He imagines Miss Luciana will have squirreled her away somewhere private to interrogate her, in which case he supposes he should check the more removed, secluded areas. Now that he thinks of it, the first time he ever met her was in Avarentian during the search for Miss Selena. Who would have guessed the girl wandering around lost that day would be the girl he would fall in love with? He believes she is 15 years old this year. She hasn't had her birthday yet, so he guesses 14. Lord, she is 7 young years younger than him. Besides, even if they were the same age, would she even want to be with him? Though he hasn't known her long, it is clear that maids are the only thing she cares about. Priority 1 maid stuff, Priority 2 maid stuff, and Priority 345 all maid stuff. Normally when women get married, they are expected to quit that line of work, so he cannot imagine her responding positively if he tried to court her. Outside, he finds both girls sitting on the edge of the fountain. For a moment, he wonders if Luciana is upset with Celeste for being there, but then Luciana spots him. She turns her head and sends a sharp glare in his direction, and he stiffens on instinct. Luciana says quietly that he showed her a good time tonight, and for that, she thanks him. But she adds, without even blinking, that if he ever tricks her like that again, she will personally make sure he pays for it. He straightens immediately and replies yes, Lady Luciana, thinking to himself that Lady Luciana is kind of scary. Now that he thinks of it, it almost seemed like she recognized her from a single glance, though Count Ruttelbergs and his wife did not seem to notice at all. No way with this disguise who could ever tell that this girl is really a dark-haired dark-eyed maid. His inner voice asks if he is sure. Is she really dark-haired and dark-eyed? Is he truly sure? He tells himself when he first met her in Trendiveles in the county of Avaranton, near the border. Her hair and eyes were dark then too. But then the inner voice asked us again if he is sure that the only way he has ever seen her black hair and black eyes, he tells himself. When they met again in the capital, he fell asleep in the parlor and then she came in. His heart suddenly hurts, not knowing what is happening. He thinks it was by pure chance, but then as the light of the moon hit her, her hair dyed gold seemed almost silver hair, and his eyes widened that he knows the Count of Legendbarth had a lover named Selena who had a daughter named Celeste. The Celeste should have the same silver hair as her father the Count, and the same lapis eyes as her mother. Lek knows Selena's face from a portrait the Count lent them to aid in her search. He also knows she hails from the same territory where Selena was finally located, and that she left around the same time as Celeste's disappearance. Lek knows that she can use magic to change the color of her hair and eyes. And that her hair is not really gold. In fact, he knows everything as he watches her, his face baffled. That day in the capital he did not meet her in the parlor. It was in the bathroom that day. Her hair, her eyes were silver and lapis lazuli. There's not a doubt in his mind. She remains oblivious to whatever turmoil he's wrestling with. She simply offers him a gentle smile and says she's sorry he had to come all the way out here just to find her. So much focus was put on her hair and eye color he never noticed, but her other features resemble Selena's in so many ways. A girl who left the territory alone around the same time as Selena's death, who has silver hair and eyes the same shade of blue, who looks an awful lot like Serena. Is there any chance that it is a coincidence, that she is not? No, he knows it is her. It has to be her. Somehow, by sheer luck, he has found her. Melody is really Lady Celeste. But then he wavers, caught in the sudden, unsettling thought of what it might mean for his feelings. He quickly shuts it down, telling himself it isn't the point. It is Melody's wish to work as a humble maid. If his lord finds out about her, that dream will be shattered. But to hide this from the lord to whom he swore fealty, who longs to meet her so painfully, what is he supposed to do? He cannot think of a solution that makes everyone happy. If it must come to this, he finds himself wishing he had never seen her. Just a few minutes ago Luciana asks if she was really not angry at him anymore. She replies that he is not. He apologized before they arrived. Luciana thinks since she has already forgiven him, she supposes she will spare him the 100-paper fan punishment for now. She smiles to herself, thinking how close it had been. Lady Luciana had been fuming just a moment ago. Luciana thinks, to be honest, she is glad she is here. She had a great time dancing with her, but it spoils the fun to think that he was the reason it happened. Some coward who lied because he did not have the guts to ask her out properly. Hitting on her. He can dream over her dead body. She is hers. Luciana turns to her sharply and asks, in a low voice, whether she only sees him as a guy friend. Celeste smiles softly and replies that she does, a very good friend. Luciana stares at her, thinking that this love is as unrequited as they come. That was the clearest, most spectacular friend zone she has ever witnessed in her life. Celeste doesn't seem to dislike him, though. No, that's the problem. She likes him, just not in that way. Then Celeste brightens suddenly and says that speaking of friends, she also met a lovely girl named Paulia, a maid employed in his mansion. Her face warms with a faint blush as she explains that Paulia is an all-works maid just like her, yet her skills are remarkable. She should see her with a makeup brush, Celeste gushes. She's an artist. She's so talented and creative, she has so much to learn from her. Luciana looks at her, deadpan, and thinks, oh, he has no chance. None at all. She wants him to fail, obviously, but at this point she almost feels sorry for him. Celeste suddenly realizes she has been rambling and apologizes. Luciana waves it off, telling her not to worry. She should probably get back before her escort starts wondering where she disappeared to. Celeste quickly fixes the fall of Luciana's dress, tugging here and smoothing there. Before letting her go, she insists on double-checking the enchantments. Luciana asks if she really did put a protection charm on her. Celeste assures her she did. After Luciana leaves, Celeste pauses, glancing around uneasily. She could have sworn someone was glaring at her, yet she sees no one. She hurries after Luciana and asks, as politely as possible, if she would be willing to humor her. She would like to cast one additional protective spell. Luciana says she doesn't mind, though she wonders aloud why. Celeste only replies that a lady's senses must always stay sharp. When Luciana asks which spell she cast this time, Celeste answers calmly that it is one meant to sharpen one of her senses. This time, she sets it to sight. Luciana approaches Max and tells him sorry for the delay. He tells her no need to apologize, he's glad she's having fun. She then smiles and says shall they mingle? She has a few friends she wants him to meet. He replies okay. He then looks around and says the angel isn't with her. She parted ways for now, she replies. He means Cecilia. She went home, he says. Did she? What a pity, he was hoping to dance with her at least once. Her face becomes red and she puffs out saying now he's gonna say that right in front of his date. He looks surprised before laughing. She thinks how dare this guy laugh after looking so bumped a second ago. Max has a point. Luciana used him to get close enough to embellish Melody, then ditched him. And now she has done a total 180. She realizes he's making fun of her. He then stops laughing and says, shall they? Suddenly, she places her hand on her chest. That spell she put on her is reacting to something. She remembers Celeste telling her that if anyone sends an evil eye her way, she will see a light emanating from the person doing it, visible only to her. Celeste told her to look for the person the light is coming from and avoid them at all costs. She looks around and finds a guy looking at her with a weird smile. She thinks what a creep. More light comes and she realizes there is someone else too. It really does respond to any hostility sent her way. Luciana has very limited social experience. A lot of young people in that position end up unable to sense malicious intent, so Max thought he would have to protect her himself. But she seems instinctively cautious of the exact people she knew would be a problem. Now that he thinks of it, that would be a good trait for the wife of a high-ranking noble woman. She maintains a polite lady smile while thinking all this hostility she's sensing over there is that in which she wonders why the girl there is so pretty. Max whispers to her that is the young Duchess of Reincarnated, and says that man is Count Saison of the Finance Bureau. And he has received warning from the Bureau for going after the maids employed here. She mutters so he goes after women. Max says as for the lady, she's likely jealous of how she stole the show tonight. She says stole the show and her. Max says so she's unaware. The pair that was expected to draw the most attention tonight was the Crown Prince and Lady Victilium. After that, the big guest deal was expected to be Lady Reincarnated, seeing as she's from the next highest ranking family. But look what happened instead. A young lady the ball-goers half affectionately nicknamed the Fairy Princess, performed a scintillating partner dance with an unknowingly mystery lady they're calling the Angel. As such, Lady Rankdoll received barely any attention at all. She should start to see why she's frustrated for her social debut. He warns when school starts tomorrow, it is going to be a disaster. Every student would be scrutinizing the actions of the Fairy Princess, be it big or small. Plus, isn't that the complete opposite of being what a Lutherbroke means? He tells her not to look down and smiles at her, saying not to worry for he will introduce a few friends of his that would be more than happy to help her. She says his friends. Out of nowhere, Anna appears and says it is a pleasure to meet the fairy princess in person. Besides her stance, Christopher and introduces himself as the crown prince of the kingdom. Completely taken off guard, she stammers it is an honor to be in their presence. Max tells her it is okay, she doesn't have to be anxious around them. The two of them are much more down to earth than they seem. Anna says really, no, she doesn't think she ever presented herself to be that high and mighty. She then turns to Luciana and asks who is the angel that she was dancing with during the same couple dance. She replied she was dancing with Cecilia. Both of them flinch in shock at the mention of Cecilia. Anna immediately bombards her with questions, she demands to know where Cecilia is right now, then just as quickly asks what she looks like. Before she can answer, she is already pressing for more, her birthplace, her family name. Max raises his hand and tells them to calm down. Luciana, looking confused, replies Cecilia has already returned home and she's blonde. Once again, they both flinch. They cannot accept the fact that she has golden hair. Luciana asks if something is the matter. They tell her it is nothing, but Anna thinks however, for Cecilia to appear here is she the heroine? But she has a hair of gold, not silver. Yet her partner was rumored to be Lek just like the script. But she also isn't the vice-chancellor's daughter. What could all this mean? She finds herself wondering what is her true identity. Luciana thanks them all for taking care of her tonight. Anna replies they should continue to get along in school as well. Max smiles and says they became fast friends, maybe you should retake year 1 again. The prince smiles and replies there should be no problem as long as the prime minister agrees to it. Luciana thinks to herself, even after all this, he did not show up tonight. The big incident that was supposed to happen in the spring ball, the attack on the ball, if it was, according to the script, the assailant should have broken through that window. But there's not a hint of anything happening at all. They might have to return to the drawing board and rethink their plans for the future after this. Suddenly Luciana's face pales as she realizes Celeste's spell is reacting strongly to something as it starts glowing aggressively. And it is coming from above. She recalls Celeste's words that it might mistake malice directed at someone around her to be aiming for her instead. As she looks up, an assailant plunges down from the chandelier, his sword lifted for the strike. In the instant she understands the strike isn't meant for her, she darts forward, shoving the intended victim aside and taking the blow herself before hitting the floor. The ballroom freezes, shock rippling through the crowd. Anna stares at Luciana, horrified, how she could let this happen. And that concludes the video today. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Leave a comment if you want another part. Meanwhile, Celeste returns to the Lutherberg mansion already dressed in her uniform. She is later than expected, and a quiet sense of urgency presses on her. She must begin preparing immediately to welcome the family the moment they return. Her thoughts drift to Lekt, he was acting strangely on their way home. Moving through the mansion, she decides to clean the rooms again so everything feels fresh and warm the instant they return. If they're hungry, she will put together some snacks and wine. Judging by the time, they should be back soon, so she might as well brew some tea. But when she reaches for Luciana's cup, it slips from her hand before she can grasp it properly. On the other side, Luciana has already collapsed, her body giving in as the king immediately calls for his guards. But his voice finds no answer. None of them can break through the barrier enclosing them. The realization hits him hard as he staggers in disbelief, unable to accept what he is seeing. Across from him, the man speaks with casual ease, asking whether that was truly the most powerful magic the kingdom's best court magician had to offer. It is the Demon King's barrier, unyielding, absolute. He is fortunate that Anna and Maxwell are there. And so is the critically injured Luciana. Buke was a servant. Growing up in a village of magicians who hid themselves from this world, they were eventually discovered and hunted for sport by the soldiers from the neighboring empire. When he was just 10 years old, both his parents died resisting the onslaught. But he lived and was sold as a servant due to his affinity with magic from a young age. Besides acting as a meat shield on the front lines for a mercenary group, he continued to live a life of strife, constantly hurt both physically and verbally. The time for change came when he turned 18. Eager to make a name for himself in the kingdom of Theolos, his master ventured forth to the largest and most dangerous demonized zone in the land, the Great Forest of Vanargand. With a party of no more than 10 other mercenaries, they entered the forest undetected with the help of his magic. However, they all died, and only Buke and his master remained. The master survived only because of his magical prowess. The whole venture had been Buke's suggestion. Unable to attack his master himself due to the enslavement magic, he instead lured him to the most cruel and savage of lands to exert his revenge. That was when Buke Kistral became a vessel for the Demon King. And now he has his sights set on people with royal blood capable of fully unsealing the Demon King. Or that's how the story goes. Christopher quickly instructs the guards not to stop attacking the barrier, no matter how little the enemy seems distracted. The moment even the smallest opening appears, he plans to strike and end this. Then he snaps toward Anna, alarm sharpening his voice as he demands how long she plans on standing there. Does she have a death wish? She replies of course she doesn't. Christopher turned to Max, ordering him to fall back. It is too dangerous for someone unarmed like him to be anywhere near the front, so he should support them with his magic from the rear. Max immediately acknowledges the order. Both Anna and Christopher summon their weapons, steel forming in their hands as they step forward with intention. They warn Buke not to underestimate them. Clueless, he tilts his head and asks what kind of sorcery this is supposed to be. Christopher frowns at the audacity and snaps that as if they would ever tell him. Naturally, Buke doesn't worry. He doesn't need to. Only the saint can defeat the Demon King. Yet Christopher knows something he doesn't. The game offered one weakness that even non-saints can exploit: the Demon King is vulnerable to silver. Buke asks again what they plan to do with those puny daggers. Christopher raises his sword, silver glinting sharply, and repeats that he told him not to underestimate them. He calls out for his men to gather around him, then orders Anna to go treat Luciana, and Max to support from behind. Buke smiles, unfazed, claiming there is all the time in the world to dissect and slay them. Anna starts running, breath tight, thoughts racing. She cannot believe she was so shocked she stopped thinking altogether. She just wants Luciana to wait for her, she will treat her with their healing magic. The Anna of the game was a character who not only was arrogant but also incompetent all around. Her sole purpose was to be the plot device that drives the heroine and the love interests closer. At the time of the attack, she was only able to cry in a corner. In addition, she was a rare villainess who was both stupid and unable to read the room. But her life completely changed when Asakura Anna was reincarnated into her body. In hopes of going up against the Demon King, she spent every day studying and looking for ways to strengthen the kingdom. Despite being average all around, she still devotes herself to train hard for improvement in areas that she could. Both limited transfer and transmutation were unique spells developed by her. Even with knowledge and imagination of a modern-day Japanese, she was only able to come up with her own spells through tireless research into magic. In this world, healing magic that aims to promote the swift recovery of injuries and ailments has yet to exist. The saints' powers would come to carry healing properties of their own, but they would only be discovered at the latter half of the story. Before they could be found, major conflicts would have already arisen. As such, there is a need for a proper and effective method of treating injuries, and for the fruits of her labor, she developed her own healing magic that recreates the miracles of modern-day medicine. Anna quickly activates her healing magic, her hands moving fast as she works to treat Luciana. A laceration caused by the swing of a broadsword, she needs to prepare her for surgery immediately. The air around them sterilizes under her spell, tools and space shifting into readiness. But when Anna turns back to assess the wound, her eyes widen. Something is wrong. Terribly wrong. Luciana's father calls out to her in worry, asking if Luciana is alright, but Anna barely hears him. She remembers it clearly: Luciana was struck on the back by the Demon King's sword. She saw it. She felt the impact through her own magic. Yet now, she is completely fine. There is nothing life-threatening. There isn't even a cut. Yes, she was thrown a good distance by the force, but to come out without so much as a scratch. Nothing abnormal from her city magic. She is completely, inexplicably unharmed. Buke says casual amusement and simply nods, remarking that the girl survived. He will kill her once everyone else is dead. Anna's expression twists, rage flooding her features. What did he just say? Her voice shakes as she asks him what he thinks human lives are. Power gathers around her as she declares her magic: Star Convergent, 0 stars, Crush. Buke assumes this is her most powerful attack, a magical strike embedded with silver attributes. He admits it is an excellent choice for an attack, but still, it amounts to nothing. Even so, he can praise where it is due. He commends her for remembering the rise of the element silver, for mankind's persistence in remembering his one weakness. But in the end, he says, it does not matter what magic they use, or what silver weapons they wield. The only conclusion for the weak is death. For the first time, both Christopher and Anna look genuinely defeated. But then, as Buke raises his sword, he freezes. He stares at the points where his magic struck through hers. This cannot be. That level of magic is impossible. Christopher watches in disbelief, realization hits him. This is silver magic. The silver magic of an awakened saint. When did it come into contact with him? Magic of this magnitude, he should have sensed it instantly, but he was too focused on controlling this vessel, too consumed by it, and he failed to notice the conditions of the sword. He looks around in shock, suddenly alert, suddenly searching. Is the saint among them? Is she hiding within these people? He doesn't know. He cannot feel her presence. But he grips his sword and swings again, clashing against the Demon King's own blade, sparks of silver clashing with darkness. The Demon King curses internally. If this continues, the sword, the receptacle accepting his consciousness will crack, break, reject him. He has already divided most of his magical energy into it, yet he cannot dispel the sword of the saint's power. The saint herself is nowhere to be felt, which means this magic is only residue, just the leftover echo of her power. And for a mode of her strength to wreak such havoc within his vessel, she must have cast this magic with immense devotion, with an oath carried deep in her heart. Such deep feelings. What could she possibly have been thinking about as she cast that spell? He doesn't even know she did it as a maid, feeling it is only natural to protect her master. He cannot believe this is what defeated him, yet he cannot pinpoint where he came into contact with the saint's power. There were no issues in the forest, nothing suspicious when he obtained this vessel, and nothing unusual on the way to the royal capital. The crown prince is not the saint, the female magician is not the saint, which leaves, his eyes widen sharply, Luciana. Staring at the fainted girl, memory snaps into place. The saint had defeated him long ago with the protection of holy silver, a blessing people mistakenly call equipment, though it is closer to a sacred buff that can take any form, not just a dress. He clutches his hair in frustration, insisting she isn't the saint. That much he knows, yet the holy silver's protection has clearly been worn by 3 separate individuals, its lingering blessing passing between them. He looks down at his weapon, now only half a sword. Where did the rest go? Until he notices Christopher standing firm with his raised blade, and realizes he left himself full of openings while lost in thought. Suddenly black smoke pours from his body, dense and choking. Christopher recoils in shock. Anna identifies it as concentrated miasma, and warns him not to breathe it in, prompting Christopher to snap back that they're trapped inside the barrier with no way to avoid it. Outside, Luciana's father panics at the spreading black fog, slamming his fists against the barrier and shouting for his daughter, until his desperation peaks and the barrier shatters. The moment it breaks, the miasma bolts away, streaking outward in a frantic attempt to escape. Luciana's parents rush inside to gather her in their arms, while Christopher catches his breath and stares at the collapsed Buke beside a blade of pure silver. Meanwhile the Demon King, reduced to a cloud of black miasma, spirals in urgency. If he remains like this, his consciousness will scatter into the world's negative emotions, so he needs a new vessel immediately. A human won't do, their egos too strong, and insects or rats far too weak, while suitable items like the Saint's silver sword are exceedingly rare. When suddenly he spots a dog. Without hesitation he lunges, enveloping the creature, and relief floods him as the body accepts him. Now settled into this tiny form, he is stunned to feel something like amusement, finding the creature's tenacious will oddly relatable, and wonders if perhaps they are far more compatible than he ever expected. He is the Demon King, the personification of all negative emotions in the world, but he's having difficulty understanding this feeling of gratitude his vessel is expressing. How fortunate for a dog's sense of smell, he was able to pick up a certain somebody's scent. There is no mistaking it, this is that girl's mansion. She should still be in the castle, which means now is the perfect opportunity to investigate the truth behind the saint. From what he's able to detect, there's only a sole human being with little magic within the mansion. He arrives at the room the girl's scent is most concentrated in, but he cannot sense the presence of the saint. Perhaps there might be a clue around here. Ah, that powerless human is making her way over. It wouldn't be difficult to kill her, but there's a chance she knows something. Celeste says so. He is the one who made a mess of her lady's room. The Demon King thinks she shall spew all that she knows with a little brainwashing, but then he pauses. This is the magic of silver, the saint's magic. He looks at her in absolute disbelief. She is the saint. While she looks angry and demands what has he done. He thinks, wasn't she supposed to have a little magic? He wasn't even able to detect enough magic from her to spell the M in magic. What the Demon King didn't know was that Melody is very skilled in concealing her magic abilities. She's capable of completely suppressing all traces of her magic unless the situation calls. It was to the extent that not even the Demon King was able to detect at that moment. She becomes furious and grabs him, insisting she won't let him go. Meanwhile, Christopher collapses onto his bed, muttering about how exhausted he feels. Anna casually remarks it was a good workout. He blinks in surprise and straightens, wondering where she had come from. She answers effortlessly that she used the secret passage. He requests that she only appear when he is in the room, to which she replies that of course, he needs time to stash away his dubious collections. He frowns and insists there is nothing to hide. She smirks and teases that she could even apply for a formal visit, but points out that if anyone discovered she had been visiting the crown prince this late at night, their marriage would practically be guaranteed. He shakes his head, muttering that he will forever be indebted to her for such considerate thoughts. After a brief pause, he asks about Luciana, inquiring what the doctor had said. She responds that even the doctor could not determine what had been wrong with her, adding that it is all the more strange since there is no way Luciana should have emerged unscathed from an attack by the Demon King. She glances toward her parents, which she had already checked, only to find them still traumatized by the ordeal, able to offer nothing but a resign they do not know. He says it is only natural that they are so shaken up seeing their daughter cut down before their eyes. In the end, this definitely had something to do with the saint, doesn't it? Anna replies well, they can at least confirm that Luciana is not the saint since her magical powers are quite limited. The saint from the game on the other hand, entered the academy with a significantly higher magic power. At least that is how the game went Dutchy. Ever since sterilization of the game world they have worked long and hard to make various preparations in anticipation of what is to come. But, come the first official event and everything ran contrary to the plot of the game. Then there's also the Demon King. They wonder what happened to him in the end. Was he resealed? But his sword, the receptacle for his soul, was damaged. The game concluded this event with the awakening of the heroine's amazing saintly power, but that was it. Anna recalls something and tells him before she forgets. She informs him the Lutherberg couple was requesting permission for their maid to come and take care of Luciana. Christopher says he doesn't see anything wrong with that, and asks if they were not accompanied by their servants during the ball. She replies she remembers their household only employed one maid as their servant. He says just one, huh? They really are undergoing financial troubles. But he has to say, Luciana's dress was pretty decent. She didn't look broke one bit while wearing that dress. Not to mention she's born cute and pretty. And to top it all off, she was escorted by Maxwell too. He exclaims, eye-catching couldn't begin to describe her. It might not be an exaggeration to say that she grabbed the most attention in the entirety of this year's ball. Anna admits that is not wrong, but she cannot help but notice the irregularities. If she was this much of a star in the ball, wouldn't she be the one of the main characters in the game as well? Yet she does not recall the appearance of such a cute girl in a game at all. She finds herself thinking, who is she really? Though she heard about this name before, but where? Christopher says he's absolutely glad that Luciana is safe in the end. If she were to really perish in the ordeal, it would have been quite the tragedy for the world. Anna jerks her head up, eyes widening in shock. That's it, she knows who Luciana really is. She's the fallen maiden. How in the world was she supposed to recognize her when she became such a cutie? Christopher asks her what does she mean the fallen maiden. She explains Luciana was originally supposed to be one of the heroine's antagonists. Her appearance in the ball was so different that her memory couldn't put two and two together. She would go on to succumb to the Demon King, where she would fight and be defeated by the heroine's party, only to be killed off by the Demon King afterwards. This is the original storyline for the fallen maiden Luciana. The following is an excerpt from the companion book that came along with the game. Luciana blamed herself for the resignation of the previous maid. Not a single soul came for her job postings. She didn't even have the time to write back to her parents with her hands tied up on both the management of the estate and the admission procedures for the academy. Had it just been the workload Luciana would have preserved though, what was truly weighing down on her soul was the malicious and unadulterated scorn and contempt from those around her. As a result, she developed an intense inferiority complex for her circumstance. Both her parents did comfort her whenever they could, but their love would never reach their daughter now. Those whom she was called friends would eventually distance themselves from her. Without a partner, her hopes for the spring ball were dashed too. Why me? Those dark emotions continued to accumulate. Looking at the female lead, she started feeling that it was unfair to her. Christopher realizes so that is how the Demon King gained control of her and turned her against the heroine. She was even tragically killed afterwards. That is just too cruel. Anna says none of these were played out in the actual game. They only exist as extra backstory elaborated on some companion books for the game. In the game she just appeared as a mini-boss for the hero. But it was also through this battle that the heroine realized the weight of her duties as a saint. Luciana was the first and only instance of the Demon King's vessel to be toyed with, killed and sacrificed. Christopher retorts such an essential character and she only remembers her now. Anna has no excuses. But she wants him to understand she looked completely different in reality than compared to the game. There was no way she could immediately recognize her from looks alone. And there is another weird thing, as the fallen maiden did not attend the spring ball, so could she really have been the Luciana they hung out with? The Luciana of reality and game has experienced vastly different fates. With a graceful dress that earned her the fairy princess moniker, she was also escorted by Maxwell, a scenario that never occurred in the game. During the attack of the ball, she was robbed into the event in place of the missing heroine and came out unharmed. It almost feels like the entire script had been rewritten in a way that best benefited Luciana. She thinks it cannot be, and asks Christopher if Luciana can be a reincarnator just like them. But Christopher is already sleeping. She murmurs how could he fall asleep in the middle of such an important revelation. But then she hears it too. A lullaby. The music drifts from outside, though she has already sealed the sound with her magic. Guided by the melody, she steps lightly and soon finds herself on the terrace. Dark of the night was washed over by countless streams of pure silver, and from the streams rained particles like the snow. These particles seem like they were made up of pure magic. This unnatural drowsiness too, was caused by this light. There is an overwhelming amount of magic of pure silver. Only one being could possibly be behind this. This was the saint's power. Already at her limit, she can no longer maintain control, and, like all the others before her, she succumbs to sleep. A Lutherbert broke noble had arrived for her admission procedure. It was just as the rumors said. Her dress skirted on the unbearable for someone of noble standing. She was an embarrassment to all who would be studying with her at the academy. And it wasn't just her clothes, her hair, her skin, they all added to the disgrace. Yet she still dared to call herself a noble. The other students whispered among themselves, questioning whether she could truly be the daughter of a count. Even the dress of the merchant's daughter nearby looked far superior. Luciana reminded herself that it wasn't the first time they had mocked her broken status. It was okay, she would endure it. But one girl even called out to her, asking if she wasn't ashamed. Did she really think that with those clothes she could be considered even a fraction of a noble? Luciana felt flustered when they asked whether she would attend the spring ball. She had been looking forward to it. She blurted out, "No, she is not going." That was a lie. Deep down, she had wanted to go, but she didn't want to be mocked any longer, didn't want to be looked down upon. Meanwhile, her father was being scolded by other nobles, told that mistakes in his work had been piling up lately. She was listening from the door how he kept apologizing. Her mother rushed to her and hugged her. She softly told her he had tried to conceal his errors through criminal means. Before coming to the capital, her life had been fine. Here, she was alone. There was no one around to help her. Her mind drifted to the main heroine, even though they were both daughters of counts. Why were they so different? It frustrated her. She was envious. It wasn't fair. Then, the Demon King's voice reached her, remarking that such exquisite tears of envy would make her an excellent pawn. It was in that moment that the fallen maiden became the Witch of Envy, harboring a deep hatred for the saint. As her friends played the game, one of them said they felt sorry for Luciana. She didn't deserve such an ending. Anna quickly agreed with her, asking Christopher what he thought. Didn't he feel sad for her too? He replied that it was just a game and accused Anna of making absurd bets. No wonder he had lost to Akiko from class 3. This made him angry, and he warned her not to start that. Anna then shifted the topic, asking where the fifth love interest in the game was, since the game had 5 oaths. He replied that he knew the fifth love interest was the Demon King. She frowned at him, asking whether he was stupid or really that clueless. She explained, did he know why the place where the Demon King had been sealed was called the Scourge, the Great Forest of Wannergand? He said he didn't know. She clarified that the name was synonymous with a mythological creature. Their friend asked if he had heard of Fenrir from Norse mythology. The important thing to understand was that the Demon King was based on Fenrir, and thus was portrayed as a wolf. There was no way a wolf could be a love interest. She reminded him that he had watched them play the game so many times already. Why hadn't it sunk in? He retorted that he wasn't interested in otome games. Meanwhile, the dog sleeps peacefully in Celeste's arms. She runs her fingers through his fur, marveling at how soundly he rests, and then realizes the young miss and her parents are running late tonight. A moment ago, she grabbed him as he squirmed with all his might, letting him know there is no escape. She gives him a shower, though unconsciously washing away some of his magic, leaving him weakened, a truly horrifying sight for the Demon King. Yet Celeste is satisfied, his fur shines brilliantly after the wash. His magic had sustained the mud, but it is her magic that cleanses it. She then gives him some food, realizing he must be hungry. She suspects that if he came to their house just for food, he could have gone straight to the kitchen, but apparently this is his way. The overwhelming satisfaction transmitted through him from the clean fur and the food drowns out his thoughts as the Demon King. He has never felt like this. The door opens and Celeste's counterpart enters, telling her she's done with the cleaning and asks how is everything on her end. Celeste replies from the looks of it, he has slept with a full belly. Her counterpart wonders what they should do with the puppy. She braces herself for a reprimand, but since the room is spotless, there is no reason for scolding. Then a sudden thought strikes her, the image of the young miss and the pup playing gleefully in the garden while they watch over them from the sidelines. Her counterpart's eyes light up with excitement. Wonderful, she says. She never imagined her first assignment as a nanny would involve a pup. Suddenly, the puppy stirs awake, and Celeste wonders why, every time he is about to drift off to sleep, he jolts himself awake. Even though he's already so tired and sleepy, it couldn't be. Is it afraid of sleeping? Was he attacked once while he was asleep? But no one can stay awake forever. What his body needs now more than anything is some proper rest. It can't be helped. She will just use a little magic. Despite using some of her power, she realizes it is still forcing itself awake and decides to give it a little more power. The Demon King drifts towards sleep, one thought lingering in his mind, so this is the power of the saint. In her dream, Celeste finds a girl leaning against an unfamiliar trunk, a massive wolf sprawled across her lap, its warmth steadying her. A rabbit, soft and gentle, curls up beside them. They say dreams are the ways they organize and manage their past memories and experiences, so this forest must be the same forest that she normally goes to for groceries. She looks at the wolf and wonders if it is the puppy from just now. The girl softly thanks Celeste, saying this was something she wouldn't have accomplished, having sworn to fight and defeat the Demon King to the very end, but she did the true role of the saint. She has her utmost gratitude for delivering a peaceful slumber to the Demon King at long last. Celeste wonders what is she talking about. While the girl tells her, the Demon King, the progenitor of darkness, is himself the receptacle for all of the darkness. Like a grail, he is an existence beyond the forces of the world that receives and collects the darkness within the world. This is a world where magic arises from the manifestation of a being's emotions. One such observation could be made during the dance between Melody and the young miss. Magic in the form of light particles was seen when Melody was overflowing with joy and happiness. But mankind is not limited to feelings of positive nature. Suppose a man was to depart from his relationship out of the happiness of his loved one and proceed on with his life with an acceptance for the circumstance. Where then shall his suppressed desires go? What about his jealousy, his hatred for the man who stirred where he used to stand? These negative emotions with nowhere to go will be released into the world as dark magic, where they will all converge into one sole entity. Such is the true nature of the Demon King, the amalgamation of dark energy casted off by all beings, mankind included. This is why the Demon King does not have a physical body. He would only manifest a form through magic. His desperate search for vessels in the present was a result of the seal casted by the previous saint preventing enough dark magic to accumulate and sustain his ego. The girl tells her the saint, the maiden of holy light, is tasked to heal and purify the dark energy accumulated in the Grail, the Demon King, and return it to the natural world. It was the seal that she casted that prevented the Grail from serving its function, allowing dark energy to run amok in the world. She only realized her true duties after the appearances of monsters and demonized zones all round, a result of rampant dark magic. She is glad she did not lay eyes on the diary she left behind beforehand. With the powers bestowed to her, eradicating the Demon King will not be a problem. But the world would forever lose its grail to collect dark magic as a result. Celeste wonders what diary. She's not sure. It is like she's giving exposition for a story or a game. The previous saint continues that to heal the Demon King, they require an honest heart devoid of lies. It is a blessing that she did not commit the same mistake she did. With Celeste's remarkable strength and prowess, the remnants of the previous saint that was sealed away together with the Demon King were able to resurface once again, if only for a moment. It is thanks to Celeste that she was able to fulfill what little that she couldn't so long ago. The future and what is to come. She leaves them in her rightful hands, the true saint. Celeste wonders how does she know her real name. The previous saint then softly says she sure is adorable, making her wonder what kind of dream is this even. The previous saint tells her that if this world is truly one of fiction, then Celeste must be its protagonist, she is certain of it. She thanks her once more and says she is proud of her for fulfilling her true duties by her own will and volition. Celeste, confused as ever, asks what she means by protagonist, and what about the saint herself. She looks genuinely baffled, even placing a hand over her chest as she insists she is only a servant of House Lutherberg. But the dream shatters abruptly. Celeste jolts to awareness, now standing. She wonders if she fell asleep without realizing it. Then she feels a small tug at her skirt and looks down to see the puppy clinging to her. Wasn't his fur completely silver last night? Black patches now mark one ear, the tail, and a paw. How strange, she had washed him thoroughly. Last night? The realization hits her. It's morning already. She hurries to the window, panic rising. She should have been there to receive the family last night. But no one has returned. She rushes outside and finds a man slumped there. He explains everything, and her panic spikes. She demands to know why, if something so serious happened, he didn't inform her immediately. Still confused, he replies that he fell asleep before he even realized it. This is a negligence of his formal duties, so said the perpetrator. Celeste then rushes to the coachman only to find him asleep as well. Last night, a strange occurrence befell all of the royal capital. Everybody simultaneously fell asleep and woke up at the same time. Of course, Melody wasn't aware of this. Luciana's face brightens the moment she sees Celeste, delighted that Celeste finally arrives. Celeste steps closer, saying she hears along the way that Luciana is not injured, but she still asks if Luciana truly feels alright. Luciana nods, insisting she is perfectly fine, though she forms a small pout as she explains that, despite being fine, her mother refuses to let her leave the bed. Her mother immediately responds that of course she will not allow it. Luciana has been unconscious the entire night. Celeste gives a small, sheepish smile and admits that, unfortunately, she agrees with the mistress on this matter. Luciana continues claiming she feels fine, but Celeste gently shifts the subject and says they should get her changed for now. She has brought a fresh set of clothes for her. Celeste then trails off mid-sentence, suddenly stiffening in alarm as her gaze drops to the small puppy at her feet. Panic settles in her voice as she asks when he managed to follow her all the way here. Luciana quickly picks the puppy up, her expression softening with pure joy. She exclaims how adorable he is before asking why Celeste has a puppy with her. Celeste calmly explains that he arrived at their residence last night on an empty stomach. Seeing how thin and frail he looked, she fed him and let him rest. Celeste then adds that, if it is possible, she would like to take him in as part of their family. Luciana immediately calls the idea wonderful, but her mother asks whether they have enough to cover his expenses, especially his food. Celeste assures her that the extra meat she hunts is more than enough to feed him. Luciana agrees, saying it would be too heartbreaking to abandon the little one now, and she asks her mother if they may keep him. Her mother eventually relents, saying it cannot be helped, and reminds both of them that they must take proper care of him from now on. She then says they should begin by giving him a suitable name and asks Luciana if she has any ideas. Luciana turns to Celeste instead and asks what Celeste thinks. Celeste begins to consider names, but the image of the previous saint calling him Grail flashes through her mind. Before she realizes it, the name leaves her lips. She snaps back to the present when Luciana reacts with excitement, saying that Grail sounds perfect. Her mother leaves them to handle the rest of the preparations. Luciana apologizes for not taking proper care of the dress while Celeste examines the damaged fabric, but Celeste quietly assures her there is nothing to apologize for, she is simply grateful Luciana is unharmed. Luciana then asks if the dress can be fixed. Celeste says with damage of this degree, it would be easier to remake it from scratch. Even the defensive magic woven into it is almost gone. She tells Luciana to let her dispel the remaining traces. Celeste adds that, in truth, she is the one who should be apologizing. She explains that she believed she had infused the dress with enough magic to keep Luciana completely safe, even if the entire ballroom were blown apart without a single speck of cinder left behind. Yet to think that everything collapsed under a single strike of a sword. Celeste exhales, simply relieved that Luciana stands before her safe and sound. Just then, a knock echoes from the door. Anna waits outside, patience thin. There is something she needs to confirm. The girl who was supposed to be absent but instead drew the most attention to herself during the ball escort. Maxwell, who was presumably averse to women, and even protected the crown prince amidst the attack without suffering any major injuries. There's no denying it, the changes to the plot are definitely revolving around Luciania. She may very well be another reincarnator just like them. Anna pauses when her gaze lands on Celeste's dark black hair and black eyes. That is a rare combination for this world. And why does she feel like she has seen her somewhere before? Anna asks her what is her name. Celeste tells her she's a humble maid of the house and her name is Melody Wave. Anna thought she might have been another game character that she has forgotten, but she guesses not, her name rings no bell whatsoever. Anna greets Luciana with a polite smile, apologizing for arriving so suddenly and without notice. She explains that, after hearing Luciana would be leaving soon, she wanted to visit her before then. Luciana returns the smile, telling her not to worry about the sudden visit at all, she is simply happy Anna is here. As always, Anna finds herself thinking that Luciana is almost painfully adorable. The maids slip out to prepare tea, leaving the two of them alone. Anna recognizes this as her chance. Her expression turns serious as she decides to get straight to the point. She asks, in Japanese, whether Luciana was also Japanese before being reincarnated. Luciana blinks, bewildered, and asks if Anna is trying to say something. Anna continues in Japanese, asking her to reply in the same language if she truly used to be Japanese. Luciana, still confused, apologizes softly. She says it sounds like Anna is speaking a foreign language, one she cannot understand at her current level, so she must apologize for not being able to follow along. For a moment, Anna wonders if Luciana is pretending not to understand Japanese. But the innocence in Luciana's expression is too genuine, she has no idea what Anna is saying. Which means Anna was wrong. Trying a different approach, Anna asks whether Luciana has ever heard of the Silver Saint or the Five Oaths. Celeste, who has been quietly serving the tea, pauses when Luciana asks if she knows anything about the Silver Saint. Celeste looks just as confused. Luciana concludes that means neither of them are reincarnators nor do they know anything about the game. Then why? Anna shifts the topic and asks about the dress Luciana wore the previous night. She recalls that, in the story, Luciana had no dress suitable for the ball. So how did she obtain such a beautiful one now? Luciana brightens immediately. She explains that Melody sewed it for her. It took a lot of work. Melody had to unsew two of Luciana's old dresses, clean the cloth, and rework all the fabric. But in the end, she made something beautiful. Luciana beams with pride and says Melody is incredible. She is the proud new maid taking over the previous one. Anna finds it very strange. If she's not wrong, Luciana's downfall was the result of her previous maid retiring early. The news of a new maid was completely unheard of. Which means the Luciana they are seeing right now is the result of Melody's action. She must have painstakingly put up the dress together so that Luciana would be at her best. It is almost as if she came into being only to serve and assist Luciana. Anna then says during the attack she recalls her dress was badly damaged, but fortunately she was fine without even a scratch, and asks if she has any idea why that is the case. With the way Luciana's face falls, Anna guesses she has an idea, doesn't she? Luciana blurts Melody casted a defensive spell on her dress, so powerful that she would remain unharmed even if the entire ball was bombarded with nary a speck of cinder remaining. Melody again? Anna thinks. Defensive spells do exist, but only a saint can cast one of that magnitude. Yet Luciana doesn't seem to be lying. At least she truly believed in the power of Melody's spell. She asks Luciana if she can see the dress. When Luciana gives up to her, she uses her original spell where she can concentrate her vision on the flow of magic, thereby allowing her to see the structures and residues of the spell casted. Even if one tries to hide them, it would be beyond difficult to eliminate all traces of it. But she couldn't sense any magic, nor from this dress, or from Melody herself. What she doesn't know is that Melody is constantly suppressing her magic on a daily basis to the extent that even the Demon King couldn't detect it. The same goes to the magic on the dress. By dispelling the spell mere moments ago, she also completely eradicated all traces of magic that would have been normally left behind. The result would have been drastically different if Anna came in 5 minutes earlier. Luciana tells Melody she told Anna about the spell she casted and asks if that was okay. Celeste looks embarrassed and says she really shouldn't have called something trivial like that as magic. Anna is disappointed that in the end they clarified nothing. But then she straightens and says where are her manners. She came to pay her a visit but all she has done was grilling her with hard questions and asks how is she feeling. Does she feel any pain? She also tells Luciana originally Crown Prince was supposed to be here too but he was too busy with everything so she should excuse him. Luciana assures her she wouldn't dare ask for more. It is only a day after the attack. He's bound to be swarmed by paperwork. Anna thanks her for her understanding, as well as for saving the Crown Prince. But Luciana insists she should be the one giving thanks. When Anna points out they only met yesterday, Luciana agrees yet says she wouldn't be here at all without the Crown Prince's policies that allowed her to meet Melody in the first place. For a heartbeat Anna goes still, the cup slipping from Anna's fingers, hitting the floor with a sharp crack. The regular carriage service was something Christopher and Anna proposed when they were 7, and it has continued ever since. If it was in the game, depending on a player's choices, there are bad ends out there, where the kingdom or the neighboring nations are reduced to rubble by monsters and the Demon King's army. The carriage service brought about greater circulation of goods and services, resulting in a kingdom Theolos that is significantly more resilient compared to the one in a game. And not just the carriage service, they implemented multiple policies and devised several plans to strengthen the kingdom's economy in order to steer clear of any possible bad ends. Luciana was saved from her misfortune with the presence of her maid Melody, while Melody was able to arrive at the capital in time due to the regular carriage service. Which means fundamentally, Luciana was led out of her ruin because of regular carriage surveys. She has always believed deep down that events of the world would proceed according to the story at the moment when the time begins. Even if they were to do nothing, everything would go according to the plot of the game. But the butterfly effect exists. A theory proposing that even the most insignificant of happenings could set off a chain reaction that results in disasters of a massive scale. Which means the ones to start off the changes to the plot of the game is them. She suddenly excuses herself and rushes off, leaving Luciana confused. Why the story has diverged so drastically and why no one noticed it sooner. More than anything, Anna is no longer Anne-Marie of this game. She couldn't play the role of the stupid, selfish and self-centered villain who became betrothed to the Crown Prince. Remaining a mere fiancé candidate of Christopher had always been out of self-interests. The both of them regained their memories a whole 9 years before the time which the game would have begun. That may have been when the story began to diverge. The missing heroine, the mystery appearance of another Cecilia during the ball. Luciana coming out unscathed despite receiving a direct blow from the Demon King. And the destruction of the sword that previously sealed him, something that would never have been in any playthroughs of the game. Are all of these the results of the series of dominoes they set off? Incidentally, all of these were actually due to the results of a certain maid who disregarded the story that she didn't even realize she was Sin, but Anna had no way of knowing that, did she? Anna thinks there is a high chance that the story is now fractured beyond repair, but at the very least she hopes to extract whatever relevant information she can from Buke. He was originally supposed to escape after the attack instead of being locked behind bars within this building. As he is right now, he must be holding on too much more insider knowledge than any of them. Anna finds Christopher and Max standing in the hallway and questions why they are simply lingering there, asking where the assailant is. Christopher explains that the assailant is gone, the room was empty when they arrived, and even his sword has vanished. Neither of them knows where he could have gone. Overcome with frustration, Anna drops to her knees and flails dramatically, declaring that she has had enough and demanding why the story is moving on its own. Meanwhile, Luciana asks her father, who has come to visit her, if it is truly appropriate for him to be present. She questions whether the Prime Minister's office is not completely swamped after last night. Her father assures her that accompanying her is part of his duty, insisting that he could not ignore the task of protecting the famed hero princess assigned to guard the Crown Prince. Luciana repeats the title aloud, seeking clarification, Hero Princess. Her mother says she was called Fairy Princess during the ball. Her father adds that the Prime Minister himself praised her beauty and bravery under the moniker of Hero Princess. They tease her that the nickname might soon spread throughout the Royal Academy, which draws a small, happy smile from Celeste. Later, as they ride in the carriage on the way home, Luciana remarks on the luxurious interior, noting that such comfort alone makes the effort to protect the prince feel worthwhile. Her father, however, interrupts with a sharp warning, stating that no reward or honor is worth risking her life, and he is grateful she was unharmed. A sudden rumbling shakes the carriage, prompting Luciana to scoop up the dog and insist that it was the dog, not her, causing the sound. Her father chuckles and remarks that, with noon approaching, he is beginning to feel peckish and suggests they should eat as soon as they arrive home. Luciana notes that Melody will need some time to prepare, but her father assures her that the three of them can pass the time chatting, which brings genuine happiness to her. As the carriage stops in front of her home, Luciana reflects on how this place once felt lonely and desolate, known to her as the Haunted Mansion. Now, both her parents are present in the beautiful villa, accompanied by Melody and Grail, and the contrast fills her with quiet joy. Ever since Melody came and became their all-works maid, many things have changed and for the better too. Not just the mansion, their meal and her dresses. It was thanks to her that she could still be friends with Beatrice and Milyara. It was also thanks to her that she was able to participate in the spring ball. Somehow, she has a feeling she has come to know some very important people in the process, so she's super excited for what is coming next for school. With a sudden rush of gratitude, Luciana thanks her for everything. Though Celeste does not fully understand why, Luciana shrugs and says there is no reason, moving to head home even if no one is there to greet them. Their steps halt, however, at the delicious aroma wafting from the house. The door opens, and Celeste's counterpart welcomes them warmly, announcing that their meals are prepared and ready. Luciana leaps forward to embrace her, but Celeste gently pulls her back, insisting that a lowly maid should not be hugged in such a way. Luciana waves her objection aside, declaring that by the decree of the daughter of the house, she commands Celeste to allow her embrace to her heart's content. Celeste says where did she learn to speak like that and insists she release her, but Luciana counters that receiving the embrace is part of her duties. As the maid in charge of all affairs of the household, all work including this falls under her responsibility. Celeste mutters in protest that no part of a maid's job should really require such things. Meanwhile, Christopher remarks that he never would have guessed their actions had actually altered the course of the story. Anna adds that with all that has occurred, there is nothing further they can do to correct it, and perhaps these events were necessary to prevent even greater calamities. Christopher admits that while he understands, it still feels as though their efforts were in vain. Anna assures him she understands his frustration but reminds him there is no use crying over spilt milk. What matters now is reevaluating their plans for the future. Whatever the outcome, their actions have undeniably changed the story and, at the very least, they succeeded in rescuing Luciana from tragedy. Christopher concedes that she is right. He refuses to accept a world in which Luciana had to die. Anna agrees, adding that the world would be poorer for losing a girl as remarkable as her, and declares that once school begins, she will make sure Luciana and she become inseparable. Christopher teases that if that is their goal, should he allow her to become one of his fiancé candidates. Anna snaps, scolding him for even suggesting a love triangle with his childhood friend where he will compete for Luciana's affection. Christopher then asks what they should do from this point onward. Anna replies plans for the future are uncertain, and they are so far removed from the original storyline that they might as well be improvising entirely off-script. Celeste looks puzzled and asks if the Royal Academy is really turning into a boarding school. Luciana excitedly confirms that it is true. After the recent assault, the Academy seems to be taking the students' safety into serious consideration. Since Celeste will now be staying at the school, they will need to properly prepare for it, which is why Luciana says she will be coming with her to the campus. Since the decision to turn the academy into a boarding school was made abruptly, they entered into a 2-month-long extended break for the construction of the dormitories. Later, while pushing the trolley into the madam's room, she asks if they have decided on a new maid yet. The madam replies that they are still in the process of recruiting, but it would be best if they could find one before the academy reopens. The madam admits that they will not be able to offer a high salary, though there is still a little time before they absolutely need to hire a new servant. Luciana begins to say that if it is only temporary, perhaps she could, but suddenly she stops herself mid-sentence. Celeste notices immediately and asks if something is wrong. Luciana smiles innocently before admitting that she actually wants to try wearing the maid uniform. Celeste returns the smile and sweetly tells her that the request is denied. Luciana pouts like a child and immediately demands to know why. Celeste asks her calmly why she even wants to wear it. Luciana thinks for a moment before answering honestly that it is simply because it is cute. It is simple but neat, she says. It does not stand out much at first glance, but whenever Melody wears it, Luciana finds herself staring without realizing it. Celeste cannot help smiling at the compliment. She admits that she is happy to hear the uniform praised. However, she quickly adds that the maid uniform is a maid's combat attire. Even if it is the young lady's wish, someone who is not a maid cannot wear it. Luciana immediately declares that if that is the rule, then the solution is obvious. She turns toward her father. Seeing her look, her father raises an eyebrow and asks if she really wants to wear a maid uniform that badly. Luciana answers firmly that she does. Her father nods thoughtfully before casually announcing that if that is the case, she can simply become a maid. Celeste slowly narrows her eyes and shoots him a sharp look, but he ignores it completely and declares that starting tomorrow, Luciana will serve as a maid of the house for one day. Her mother claps her hands in delight and says that sounds wonderful. She would love to see Luciana dressed as a maid. After all, Luciana looks adorable no matter what she wears. And just like that, the matter is settled. Celeste is asked to allow Luciana to assist as a maid for a single day. Thus begins Luciana's one-day maid experience. The next morning, Celeste wakes her up with a gentle smile. Luciana groans and yawns, complaining that it is far too early. Celeste, however, informs her that there is plenty of work that must be finished before the master wakes up. Celeste serves her some tea. Luciana's first activity of the day is enjoying a cup of tea right after getting out of bed. However, as soon as she takes a sip, her eyes widen in surprise. This tea tastes different from the usual one. Celeste explains that today she tried making royal milk tea. Luciana immediately brightens. She says it sounds very extravagant and thanks her warmly. She knows that even the brewing method can change the flavor of tea, but she did not realize milk tea could taste this different. Curious, she smells the cup again, thinking that Celeste really knows quite a lot about tea. Celeste then gently informs her that it is time to get changed and presents her with a maid uniform. Luciana pauses when she sees it. This uniform looks different from the one she usually sees. Celeste smiles and explains that today she will be working as a housemaid, and this is the housemaid's morning set. A maid's work can generally be divided into housekeeping and cooking. Under housekeeping, the housemaid is responsible for maintaining the overall cleanliness of the household. Luciana tilts her head and asks if that means the housemaid has different outfits for morning and afternoon. Celeste nods and explains that since they will be cleaning, it is fine if the morning set gets dirty. Luciana then glances at Celeste and points out that she is wearing her usual dress. Celeste calmly explains that she cannot appear before the young lady in her work clothes. This usual dress is only worn when attending the master and his family, which includes Luciana as well. Luciana looks down at the dress in her hands and mutters that it does not look very cute. Celeste gently offers to help her change. But Luciana smiles and shakes her head. Today she is a maid, so she will dress herself. Soon she finishes putting it on and steps out. Celeste looks at her for a moment before blushing slightly and smiling. She tells Luciana that the uniform suits her very well. Celeste then formally announces that from this moment onward, the young lady will officially serve as a maid of the household for the rest of the day. During this time, she will address her as Miss Luciana, instead of my lady. With a small bow, she declares that Miss Luciana has now been assigned the roles and duties of a household maid. At 6 in the morning, Celeste guides her through the mansion. She explains that before the master wakes up around 8, several early morning tasks must be completed. Luciana looks surprised and asks what kind of tasks they need to do. Celeste answers that they must clean the master's living space. The master should never see the servants cleaning, which is why these tasks are always done early in the morning. The dining room, reception room, study, bedrooms, and the passageways in the front section of the mansion must all be cleaned. At the same time, breakfast must be prepared along with the master's morning tea. Luciana stares at her in disbelief. She asks if they really have to finish all of that within 2 hours. Celeste calmly replies that they do. Luciana lets out a loud screech and asks if this happens every single day. Celeste smiles again and confirms that it does. Luciana shuts her eyes and sighs deeply, thinking to herself just how incredible Melody must be. When they arrive at the dining room, Luciana notices a large box and asks what it is. Celeste explains that it is the housemaid box. It contains all the cleaning tools they need and tells Luciana to make good use of it. Once Celeste finishes her tasks and returns, she informs Luciana that she has already cleaned every area except the dining room. But when she walks in, she finds Luciana collapsed on the floor, looking as though she might die at any moment. Concerned, Celeste asks if she is alright. In a tired voice, Luciana replies that she has also finished cleaning the dining room. Celeste suggests that they should take a short break. Luciana glances at the clock and realizes it is already 7 o'clock. An entire hour has passed. She sighs and says she was not helpful at all. Celeste reassures her that she is still only an apprentice for today. No one expects her to become fully skilled immediately. Luciana groans at that. Celeste explains that for an apprentice maid, what matters most is having an earnest attitude. With practice, the speed of her work will improve. However, the thoroughness of the work depends on one's mindset. From what she has seen, Luciana has been very careful and thorough. Luciana pauses and asks if she really thinks so. Celeste nods, but then adds that it might become a problem if they continue working in this attire. Luciana looks down and suddenly realizes she is completely covered in soot. Luciana asks Celeste if she has a change of clothes. Celeste explains that if a uniform becomes too dirty, a maid would normally change it, but in urgent situations there is another way. She calmly tells her that no matter the time, panic not and be cleansed. With that, she activates emergency laundry, and Luciana suddenly feels her dress cleaning itself as the soot disappears. Celeste explains that since they are running out of time, she had to use an emergency measure, and says they should move on without delay. They head to the front entrance. Celeste explains that this area can be seen from outside the mansion, so in a way it is the face of the house. Because of that, it must never appear dirty, making it one of the most important places to clean. With a polite smile, she tells Luciana that keeping the entrance spotless sends a message, that this household can afford high-quality maids. Meanwhile, Luciana trembles from head to toe as she sweeps outside in the cold. In a shaky voice, she asks if she can have a coat. Celeste bluntly tells her to endure it. After sweeping and cleaning, Celeste calmly lists the next tasks, drawing water from the well, polishing the stairs, and several other chores. With every new task, Luciana freezes a little more, shuddering at the endless work until Celeste snaps at her to get herself together. Eventually Celeste announces that only the dining room and the master's morning tea remain. Luciana, still trembling, asks for some hot water. When Celeste gives it to her, she quickly drinks it with visible relief. Celeste then politely asks if she could trouble her with helping prepare breakfast, but soon calls another maid to handle that part. Luciana nervously asks if they are getting very close to the time. Celeste apologizes and says it was her fault for pushing too much work at once, but she assures her it is quite alright and asks if she is feeling better. Celeste explains that even though it was Miss Luciana's first time, they attempted too many tasks at once, and she feels apologetic about that. However, Luciana tells her not to worry. She admits that it was tough, but thanks to today she finally understands how hard Celeste works every day. For today at least, she says, they are equals. Celeste smiles warmly and says she appreciates those kind words. Then she tells her that it is finally time for what she had been waiting for. A moment later, Luciana appears wearing the other maid uniform she had wanted to try. She beams happily, clearly delighted. Celeste looks at her and smiles brightly, saying that the uniform suits her very well and highlights her lovely figure. To Celeste, this morning has been full of good things. Luciana asks if it really has been good, since the morning seemed full of trouble and hard work. Celeste shakes her head gently and explains that she has actually been looking forward to this since last night. Luciana asks what she means. Celeste explains that even though it was only for one day, she was given the rare chance to work with a colleague. Normally, a noble household is managed by an overall housekeeper and a head maid. The work is divided between different roles: housemaids, parlor maids, kitchen maids, and scullery maids. Through this system of labor, each role supports the others efficiently. But Celeste herself serves as an all-works maid, meaning she handles every role on her own. Because of that, working with another maid, teaching them, and sharing the work has been something she had never experienced before. Even if it lasted only a day, it was fun for her and made her very happy. Celeste smiles at Luciana with a bright and sincere expression and thanks her. Luciana stares at her without blinking, almost captivated. She cannot help thinking about how cute Celeste looks when she smiles like that. When Luciana remains frozen like a statue, Celeste asks if something is the matter. Luciana quickly slaps her own cheeks to snap out of it and says it is nothing and there is no need to worry. Just then another maid approaches and informs them that the tea has been prepared. Luciana immediately says she will deliver it. But at that moment Celeste freezes in horror. She suddenly realizes that she forgot to explain something important. Unfortunately, it is already too late. Luciana walks straight to her parents' room with the tea tray. Without knocking, she opens the door and steps inside, only to walk directly into her parents' private and intimate moment. She freezes. Then a horrified scream bursts from her mouth. Outside, Celeste lowers her head in regret. She already knows it is too late. If only she had explained the rules in time. And so, Luciana's one-day maid experience ends rather abruptly. Several days later, Luciana sternly tells Celeste not to wash her clothes together with her father's laundry anymore. Around that time, a noble girl disappears from her mansion. The maid shudders and says that it has been quite a while since something like this happened. Two maids speak quietly among themselves. One of them looks a little sad and says Anna has been well behaved recently. The other hesitates before replying that she is not sure if that is really a good thing. She mentions that Anna told her she had been feeling very worried lately. A man questions one of the guards and asks what the situation is. The guard replies that they are looking for her right now, but normally they should have found her by this point. The man then turns to another servant and asks if she noticed anything while cleaning the lady's room. The servant shakes her head and says she noticed nothing at all, wondering how Anna managed to sneak out without anyone realizing. The maid remarks that Lady Anna truly is such a tomboy. Meanwhile, Anna stretches her arms as she walks along the street, looking carefree and pleased. In her mind, she thinks that it has been quite a while since she has been able to let loose like this. Daughter of Marquis Anne-Marie Victorian, a girl famously known as the Siren of the Kingdom and the perfect lady with deep, fiery crimson hair and sharp jade green eyes, her voluptuous figure is not a sight to forget. But now as a normal girl she walks into a shop nearby. The shop owner greets her warmly and says it has been a while, then asks if she would like some fresh pressed apple juice. Anna replies that the shop owner really knows how to make an offer and orders 1 cup. In this place, the concept of dyeing hair does not exist, which is why she has not been discovered yet. That kind of reasoning would work in a fantasy world such as this. There are advantages to being a noble, but in this world, it is a burden for the commoner high school girl in her to act as a young lady. For a while now, she has been seeking out moments like this, so shall she take a break? She has been used to the life of a marquis's daughter for a long time now, but she still needs to take a break. She wonders if this is what the heroine had felt. Today's objective is not just to take a break. Today is the day that an event from the Otome game Silver Saint and 5 O's will occur, assuming it is still following the story of the game. Unaccustomed to the life of a noble's daughter, the heroine flees from the count's household and runs to the commoner's district. Although the heroine is still missing now, they cannot ignore the grandeur just because she is not here. Anyway, it begins with something like this. A man grabs her and hisses at her, asking what a young miss like her is doing down here. He blames her for ruining his best clothes and demands that her parents pay him back. If they cannot, then she should come to his home and wash them instead. To avoid her father finding out, she agrees to go with them. But suddenly, she freezes. The scene unfolding before her is exactly the same as the one in the game. The men are accusing her of ruining their clothes and threatening to involve her parents. Her heart pounds. The dialogue is word for word, just like the event she remembers. But why is this happening in real life? And that girl, she is not the heroine, right? Her hair is black. She tells them she will wash the clothes immediately, activating her emergency cleaning function. Then Anna quickly calls out, telling Celeste why she is standing there and urging her to run. They both flee and hide around a corner. Catching her breath, Anna realizes the situation matches the game perfectly up to this point. In the original story, the heroine would be saved by a hooded man who warns her about walking around without protection. He would then remove his hood and reveal himself as the crown prince, saying he cannot leave her alone like this. Anna sighs, thinking that the event is supposed to begin as a secret encounter where the Crown Prince searches for the heroine. Could it really trigger even without the heroine? But then she suddenly freezes. She looks closely at Celeste and realizes something shocking: this girl is Luciana's maid. A few hours earlier, Celeste had asked Luciana if she was sure about taking a break. Luciana insisted it was fine, explaining that preparations for moving into the dormitories are still ongoing, and today is the only day she can give her a rest. She tells her to think of it as a break for her sake. That is how the farewell happens. While walking alone, Luciana wonders how she should spend her day off. Then she accidentally bumps into the men and stains their clothes, triggering the confrontation. Meanwhile, from Celeste's perspective, everything feels different. She had heard about Luciana from Lady Anna and introduces herself as a maid from the Marquis household. She explains that she was told the Lutherberg house has a maid with brilliant black hair. Luciana replies modestly that it is not that impressive, but Anna explains that when she saw the maid the young miss praised being harassed, she could not ignore it. Celeste then asks what duties she is responsible for, which makes Anna freeze. Question after question follows. Celeste asks if working at the mansion is satisfying. Does she also clean Lady Anna's room? What does she use when polishing the handrails? Anna quickly stops her, thinking of an excuse, and says she cannot share details about the household she serves. Celeste immediately apologizes sincerely. Anna replies that it is fine, as long as she understands. Anna wonders, at any rate, why is Melody taking the place of the heroine in this event? This girl just so happened to be in the same situation as the heroine, the assault of the ball too, though it was very inconsistent with the game. The event still happened on its own, the Christopher meeting event as well, even without the person in question. Hang on, at that time, he said he bumped into a black-haired maid. Anna asks her if, by any chance, she was at the Royal Academy on the day of the entrance ceremony. At that time, does she remember who she bumped into? Celeste pauses and thinks. Now that she mentions it. It was a black-haired man. Anna realizes it. So it was her. That means the meeting event really did happen on its own, but with Melody taking the role of the heroine, and at the assault, it was Luciana that took the place of the heroine, and then this time, it was back to Melody instead. Could it be the stories forcibly substituting the missing heroine with other characters in order to carry on with the respective events? If so, then it is the worst-case scenario. This time, it is just a date event, but many of the scenarios are combat ones. Without the powers of the saint by their side, if another innocent bystander suddenly substitutes the heroine's role again. Celeste asks her what is wrong when Anna zones out. Anna says she is alright. Anna reminds herself, since it is a game, while there are happy endings, there are also bad endings out there. If the date event doesn't happen, then they will go towards a bad end. In the event that the player does not go through with the date event, the heroine would then go home all alone. Celeste says that from here on, she should be fine by herself and thanks Anna for helping her today. Just as Celeste turns as if to leave, Anna suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand. Before she even realizes what she is saying, the words slip out, "Go on a date with me." Celeste freezes. Anna immediately jerks back, raising both hands in panic. What the heck did she just say? Why is she trying to hit on her? Flustered, she hurriedly tries to correct herself, explaining that she did not mean it like that. She only meant that they could hang out together. After all, she is alone today as well. Celeste looks at her quietly for a moment. Anna braces herself, certain she is about to be rejected. But instead, Celeste smiles gently and says she is happy that Anna feels that way. Anna brightens instantly. Without hesitation, she grabs Celeste's hands again and excitedly suggests that they walk around the royal capital together. They can talk about maids as much as they like. And with that, the Doki Doki Undercover Day Off date begins, or at least, that is what the event would be called. The course of the date follows the events of the game almost exactly. At one point, Celeste stops in front of a shop and looks toward an ice cream parlor. Anna tells her it is a very popular dessert cafe in the capital right now. Today happens to be its 100-day anniversary, and they are celebrating with a half-price sale. Anna only knows this because it occurs on the exact day of the date event in the game. Celeste comments that selling ice cream in what is essentially a medieval world is rather impressive. Celeste notices the cafe is full. Anna quickly says that it is fine, they can still enjoy themselves while waiting. Celeste nods in agreement and says that while they wait, they can take their time discussing maid matters. Anna pauses, internally screaming. Somehow, she has to get through this conversation. Celeste then turns to her thoughtfully and says she believes exposing skin above the knee is improper. In her opinion, a maid's uniform should always consist of a long skirt. Anna immediately protests, telling her not to underestimate the power of Zetai Ryuki. She confidently declares that she will definitely find a short skirt maid uniform that suits Celeste perfectly. Anna had more fun than expected in the royal capital. Partisia, the royal palace, is located in the center of the city and subsequently spreads out to the royal district first, followed by the noble district, then the commoner district. As such, within both the noble and the commoner districts, the closer one to the center, the higher one's wealth and status is. This event also served as an inspection on the district's state of affairs by the crown prince. The course of events for the date would take the player through the commoner's district's upper, middle, and lower sections, and in that order. The ice cream parlor is a shop in the wealthier upper section, and then the visit to the middle section will be the quite busy market of the capital. Anna asks Celeste if she has ever been to this part of town before. Celeste admits that this is her first time. Anna says that is surprising, she had assumed Celeste would have visited all the markets in the royal capital by now. Celeste explains that shopping in the middle section of this district is not really an option for her. Realistically, though, it would not make sense for a servant from a count's household to afford goods meant for commoners. Celeste adds that from here onward, the route is straightforward, even if it is a bit far. Anna then asks, if she is not mistaken, Celeste is the sole servant of House Lotharberg, correct? Are there plans to hire another maid? Celeste replies that they are currently recruiting, but an idea suddenly strikes Anna. She quickly asks if, with permission, she can recommend someone as a favor. She thinks both Melody and Luciana would benefit from it, so it seems like a good suggestion. However, Celeste tells her, thanks, but she will have to decline. However, Celeste gently declines. Anna blinks in surprise and blurts out why. Celeste explains that it would likely strain their finances. Anna falls silent. She realizes that someone employed by a marquis household would naturally require a higher salary due to status and skill. She immediately apologizes, admitting she did not think it through. Celeste reassures her that it is fine. Anna thinks she was only trying to help. Celeste then adds that she did not agree to this outing because she needed assistance. She is simply very grateful that Anna is thinking so carefully about her. Anna blushes. Celeste smiles so sincerely, without any hidden motive. She is genuinely kind and she looks just like the heroine. What Anna does not realize is that she is the heroine. Afterward, they have a wonderful time together, and eventually the market grows quieter. The streets are lined with sunrise light and handmade goods. Anna asks if Celeste would like to buy souvenirs. Celeste wonders what would make a good gift for the young miss. Anna suggests she should consider buying something for herself. At that moment, a shop owner warmly welcomes them inside. Anna freezes. She thinks, is this where the story continues? In the game, this is an event where the heroine stops in front of a store, which happened to have a ring with a blue stone that caught her attention, the reason being, it resembles the color of her mother's eyes. It was a tumultuous time after her mother's passing when she was also abruptly taken in by a man who started calling himself her father. The ring reminds the heroine about her mother, a source of comfort in her time of struggle with her brand new identity and way of life. The ring would then be gifted to the crown prince as she shares the mother's story with him, which would deepen their relationship and increase his intimacy stat. But what baffles her is, why is Melody looking at that ring right now? In this game, this is an event where the heroine stops in front of a store, which happened to have a ring with a blue stone that caught her attention, the reason being it resembles the color of her mother's eyes. It was a tumultuous time after her mother's passing when she was also abruptly taken in by a man who started calling himself her father. The ring reminds the heroine about her mother, a source of comfort in her time of struggle with her brand new identity and way of life. The ring would then be gifted to the crown prince as she shares the mother's story with him, which would deepen their relationship and increase his intimacy stat. But what baffles her is why is Melody looking at that ring right now? She carefully asks what has caught her attention. Celeste giggles and says she is looking at a doll. It is very cute. Anna follows her gaze, slightly startled, and sees the doll, brown hair and blue eyes. Celeste thinks it resembles her mother. Anna thinks this time it is not the ring but a doll. The item is different, but it is still more or less following the scenario, isn't it? She quickly blurts to her, can she give her that doll as a present? Celeste looks a little surprised. Anna immediately suggests that, in that case, they should buy one for each other as gifts. Anna notices another doll with silver hair and blue eyes. It vaguely resembles the heroine. She declares that she wants to match with Celeste. Afterward, Anna asks if they can stop by a food vendor first. Celeste agrees, though she wonders if they are buying more souvenirs. Anna replies that the items are not for themselves, they are gifts for their destination. Celeste asks where they are going. Anna smiles and answers that they are heading to the orphanage in the lower district. The Doki Doki undercover day off date continue, and for the last location, they will be visiting the orphanage at the lower section of the commoner district. Why the orphanage? Well, in addition to being the date, this event also served as the crown prince's way of observing the capital's state of affairs. After persuading the heroine to accompany him there, he was supposed to finally see with his own eyes the true state of the capital that he had been sheltered from all this while. But Anna is not the crown prince, she wasn't here on an incognito inspection. She needed to find another excuse for visiting the orphanage. Outside the orphanage, Celeste watches the children and remarks that they seem very lively. Sister Annabelle smiles and says it has been a while since Anna last visited. The children have been eagerly waiting to see her again. Anna told Celeste that she is actually here to meet someone. Celeste looks around and thinks the building resembles a small school. There is also a church behind it, so it is likely managed by the church as well. From what Anna mentioned earlier, the orphanage is currently receiving financial support from the kingdom. Later, Anna returns and says it is probably time for them to leave. However, Celeste gently replies that she would like to speak with Sister Annabelle a little longer before they go. She feels that the children also want to play with her. Before she can say more, the children rush toward her and hug her warmly, their affection overflowing. Celeste claps her hands softly and says Anna is very popular with the children, isn't she? Sister Annabelle smiles and agrees, watching Anna interact with them so naturally. Anna explains that, to the children here, she is also considered a friend of the goddess of fortune who watches over the orphanage. It all began 3 years ago. For a few years before that, the subsidies they were supposed to be receiving had been misreduced, and amidst their dire times, the cost of living in the capital continued to rise. No matter how much they cut expenses, they still could barely afford even a meal a day for everybody. Celeste murmurs that is terrible, but Annabella tells her that was when Anna came to the orphanage and told them she brought food. Of course, it didn't solve the root cause of their problems, but they were still very grateful to finally have a proper meal after so long of hardship. Celeste realizes how Anna has always been there for them during their hardest times, and she begins to understand why the children adore her so much. Annabelle then continues the story. She explains that shortly after that, the very next day, a noble lady visited the orphanage, a young woman from the honorable house of Victrium, Lady Anne-Marie. Normally, a member of nobility would not visit anywhere without first announcing their intentions. Lady Anne-Marie came so suddenly as if it was a matter of course and donated a large amount of supplies. They were also exactly the supplies they were lacking, as if she had already had a complete grasp of the situation. Before she could even look to another crate of supplies, she had already left early with her attendants. Celeste asks if that means that everything in the orphanage right now is from her. Annabelle replies, it is as she has seen. And a few days after that, an inspector was sent from the kingdom, thinking that it was just one thing after another that she wouldn't even have the time to feel shocked about. But he soon discovered that their subsidies had been preserved by corrupt nobles and initiated plans of recompensation and recalculation of their subsidies in their aid. Celeste thinks that Anna must have reported the situation to Lady Anne-Marie. Or perhaps it was Lady Anne-Marie who sent Anna here in the first place to investigate. Either way, she realizes it is not her place to interfere, though a small question gauges her curiosity. She turns to Anna and asks why they consider Anna their goddess of fortune. Wasn't it Lady Anne-Marie that offered the most material assistance? Anna smiles softly and replies that it is exactly because of that. On the day she arrived, she told everyone that she loves stories with happy endings and dislikes stories that leave a bitter taste in her mouth. If this were a story she was reading, she says, she would be certain it would end happily. The words from the young lady resonated strongly amongst the hearts of the children, and a day later, Lady Anne-Marie's visit and the improvements to the subsidy situation, as if it was foretold by her, fortune began to return to the orphanage. What she does not know is that she completely ignored the game's plotline. The orphanage was supposed to be saved after the heroine's visit today. There was no way she could have left things as it was back then. How many of these kids would still be here if she didn't do anything 3 years ago? At the end of the day, she doesn't think what she did back then was wrong, but still, she cannot deny that she's meddling and changing the story too much. Maybe the reason why the heroine has yet to show up is because of her taking on her role like this. What she doesn't know is that the main heroine is currently enjoying the role of a maid. A little child notices her spacing out and asks what is wrong. Anna quickly comes back to herself and says it is nothing, she was just remembering a small mistake from long ago. The child says everything will be fine in the end. When Anna looks puzzled, the child adds confidently that since it is her story, it will definitely have a happy ending. A little boy steps forward and agrees, saying otherwise it would not be good, would it? It has to be a happy ending or nothing. Anna looks at them with a gentle expression. Yes. She thinks exactly that. Even though the story has changed so much, it does not necessarily have to end badly. As long as she does not marry the villain from the game and continues following her heart, she believes she can reach a happy ending. After leaving the orphanage, Anna thanks Celeste for spending the day with her. Celeste replies that she should be the one giving thanks, it was a lot of fun. Anna then suggests that since they are already here, they should go up to the top of the church. Celeste agrees but asks if it is really alright for them to be there like this. Anna assures her it is fine and tells her to follow. Later, Celeste and Anna stand at the top of the church, gazing at the view in awe. The scenery is breathtaking. Anna thinks that this was not originally part of today's plan, but since the event seems to be nearing its end, she sees no reason not to enjoy the moment. In the story, the day would have ended at the orphanage, then it would have taken several months to resolve the issues there and prosecute the embezzlers. Only after everything is settled would the heroine and the crown prince return, and that will be when he invites her to see this view. He was supposed to be worried that she might still have some lingering sadness. Sister Anna and the children getting along like a real family, it reminded her of times that she could no longer experience for herself. With those thoughts in her mind, she donned a melancholic smile. Celeste turns to her with the same melancholic smile and thanks her sincerely for bringing her to such a meaningful place. For just a fleeting moment, Anna's vision shifts, and the scene seems to overlap with another image. For an instant, she almost sees Celeste as the heroine. She cannot believe she almost mistook Celeste for the heroine. When Celeste returns back to the mansion, Luciana jumps into her arms, welcoming her back with an excited hug. Celeste lets out a small groan and reminds her again that it is unbecoming for a noble woman to hug a servant so casually. But as always, Luciana completely ignores the warning and instead asks how Celeste greeted her. Celeste exclaims it was amazing. Then she adds that she has brought a small souvenir for her lady. With a gentle smile, she tells her to close her eyes and hold out her right hand. Luciana complies. When she opens her eyes again, she sees a beautiful ring glinting on her finger. Celeste says it is nothing too extravagant, but Luciana sincerely thanks her and admires the sapphire, saying it is truly lovely. Celeste admits something quietly. The sapphire reminds her of her late mother's eyes. The color feels warm and reassuring, like support for her dreams and future. When she saw the ring, it felt as if her mother were still watching over her after all this time. Luciana softly asks if that means she should keep it instead. Celeste immediately shakes her head. That is exactly why she wants Luciana to have it, so that she can watch over her, just as her mother has been watching over Celeste. Celeste adds that she might not want to accept the ring, since her mother is already by her side. But Luciana quickly says no, she is truly happy to receive it. Then Celeste casually asks about dinner preparations. Luciana freezes. Meanwhile, a woman wearing a frown approaches Anna and remarks that she seems to be in better spirits. Anna says, there she is, she has been looking everywhere for her. Clarice stares at her in disbelief. She retorts that she is the one who has been searching for Anna this whole time. Anna covers her ears and says perhaps it is just bad luck that they keep missing each other. Clarice snaps at her, asking if she hears herself. She accuses her of constantly making excuses. Anna replies calmly that a proper maid should not raise her voice so much. Clarice sighs heavily, then asks whether she at least had fun. Anna smiles and answers that it was a very fulfilling day. Clarice exhales, thinking she can no longer simply let her keep smiling like that. She then tells Anna that, with preparations for the academy's reopening underway, she should refrain from her little outings for now. Anna nods and agrees. Then she asks if there are any changes to her scheduled meeting with Prince Christopher tomorrow. She thinks there's so much they need to discuss. Even if the world is no longer going according to the game's storyline, there is no way she will ever allow it to lead to a bad ending. Their goal remains the happy ending. Not just fulfilling her role in this world, but also honoring her personal oath. That, she can promise. But the word promise triggers something at the back of her mind. She cannot remember it at first until suddenly, she jolts upright, her eyes widening in horror as the memory snaps into place. Clarice immediately asks what is wrong. She blurts that this cannot be and quickly asks for a pen and paper. What she has failed to do is an absolute disgrace. She cannot believe she completely forgot to design Melody's tight, custom-made uniform. Clarice freezes and asks, in a shocked voice, what she just said. She nods firmly. Yes, that is right. It wouldn't be a happy ending without one. There is no one else who could create it. No one. She begins muttering ideas aloud. Should the stockings be black or white? Maybe they can add garter belts for a bold touch. Or a hairstyle that reveals her delicate shoulders. The perfect balance to highlight both the elegance of the top and the charm of the bottom. She can almost see it clearly in her mind. She turns to Clarice with a bright smile and asks what she thinks. Clarice is trembling with barely contained anger and snaps at her, calling her a pervert. Meanwhile, a small child returns to the orphanage and happily greets Annabelle, saying she is back. Annabelle asks if she would like some fruit, they still have some left. The child replies that she has actually returned to the Commerce Guild today, but there were no job openings. She has to start earning as soon as possible for the sake of the orphanage. Annabelle says she's happy to hear that she's trying to support the orphanage, but she's still 9 years old. She can't think all about working when she's older. How does that sound? The child looks visibly distressed and softly says that if she waits too long, it will be too late. Where is this? A moment ago, she was at the hospital with that child. But why has her body turned into a child's? Then she wonders how that child at the hospital is doing. There is no way she was brought here with her precious. She trails off, suddenly realizing she cannot remember her granddaughter's name. If she is not careful, even her memories might fade away completely. The only memories that remain clear are from her middle school days. They are vivid. Does that mean something is wrong? It feels as if she has been turned back into a child. Just then, a shadowy figure appears in the dark alley, catching her attention. The figure quickly grabs her hand and starts pulling her away, saying it is dangerous here and they need to leave. She wonders if he is trying to save her, but why? The man says that a crying child should be protected, because that is what his mother and father taught him. Before she can even see his face clearly, he leaves her at the orphanage and disappears without a trace. And so, Kurita Maika is taken in by the orphanage. A few days later, she realizes that this world is the same world as a game she once played. Meanwhile, Luciana is extremely excited. Her mother reminds her not to forget anything. Luciana assures her that she will not. Her mother teasingly asks who it was that forgot their admission certificate at the entrance ceremony. Luciana narrows her eyes and asks Celeste what kind of maid reports on her to her mother. Celeste smiles and replies that providing a daily report to the mistress is, of course, part of a maid's duties. She offers her deepest apologies. Luciana pouts and mutters the daughter of the house that she serves is troubled. Why is she so proud? Melody is 15 years old. She is originally a Japanese person who reincarnated as the heroine of the Otomo game Silver Saint and Five Oaths. For better or for the worse, the girl did not know anything about the game and worked towards her dream of becoming a maid that she carried over from her previous life. Through Melody's influence, Luciana has again avoided another tragedy, but the game's scenario underwent a drastic change. Just a little while ago, Maika, who had just found out about this world, did not yet realize everything has yet changed, but that is a story for another time. Meanwhile, Luciana's father remarks that she is overreacting. The dormitory security was arranged hastily by the academy. At this school, the commoners' dormitories are free of charge, but the nobles' dormitories require payment. For the Lothar household, the expenses will be significant. They must continue maintaining the dignity of a count's family, so the payment is unavoidable. He advises Luciana to make full use of the dormitory facilities once she enrolls. She frowns slightly but replies that she understands, even if the reasoning still feels unclear to her. Her mother watches with concern and tells Melody that Luciana will be left in her care. Melody nods politely and confirms that everything has been prepared and accounted for, adding that nothing appears to be missing, provided the little miss didn't forget anything again. Luciana immediately blushes and snaps that she should stop bringing up incidents from 2 months ago. Her mother sighs, noting that despite everything, they still have not hired a new servant. Her father admits he had expected them to secure at least one by now. For the moment, however, thanks to Melody, they are not in immediate trouble. Meanwhile, Celeste reports that the carriage preparations have been completed. A girl steps forward and states that she has received her instructions and wishes Luciana a safe journey. Luciana's mother comments softly that no matter how many times she sees her, she still does not look like a doll. Celeste responds with gratitude. Yes, that girl was created by Melody. A magical doll infused with personality, an application of alter ego magic. The inspiration had begun with the doll Anna had given her earlier. With no new servant recruited in time, this solution would suffice. Thus, the alter ego magic was applied by means of artificial intelligence and a girl's personality was formed. Melody's overpowered magic was not able to be contained in the doll made of mere cloth and thread, so in her depths of the forest, there was a pedestal of silver that for some reason had strong affinity to magic, which she stole, or she would correct that borrowed it to use as the heart. That pedestal was intended to seal the demon lord, but there was no way that Melody knew that. And then the girl was created. Even then, something Melody did not expect had occurred. She wonders why Selena ended up exactly like her mother. Before she can dwell on it any further, Luciana tells her to look. She has transformed the ring she received into a pendant so it can be worn discreetly under her uniform while she walks. Celeste becomes visibly moved and says that, in that case, she will cast artificial sensitivity on the ring. The uniform already carries a protective spell, but it is better to be safe than sorry. However, Luciana quickly tells her to stop. When Celeste asks why, Luciana explains that although magic is undeniably convenient, she fears becoming dependent on it. One of the reasons she is attending the academy is to learn how to build proper human relationships. She wants to be able to look others in the eye without relying on shortcuts. Celeste smiles gently and says she considers that an admirable mindset. However, she cannot remove the protective magic from the clothing. That enchantment is the final safety measure they can depend upon. Luciana then adds that at the academy, she would like Celeste to exercise restraint in the use of magic. Celeste freezes for a moment, then understands that this request is also part of Luciana's training. Luciana confirms that this is indeed the case. Celeste agrees, thinking that she personally prefers fulfilling maid duties without relying on magic anyway. Luciana reflects internally that she has naturally become accustomed to using magic. If Melody were to use her power at the academy without restraint, no one could predict the consequences. Honestly, if she had simply told Melody directly that her magic is slightly too powerful, the matter might have been settled much more easily. At the heart of the Theola's kingdom's royal capital towers the Royal Palace, next to it is the Royal Partisan Academy for Higher Education, also known as the Royal Academy. How can an institution where countless people, including commoners, pass through, be located right next to the Royal Palace? We should not say things like that, that is how it is in this world. So within 2 months, the student dormitory was created by cutting down a part of the school gardens. The dormitories are divided into 3 sections according to gender and social status. The school doesn't place high importance on the student body's social standing by tradition, however, different lifestyles make having separate sections necessary. Commons area, the rent-free facility, has a dining hall where there is free breakfast and dinner served, as well as a simple kitchen for their own use. The 3-story building is divided by school year, where the first years stay at the first floor. Knights, baronets, barons with count houses have access to select restaurants as well as a proper kitchen for private dining. There are also 3 floors where the higher ranking live on the upper floors. Counts, dukes, royal houses also have select restaurants, etc. Of the 3 buildings, it is the most extravagant with a story building with the top floor reserved for royal family and so for the land-owning Luthenberg countdom who did not have much in terms of money, second floor of the upper nobles' dorms. Luciana says it is much bigger than her own room. Celeste says compared to her parents' home, it shouldn't be a surprise. The Luthenberg house has been in the family for generations. Luciana thinks she mentioned it before, but her great-grandfather made a blunder and fell into some debt and because of that, he gave away most of his territory. Celeste says no way. She replies, that's right. He had sold most of the family territory. However, their conversation is interrupted when a maid enters the room. She introduces herself as a servant from the Nvidia family, who is staying in the neighboring room. She explains that the young lady of the house wishes to offer her greetings and has sent her to inform them. Celeste notices that the maid appears elegant and cool. Soon after, the daughter of the Nvidia family enters personally and introduces herself. Luciana responds with a formal introduction of her own. Later, while sharing tea, Luciana admits that she felt extremely nervous on her first day moving into the dormitory, so she is grateful that Luna called out to her. Luna smiles and tells her to address her by name casually, without any formalities. The atmosphere gradually becomes lighter as they engage in simple conversation. Afterward, Luciana collapses onto the sofa and sighs dramatically, confessing that she was incredibly tense. Celeste reassures her that, as her governess tutor, she believes Luciana handled herself very well. Luciana then asks if she truly must speak so formally at the academy. She admits it feels even more difficult than studying. Celeste replies that it will likely be fine. She is confident that as they spend more time together at school, they will naturally grow closer. Luciana considers this for a moment, then looks slightly hopeful, thinking that if that is the case, it would indeed be wonderful. After the messenger finishes delivering the report, the Count dismisses him and is left alone. Once the room grows quiet, he reflects that the assailant has still not been located. They ignored His Highness, the Crown Prince's orders, but only if they were able to imprison him. No more importantly, how is it that all the guards that were supposed to be guarding him are fallen asleep? He rests a thoughtful hand against his chin. This ball, he considers, has begun to take on a far more intriguing shape than expected. The Crown Prince and his partner, Anna, have clearly assumed the leading roles. Meanwhile, Miss Luciana of the Lothar household has also captured considerable attention. Her intervention in protecting the Crown Prince has drawn widespread recognition, and even His Excellency the Prime Minister has commended her for systematically eliminating the threats one by one. The incident has stirred public curiosity, and within noble society, her name is rapidly gaining prominence. Yet whenever he looks at her, he is reminded of Selena. He loves his beloved Selena and refuses to accept that she is no longer part of this world. Although the girl before him does not share Selena's golden red eyes, why does she evoke the same feeling? Once again, he wishes to see her and the silver-haired girl as well. At that moment, Lecht enters and reports that new documents have arrived from the Prime Minister's office. He instructs Lecht to leave them on the desk, yet he hesitates, still standing there. His thoughts drift back to a previous conversation with Celeste. He had once asked why she wished to become a maid. If she were not a maid, would she prefer to live as a noble lady instead? If she were born into nobility, she could not serve as a maid, but perhaps she could have become a lady-in-waiting, a position of greater prestige, attending directly upon the queen. If the Count were to learn the truth about Melody's existence, she would no longer be permitted to remain a maid. Conversely, if she continues in her current role, the secret will remain hidden. Yet when he raised the possibility of becoming a lady-in-waiting, she declined without hesitation. She had never considered such an option. Being a maid simply feels natural to her. When he questioned why, noting that both roles involve service, she explained that while similar in purpose, they differ in form, much like the distinction between a knight and a soldier. She stated that she chose to become a maid for her mother's sake, and if she is to remain one, she will strive to become the greatest maid in the world. She intends to dedicate herself fully to that goal. Hearing this, he had smiled and remarked that she wished to become the #1 maid in the world. She had answered without doubt. He is pulled back to reality when the Count asks if there is anything further. He replies that there is not and takes his leave with a respectful bow. Though outwardly composed, he feels a quiet sense of guilt. Silently, he hopes His Excellency will forgive him and asks that he wait just a little longer for the young lady. A long time ago, no, just kidding, it is the present. There is a place where an elderly couple lives. The granny is getting ready to go and the grandpa is worrying too much about the granny. It would be all right if he accompanied her, but she insists that she is only going for a normal walk. She has not yet gone to the Lotharberg household to offer her formal greetings. Granny had injured her back and had taken leave from her position as a maid at the Lotharberg Royal Capital Mansion. Now that the pain has finally eased, she intends to visit the mansion to formally resign and offer her apologies. A letter of apology has already been delivered from the Count of Lotharberg. Even though the household is broke, they still sent monetary compensation. She cannot disregard the kindness shown by the nobles. However, returning after so long makes her uneasy. It has already been a month since her resignation. She wonders whether new maids have already been hired. Granny has always worried about her former employer. The name Lotharberg is well known in the royal capital, and replacing a long-serving maid would not be easy. That is why Granny continued working for so many years despite Grandpa's concerns. She has served for nearly 10 years and knows the way to the mansion's back entrance by heart. However, when she arrives, she freezes. The door is clean and shining, nothing like the familiar worn entrance she remembers. She wonders if she has begun to lose her memory. Celeste notices her and assumes she must be a visitor. The maid she sees is unfamiliar. Celeste asks politely her purpose of her visit to Count Lotharberg's mansion. After hearing the explanation, Celeste smiles warmly and says the Granny would be considered her senior maid. The realization dawns on Granny, this is the newly hired maid. Celeste asks her to share details about her previous duties before joining the mansion. Granny smiles and replies, will she guide her to the mansion? But Celeste says they are already there. Granny looks up in shock at the sight of the enormous, spotless building. She wonders if this truly is the Lotharberg mansion, it looks almost newly constructed. At that moment, Luciana appears. She pauses with a genuinely happy expression when she sees Granny. The last time Granny had seen Luciana, she had been worried. Now it is clear that her concerns were unnecessary. Later, when Granny returns home, Grandpa is surprised to see her coming without a cane. She says that her health has improved. Grandpa smiles, noting how long it has been since he last saw her smiling without sadness. His heart feels lighter. Grandma tells him stories about Celeste, and how Celeste once took out a tired murder bear from inside her basket. However, the grandpa could not keep up with the conversation. Luciana waits outside the dormitory with her bag ready while Celeste asks her one more time if she has forgotten anything. She replies that it will be fine, she has checked thoroughly. But Celeste then asks if she has actually taken everything out of the bag to make sure. Luciana avoids her gaze, a hint of doubt crossing her face, and murmurs that maybe she should check one more time. After all, it is the first day of school life. The Theolos Kingdom Royal Academy originally started in April, the same as Japan, but temporarily closed due to the attack incident. It was reformed into an all-boarding system and the new semester started again from June. The student dormitories were built on the southeast side of the Royal Academy. The main school building is about a 10-minute walk north from there. As Luciana walks into the academy, her eyes move around in quiet curiosity. Noble children fill the grounds, yet there is not a single servant in sight. Of course. Everyone in the academy has to take care of their own business. A faint blush spreads across her face, a strange mixture of determination and worry settling in her. Soon her attention shifts to a small crowd gathered in front of a board. Students lean in, whispering and scanning the surface with interest. Luciana realizes it must be the class division list. She hesitates for a moment before stepping closer, trying to take a quick glance herself. But before she can properly look, Beatrice and Maleria appear beside her. The moment Luciana sees them, her expression brightens instantly. A warm blush rises to her cheeks as she quickly greets them, saying it has been a while. Things had been so hectic that she could not make any time. Beatrice responds that the attack incident happened, so she had also been under house arrest for a while. And besides, she adds, once May starts they will have to study 2 months worth of material. Luciana visibly shudders at that thought. For a brief moment her mind drifts to how Celeste had relentlessly tormented her with all the work during that month. The memory alone is enough to make her stare blankly ahead. Her friend quickly notices and points out that she looks like she is staring into the distance. Luciana immediately tells her to forget about that. They should check their classes first. The three of them finally look over the division list. A moment later, they discover that they have been placed in different classes. However, the classrooms are not that far apart, so they quickly agree that they can still meet and have lunch together. Luciana does not have many friends besides the two of them, so the promise feels reassuring. Soon afterward, Luciana heads toward her classroom. But the moment she steps inside, she freezes at the door. Her eyes widen. 2 lines have formed inside the room, standing opposite each other, leaving a clear path in the middle. For a moment, she wonders if something strange is happening. Before she can figure it out, whispers begin to ripple through the room. Students quietly speak about her. The fairy princess of the ball. The poor noble fairy. Luciana tries her best to ignore the murmurs as she slowly walks forward, though the weight of so many gazes resting on her makes her feel very uncomfortable. Eventually, she reaches the seat assigned to her and sits down. Luciana turns to the girl to find it is Luna. Ecstatic, she exclaims she is very happy to be sitting next to her. Luna smiles back politely and admits that she feels the same. Luciana gives a slightly nervous smile and confesses that she has been nervous since this morning. Luna looks at her with gentle admiration, saying that Luciana's smile is very nice, almost healing. Hearing that, the tension Luciana has been carrying slowly begins to fade. Feeling relieved, Luciana happily flashes a thumbs up. Luna watches the gesture with curious eyes. Realizing what she has done, Luciana quickly becomes embarrassed and apologizes, explaining that it is simply her usual habit. Luna ends up laughing, which only makes Luciana's cheeks turn even redder. Luna then apologizes for laughing, saying she cannot help it, Luciana is simply too cute. After a moment, Luciana hesitates before asking if it would be alright for them to speak more casually with each other. Luna smiles and agrees easily, pointing out that they will be meeting every day from now on. Just then, His Highness Christopher enters the classroom with Anna. As usual, their arrival immediately draws everyone's attention. Luna then remarks that she had not even noticed that those two were in the same class as her at all. She had been too busy minding her own affairs. After a moment, however, she asks Luciana if she also knows Lady Anna. Luciana asks how she knows that. Luna explains that she attended the spring ball as well. Since Luciana was the center of attention that day, she simply assumed that everyone standing with the crown prince must know one another. Luciana blushes at the thought. Were people really watching that closely? But Luna quickly reassures her, saying that it will be fine. If those two are around, all the attention will naturally be drawn to them. Luciana has to agree with that. However, another realization suddenly strikes her. That jealous girl from the ball is also in the same class. At the ball, the girl's gaze had been full of hostility. Max had told her that it was probably because she thought Luciana had stolen her spotlight. But right now, the girl is looking at her with a small smile. Luciana tells herself that there has been no actual harm so far, so perhaps it is fine not to worry about it. Besides, what could she possibly do against a duke's daughter anyway? Before she can think any further, the classroom door opens and the teacher arrives. He introduces himself, stating that starting today he will be the homeroom teacher for this class. His name is Begalas. He adds that he has been granted the title of Viscount by His Majesty the King, for what it is worth. He openly admits that there are many among the students whose family status is higher than his. However, as long as they are enrolled in the academy, they will be treated simply as students. Therefore, no one should utter any misplaced complaints. Luciana quietly thinks that a rather strict-looking teacher has arrived. She wonders if her academy life will be alright. Begalas then leans slightly forward and declares that today's schedule will simply be for the students to meet one another, so there will not be any lessons yet. From now on, they will begin with introductions. But before that, he reminds them of something. It is already June. Normally, the academy holds the midterm examinations at the end of May. As everyone knows, it was not implemented this year. However, the academy had already delivered the textbooks to everyone in May. Therefore, starting now, they will conduct a surprise midterm exam. The classroom instantly fills with anxiety. And so, the first day of the students' new school life begins. Meanwhile, Celeste finishes cleaning the dormitory. Next comes the laundry. Since the laundry room is shared by each student dormitory, she assumes that maids from other mansions must gather there. In fact, she has not had the chance to meet any of them yet. She wonders if she might be able to make 100 maid friends. With that hopeful thought, she walks into the laundry room, only to suddenly freeze in her tracks. Her mouth slowly falls open in surprise at the empty sight before her. After all, doing laundry in this world without washing machines is hard labor. No one would normally walk to the laundry room cheerfully like Melody. There are 3 ways maids handle laundry in the dormitory. The first is outsourcing it to the academy's laundry service, in other words, a dry cleaner. The second is take it home and wash it option. Luciana and the others stay in the upper-class noble dormitory. Naturally, the clothes of those gathered there include many expensive items. Because of that, most people simply choose to take them home for washing. In the end, Celeste washes all the clothes herself and hangs them to dry. As she finishes, she thinks that having the spacious laundry area all to herself was a little fun. But at the same time, she feels a bit lonely. Later, when lunchtime arrives, she walks excitedly toward the cafeteria, wondering if she might be able to make friends this time. However, the moment she steps inside, she sees a sea of people. The servants' cafeteria is shared by all 6 student dormitories, so naturally many people gather there. The cafeteria itself is huge. The first floor has an atmosphere like a university cafeteria. The second floor, it has servers and feels like a restaurant. Even if she calls them servants, if they are ladies-in-waiting, they are nobles themselves. People like that are on the second floor. The commoner maids are probably on the first floor. She approaches a table of maids and softly asks if she may share it with them. They immediately ask which maid house she is from. She replies that it is Lutherberg. The moment they hear the name, their tone changes. They quickly apologize, saying the seat is reserved for an acquaintance. She stands there, completely dumbfounded, only then realizing she has been outright rejected. She eats her lunch alone at the table, looking oddly cheerful while everyone else sits and chats in groups around her. She looks up as someone comes over and asks to sit with her. She realizes it is the maid of the Nvidia family, accompanied by several male staff members. The girl introduces herself as Sasha and politely says it is nice to meet her, then introduces the others as well. Luciana looks up at the man beside them, who is visibly blushing, and says he is the one who had told her he loved her, her cousin, British. The man turns even redder and quickly blurts out that he never said anything like that. Warren immediately teases him, saying he looks pleased to meet her, which makes him snap back, telling Warren not to tease people. Warren only smiles and introduces himself as Warren Seth. As they sit together, Celeste learns that the children of the house they are serving are all childhood friends. Warren explains that when he became a servant in a commoner merchant's house, he never expected the son of that household to end up attending the academy. Celeste asks if that person is also a childhood friend. He replies that yes, he is. They then mention that it would be nice if they ended up in the same class as their master. After that, they share their ages. Sasha is 15, British is 16, and Warren is 18. British teases Warren about being the oldest, and Warren fires back, sparking a rapid argument between them. Sasha quickly apologizes for being too noisy. Celeste responds that no, she is actually happy. She admits she tried several times to share a table earlier, but was rejected every time. Sasha gives her an apologetic smile and says she had assumed Celeste simply did not like interacting much with other maids. Then she adds that Luciana Luthenberg from their household has been called the fairy princess or heroine princess by high society. Celeste says she has heard that was what people started calling her at the ball. Sasha admits that while her young lady does not care about such rumors, there are probably households that dislike the situation. Naturally, those feelings would extend to the maids serving there as well. Even if the masters do not get along, there is little chance for the maids to do so either. That might be why she was rejected. She then asks which group turned her down. Celeste replies that it was a group of servants from a noble house under Duke Rankdor. Perhaps she does not know, but there is a young lady from that house among this year's new students. However, the one who drew attention at the spring ball was Luciana from their household and Anna, the Marchioness from Victulum. Even though a duke's daughter with the highest family status was present, she remained less noticed. Even if not stated directly, the impression likely was not favorable. Those maids may have refused because they were concerned about that. Celeste suddenly realizes she had been enjoying her time at the mansion while overlooking something important. Being a maid is not only about cleaning and serving. Gathering information, exchanging it with other maids, and bringing back useful knowledge about other households is also an essential duty. To think she had completely forgotten such an important responsibility. She turns to Sasha and thanks her sincerely. For now, she has to prepare the techniques of steel, thinly approaching without a sound, cutting off her presence, and hiding herself. Luna looks at Luciana and casually mentions that she heard Luciana ranked third in the grade. Luciana calmly replies by pointing out that Luna placed 10th, which is quite impressive. After all, the exam had taken place just yesterday evening, and both of them had managed to secure passing scores. Anna then joins the conversation, exclaiming that their results are wonderful. But Luna only smiles and says they cannot possibly compare themselves to Lady Anna or the Crown Prince. Luna assumes that Anna must be a diligent bookworm, someone gifted with intelligence who probably did not need to struggle at all. She smiles gently on the surface. Inside, however, she snarls. No. She really had to work hard. She was not some extraordinary prodigy to begin with. This result was the outcome of relentless studying. Even in the game, her scores had never reached this level. And yet it is still infuriating. To fall behind that idiot Christopher. First place is exactly what one would expect from him. What truly fuels her irritation is knowing he was likely sleeping soundly while she stayed up all night studying. She cannot say that out loud, of course, but the thought alone makes her stomach twist. Then another realization settles in, slow and unsettling. If Luciana is in third place, does that mean the school's substitute heroine is Luciana? In the game, the result of the heroine's midterm exam was fixed at third place. The scenario proceeds even without the heroine present. At that time someone suitable takes the place of the heroine. Through several events up until now she came to that conclusion. The person themselves, without realizing it, ends up acting in accordance with the scenario as a result. If Luciana is the substitute heroine, then from now on the scenario will proceed centered around her. But Luciana, she was originally supposed to be the first mid-boss. Witch of jealousy, Luciana Lutherberg, the pitiful mid-boss whose inferiority complex and jealousy towards the heroine were exploited by the Demon Lord. That Demon Lord is probably indulging in lazy sleep right now. She wonders what will happen with this. But as she is thinking, she suddenly freezes, her eyes widening at the sight of that girl across the room glaring at them with hostility. Olivia, the daughter of Duke, it was the same at the spring ball. She is watching with hostility towards Luciana. Then Olivia turns toward Christopher and smiles with an unusually sweet expression, telling His Highness that he is, as expected, wonderful. She adds that she tried her best but could not compete with him at all. Christopher responds calmly, asking if she is the one who ranked fourth, and remarks that it is a position she should be quite proud of. Anna becomes slightly alert. She thinks to herself that this situation is getting complicated. She's not the substitute heroine, but the substitute mid-boss. Luciana and Anna took second and third place, so they are pushed down, but her original rank in the game is second place. In the original work, Anna was always at a much lower rank, getting angry at Christopher for praising the heroine. At that time, Olivia was in the position of an ally to the heroine, despite being a supporting character, but the current her doesn't have that kind of atmosphere. This is half her fault, isn't it? But Olivia's attention seems to be directed towards Luciana. Anna understands from Olivia's point of view, it feels so annoying that a newly fallen noble is getting all the attention. But they haven't done anything wrong. It's not their fault. Things have changed, the game is different now, and all she can do is be careful. The teacher walks in and tells everyone to take their seats immediately. He announces that classes will officially begin starting tomorrow. For first-year students, the morning will be dedicated to common subjects and the afternoon to elective subjects. The common subjects include modern Japanese, mathematics, geography, history, foreign language, and etiquette, 3 periods in the morning, all compulsory. In the afternoon, students may choose elective subjects and can take 1 or 2 periods. There are many types of electives as well, such as applied magic and specialized courses like basic medicine, pharmacy, and architecture. He explains that the reason there are so many students each year is simple: for noble boys, it is chivalry, for noble girls, it is etiquette. Classes are held 6 days a week, with the 7th day off. During the term, everyone stays in the dormitory. However, starting from the afternoon of the 6th day, students may return home and commute from home on the morning of the first day of the following week. Luciana looks at the options with a slight pout. She wishes to take applied magic, but she cannot use magic. Luna points out that applied magic assumes students can already use magic and admits that she cannot use magic either. Just then, a new voice joins the conversation, saying that applied magic can still be audited during the first semester. He explains that, as mentioned during orientation, first-year students officially decide their elective subjects starting from the second semester. Since enrollment in the first semester is provisional, they may freely attend any subject. The speaker is Lucif German. Standing beside him, Luna grows slightly quiet, and a faint pink tint appears on her cheeks, but no one seems to notice. Luciana asks Luna what she should do, saying she wants to try something advanced. Luna suggests that she first take the common subjects and begin with basic magic studies before attempting anything more specialized. Lucif adds that there is no need to rush and says that would be perfectly fine. Luna then quietly recalls that he is choosing pharmacy, correct? He replies yes, his father is a pharmacist and that he plans to take over the family business. Luna remarks that his father also attended the same academy, adding that both father and son are quite excellent. He shyly denies it, saying it is not like that. Luciana then asks if he has decided on his elective subjects. He replies that he has not. His family runs a merchant house that serves nobles, so he plans to focus on building connections and socializing at the academy for now. Luciana says there are various ways of thinking about how to choose classes. Then she asks if being invited to lunch is also part of socializing. Lucif replies that it is one reason, but he also wanted to speak with both Luciana and Luna. Both of them freeze. Lucif winks and says their servants seem to have made acquaintances with each other last night. He heard that they became friends with Luna's maid. He also heard that Luna's two servants were originally acquaintances. That means the household where the childhood friends are serving is his house. He thinks it is interesting. His maid has become friends with theirs. Then he asks if his maid really likes their maid that much. Luciana smiles, but the smile does not reach her eyes as she asks if he means it in a romantic sense. Lucif immediately says that it is not like that, strictly as friends, nothing more. He then gives a nervous smile and comments that Luciana seems very possessive about her maid. Luciana answers firmly that of course she is. If any man tries to make advances on Melody, it does not matter whether he is a knight or anyone else, she has decided she will tear him to shreds. At that moment, the knight in question sneezes, wondering if someone is thinking about him. The teacher announces that their class achieved the highest results among the 3 classes. However, he quickly adds that the reason is simple: the students ranked 1st to 4th are all concentrated in this class. If those 4 are excluded, there is not much difference between the classes. He advises everyone to keep that in mind. The rest of the students immediately become anxious. Later, Luna suggests that perhaps they should head home. Luciana replies that if she goes home now, she will have to review the parts she answered incorrectly. Luna points out that she is in 10th place, so she has even more to review than Luciana, who ranked 3rd. The two of them then glance over and see Anna and Christopher talking with Olivia. Luna suggests that before leaving, they should greet the prince. Luciana hesitates. She really does not want to get involved with Olivia. Still, Luna steps forward and greets them. Christopher says that since they are classmates now, he would be happy if they called him by his first name. Luna replies that doing so would be far too presumptuous for them. Christopher looks slightly disappointed and comments that everyone says the same thing. No one calls him anything other than His Highness. Olivia smiles brightly, her cheeks faintly flushed, and remarks that it cannot be helped. No one can forget the respect they owe to His Highness. Luciana then asks Anna whether she is not going home yet. Anna replies that a friend is scheduled to visit her after this. Olivia immediately adds that if His Highness waits, then Lady Olivia will stay as well. Christopher apologizes for making Olivia worry, but she quickly says it is not a problem at all. She is enjoying talking with His Highness very much. Luciana watches the way Olivia interacts with Christopher, then glances toward Anna, curious to see how she feels about a girl openly flirting with the crown prince. Anna seems completely unbothered. Just then, Maxwell walks in. He greets Luciana with a smile, saying it has been a while and asking whether she has been well. Christopher teasingly remarks that Maxwell greets Lady Luciana before greeting him, which is quite something. Maxwell replies casually that she simply caught his eye first. Olivia then asks dryly whether she did not catch his eye as well. Maxwell gives her a brief glance before politely apologizing. He then turns to Anna and asks how she has been. Luna, curious, looks at him carefully. Luciana then introduces Luna as her friend, and Maxwell introduces himself in return. Luciana asks what brings him here, but before he can answer, Olivia remarks that it is not appropriate for her to meddle in a matter that has no connection to her. Luciana quickly apologizes. Maxwell says it is fine and explains that he came today to talk to them about the student council. He explains to Luciana that student council members are selected through recommendations from teachers and current council members. Naturally, there is no reason not To invite the crown prince as well. Luciana asks whether that means Christopher will become the student council president. Maxwell replies that probably will not happen during the first year. If Christopher becomes accustomed to the council this year, perhaps next year will be the right time. Then Maxwell leans slightly closer to Luciana and quietly adds that there is still one executive officer seat open on the student council. If she would like, she could become an executive officer. Everyone falls silent. Anna looks completely stunned, wondering what this sudden development is. In a way, it almost resembles the heroine's role, but, as expected, things are still different from the original story. Maxwell asks Luciana what she thinks. He adds that he heard she ranked third in the midterm exam, and he would be happy if someone as capable as her joined the council. Luciana immediately says that it is an honor, but she must decline. Maxwell asks for the reason. Luciana says that she does not have the confidence to take on such an important position. She then nudges Luna and suggests Luna instead. Luna, who looks as shocked as Luciana had moments earlier, smiles awkwardly and says that it would be impossible for her as well. Maxwell says he is not forcing anyone. He would simply like them to join, but he will not pressure them. Olivia, standing nearby, looks visibly furious. Everyone turns to look at her. Maxwell calmly reminds her that she already knows why he cannot invite her. Only one person from the same house may become an executive officer, and her older brother from the ranked or household is already serving as one. Once again, Anna grows a little uneasy when she notices Olivia glaring at Luciana. On the 5th day of school life, Celeste wishes Luciana a good day as she leaves for the academy. From what she can see, her young lady's school life seems to be going smoothly. For the provisional enrollment of elective subjects, Luciana has chosen applied magic, just like Luna. She has also gradually begun interacting with students from other classes. Soon after finishing her morning work, Celeste finds herself with free time. Later, Sasha shudders and asks what kind of luxurious worry that is. British smiles and comments that since Celeste is handling the work by herself, he wonders how much she could accomplish if she has that much time left over in the morning. Celeste replies that, personally, she would like a little more of a challenge. She has no complaints about taking care of her young lady, but the tasks are the same as the ones at the mansion in the royal capital, the only difference is that the amount of work has decreased. British remarks that it is strange that she finds having more work enjoyable. Celeste answers that maid work is nothing but fun. Sasha then points out that improving relationships with other servants is also important, and that is not something that can simply be ignored. Celeste admits that she does not get as many chances to talk with others as she would like. Sasha suggests that perhaps they should help increase the number of acquaintances she has among the servants. Celeste replies that she does not think she has the spare capacity to worry about that yet. Sasha explains that she was originally a parlor maid, but now she also does housemaid work, so she has been quite busy. Celeste says that sounds enviable. British then mentions that he stays in the commoner's dormitory, which is cramped even when alone. If he had to manage everything there for even one day, he could somehow make it work. Then Sasha suddenly asks Celeste whether she saw the bulletin board. Celeste looks confused and asks if there was something like that. Sasha complains that Celeste is usually oblivious to things like this and should be more careful. She explains that there is a temporary recruitment notice for a servant. It seems to be an assistant position for an elective course taught by a temporary instructor. If Celeste is really bored, perhaps she could try applying. Later, Celeste goes to check the recruitment board. The notice reads, Urgent Recruitment. Assistant duties for the elective course Chivalry Temporary Instructor. Employment period, 1 semester. Duties, preparation for classes and assistance during lessons. Age and gender, irrelevant. Master's permission required. Celeste reads the notice thoughtfully. If age and gender are not an issue, the work probably will not involve heavy labor. And if it is assistant work for an elective course, she should at least be able to visit the academy building from time to time. That alone would expand her range of activities. She might even encounter entirely new kinds of work. The idea interests her. When she brings it up to Luciana, Luciana looks slightly surprised and repeats, assistant duties for elective classes. However, she quickly says it is fine and that Celeste should go ahead if she wants to. Celeste asks again, still unsure if it is really alright. Luciana replies that she just said she was bored, did she not? Luciana will be busy anyway since she plans to audit several elective classes during the first semester, so there is no problem if Celeste takes on other work in the meantime. Luciana even admits that she had the feeling Celeste had been sitting around with nothing to do. Even though Luciana agrees so easily, Celeste cannot help wondering why she still feels a little uneasy about it. Soon she heads to the elective class called Chivalry. Simply put, it is a class that teaches sportsmanship. There are lectures about the spirit of chivalry, but the class is mainly meant to train combat ability. When she enters the room for the interview, she runs into the person she least expected to see. It is Lecht, who also looks surprised when he notices her. He says he never expected her to come here. Celeste blurts out that she is just as surprised to see him. She quickly realizes she spoke far too bluntly and says she should watch her language, but Lecht tells her it is fine when it is just the two of them. Celeste then asks why he is here. Was he not serving as a knight under Count Legenbarth? Lecht replies that he is here under his lord's orders. In the spring attack incident, several people including Lady Luciana were trapped in a barrier that raised concerns, so the chivalry class slots were expanded. She looks mildly surprised and asks if that means he is the additional instructor. He replies that he is only a temporary instructor until a permanent one is found, and that his lord ordered him to come here. Celeste then bluntly asks if he was bored too. He lets out a small groan. His main duty had been serving as a search knight, so he did not have a specific post in the royal capital. In the game he was supposed to become the heroine's escort knight, so in a way this situation cannot really be helped. He admits that becoming a temporary instructor is fine, but it is inconvenient without an assistant. That said, the servant from his household, Paula, would not really be suited for work at the academy. And asking someone from his lord's household to commute just for afternoon classes would feel wrong. Celeste asks if requesting help from a servant of another household would not be even more awkward. He admits that it did not occur to him until she appeared, speaking while pointedly avoiding her eyes. Celeste then asks what the specific duties would be. He explains that it mainly involves helping with class preparation and assisting during lessons. What he needs most is help organizing documents and preparing materials for lectures. She might also need to gather certain materials from the library when necessary. Celeste's expression brightens instantly, and she declares that it sounds like a truly wonderful job. In her previous life, she devoured all sorts of books, but in this world, books are expensive. As a commoner, the number of books she can read is limited, and even their mansion in the capital doesn't have a large collection. The thought of going to the library makes her so happy that she quickly asks when she should start. He looks surprised and asks if she is really willing to take the job. His question makes her pause, and she gazes up at him with wide, innocent eyes, asking if she is not suitable for it. His face immediately flushes red, and he quickly looks away, saying that if he can rely on her, she can start. She calls out his name cheerfully and says she understands, then realizes that as his assistant, she should be calling him master. That only makes him blush even deeper, and he hurriedly shifts the conversation, telling her that the class is during the second period in the afternoon and that she can come to the office after lunch. They can adjust the details once she officially begins. She giggles at him, and he notices, asking if she is really that excited about being his assistant. She nods, saying she is especially looking forward to the library. He replies dryly, "Oh, the library," and she admits that since arriving here, afternoons have been rather dull, so having something meaningful to do is a huge relief. He asks if she has really been bored. She explains that the workload here is lighter than at the mansion. He watches her quietly, and she asks if something is wrong. He says no, only that since she is so determined to become the world's greatest maid, he expected her to be too focused on that to ever feel bored. But with free time, it makes sense that she would feel that way. After that, he says that is all for today and leaves, leaving her alone in the classroom, lost in thought. World's greatest maid. She doesn't think it refers to a maid who finishes work early and feels bored. What was exactly the world's greatest maid she was aiming for again? On the evening before the holiday, Luciana returns home. The moment she arrives, both her mother and father greet her with obvious happiness. They eagerly ask how the academy has been, firing off one question after another about her friends and her classes. Luciana gently tells them that they can talk about everything during dinner. The madam then instructs Selena to prepare dinner. Selena turns to Celeste and asks if she could help with the serving. Celeste replies that of course she will. However, Selena notices that Celeste looks a little gloomier than usual and wonders if it is simply her imagination. The next day, Celeste asks if they should begin the cleaning. Selena looks surprised and asks if today is not supposed to be Celeste's day off. Celeste replies that today she plans to work as a hobby, so it will be fine. Selena sighs and says that if that is the case, it cannot be helped. Celeste then declares that she will use magic for the first time in a while. She orders her magic to clean the entire mansion. Immediately, everything begins cleaning itself. Selena complains that Celeste is overdoing it. Celeste remarks that she never expected to be scolded for cleaning too much. Selena replies that if anything, she is being scolded for working on her day off. After a moment, Selena asks if Celeste is feeling a little better now. Celeste looks surprised and asks if she noticed. Selena explains that if it were the usual Celeste, she would aim for the best possible finish while cleaning, and when she returned she would look slightly happy. Celeste falls silent, recalling her mother's words: if she plans to become a maid anyway, she should aim to become the world's most wonderful maid. She asks Selena what she thinks a world's most wonderful maid is. Selena answers simply that it means the most wonderful maid in the world. To her, it sounds exactly like Celeste. Celeste smiles and thanks her, but says she is still far from that. Even now, she admits, she does not truly understand what a world's most wonderful maid is. She always thought she was giving it her all. If she studied knowledge, polished her skills, and worked hard enough, she vaguely believed she would reach that point someday. But now she realizes she still does not understand. A world's most wonderful maid. Celeste suddenly freezes when Selena calls out to her, looking worried. Celeste then asks Selena for a favor. Selena clears her throat and tells her to do her best. She says she will always be cheering for her. Celeste freezes again, her eyes widening. Selena quickly adds that she might have said it wrong. What she meant was to become the world's most wonderful maid. Celeste wonders why the word sounded different just now. No, that is not quite it. It is just that, for a moment, Selena sounded so much like their mother. Selena asks if something is wrong. Celeste quickly says that it is nothing, telling herself it must have been her imagination. Once she convinces herself of that, she smiles brightly again. Her spirits feel a little lighter as she thanks Selena and says that thanks to that, she feels like she can try a little harder. The second week of school life begins. Luciana turns to Melody and says she will be counting on her again. After talking with Selena, Celeste's unease settles a little. She decides there's no point dwelling on it anymore. From now on, she will just do her best. Since she stayed at the mansion until this morning, she didn't get the chance to do last week's laundry. The clothes don't have any noticeable stains, but she still decides to wash them properly. When she reaches the laundry room, a faint humming sound drifts into her ears. That's strange. Usually no one else comes here. But today another maid is already there, humming softly while working through a pile of laundry. She notices Celeste at the entrance and greets her with an easy smile. The maid laughs a little and admits she was humming to herself because she thought no one was around. Celeste says that humming and laundry just go together. The maid brightens at that. Celeste introduces herself as Melody. The other maid smiles warmly and says her name is Marianne, a maid serving the household of Marchioness Victyrum. Celeste can't hide her surprise when she hears that. Later, while ironing the freshly washed clothes, Marianne explains that their household usually sends most laundry back to the mansion. But small things like handkerchiefs and towels are easier to wash here. Then Marianne glances over and casually asks if Melody is the only one using this laundry. Melody nods quickly and says that's right. Because of that, she hasn't really had the chance to meet other maids at all. Marianne hums thoughtfully and says that must have been lonely. But she figures more people will probably start coming eventually. Melody smiles and says she hopes so. Just then, the door opens again. Another woman steps inside. She calls out to Marianne, asking how things are going. Marianne straightens a little and replies that there are no particular problems. Then she introduces Melody from the Lutterberg household. She also tells Melody that the woman who just arrived is Lady Clarice, the handmaiden of Lady Anna. Since Clarice is also the daughter of a Viscount family, Melody should greet her properly. Celeste immediately bows politely and says it is a pleasure to meet her. Clarice studies her for a moment before giving a small nod. She says she is glad to see that the Lutterberg household has properly educated its servants. She then adds that she hopes Melody and Marianne will get along well from now on. Clarice also mentions that Lady Luciana seems to be getting along well with Lady Anna, so it would be best if the servants avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. Before leaving, she calmly adds that small talk should still be kept to a minimum. With that, she turns and walks out of the laundry room. Once she's gone, Celeste tilts her head slightly and asks what Lady Clarice came here for. Marianne answers casually that she was just checking in on her. Apparently, the maids serving the Marquis household are overseen by Clarice. Marianne then adds that despite her strict appearance, she's actually a very considerate person. Celeste thinks she is a wonderful person who cares for her subordinates, isn't she? Unlike a maid who serves in a household, a lady-in-waiting has a close relationship with the mistress of the house and works only for her. Therefore, she is not supposed to be supervised by other servants, nor does she supervise them, even though it should be a profession that tends to be isolated. Clarice is trusted, isn't she? Celeste realizes her servants are able to cooperate. Surely this too includes what is necessary for the world's most wonderful maid, work and taking charge. Maid work is originally about dividing tasks and coordinating to get things done. It is necessary to train teamwork. She wishes they could find a new maid soon. Later, after being recruited by the school, Celeste greets Lecht with a bright smile. She says she looks forward to working with him starting today and calls him Master. Lecht looks like he's barely holding himself together. He quickly asks her to just speak to him normally. He says he really can't manage if she keeps talking like that. Celeste says she doesn't mind, but asks what he means by can't manage. Lecht hurriedly says he will start by explaining the details of the job. Then he quickly changes the subject. He explains that the lecture classes are held on the first and fourth days of the week. Celeste quickly realizes he means what would be Monday and Thursday in Japan. She asks what she should do first. Lecht tells her to start by organizing the materials for each student. He also mentions that the children will take things slowly for now. Real training will only begin in the second semester. Until then, his lessons are meant to build the groundwork. Celeste asks what she should be doing during the lessons. Lecht says he wants her to watch over the students. Some of them might not be used to physical activity. She should make sure the ones who need it drink water, hand out towels, and help anyone who gets injured. He also wants her to handle basic first aid if necessary. He adds that as a maid, she should be good at that kind of attentiveness. Celeste thinks to herself that it sounds more like the work of a manager than a maid. But she nods politely and says she understands. She immediately says she'll prepare honey-preserved lemons. She thinks to herself that it may not be typical maid work, but it's still a wonderful job full of the spirit of service. This too must be another step toward becoming the world's most wonderful maid. Being positive is important. Lecht then says he will explain the equipment next. Celeste suddenly asks him something. She wonders if she should wear her hair in twin tails along with a sailor uniform. She also asks if she needs glasses and a kettle. Lecht murmurs, clearly confused, that he has no idea what she's talking about. He also says he doesn't think any of that is necessary. After that, he announces the class will begin soon. Since she chose this class, she should already understand. His course, The Way of the Night, is a basic class meant for beginners. First, he will explain what the Way of the Night actually is. He also tells Celeste that there are 19 students in total. 11 are first years, 6 are second years, and 2 are third years. Most of them are noble boys, and the rest are outstanding commoner students. Celeste knows she needs to move quickly, but she must not be rude. At the same time, she has to understand everything happening around her so the schedule doesn't fall behind. She keeps organizing everything in her head while working. This is a maid's job. A maid's job is to ensure that the masters can live comfortably. Soon the students are told to run around the arena so Lecht can assess their abilities. The students already look tired. They didn't think they would be made to run this much in another teacher's class. Celeste approaches them with a gentle smile and offers them water. She still thinks the job feels more like a manager than a maid. But she believes that somewhere in this work lies the path to becoming the world's most wonderful maid. Even after that, Lecht's guidance remains strict for beginners. But when the second class arrives 3 days later, every single student shows up again. Not one of them is absent. Celeste becomes visibly excited when she finds a letter that has arrived from Selena. Luciana notices her reaction right away and asks what happened. Celeste explains that it is the first time she has received a letter from Selena since coming here. She hears a new maid has joined the mansion. Luciana immediately perks up, jumping in place with Celeste in excitement. She exclaims that is great. After calming down a little, Luciana asks what the letter says. Celeste says they will tell the details when she gets back. But to be precise, she hears she is a maid apprentice. Since she's inexperienced, Selena will be in charge of instruction. Luciana nods slowly, saying that means she will not be an immediate help yet. Still, she adds that it is a wonderful thing that a maid who might someday come to their household has appeared. Celeste agrees happily. She says the timing feels perfect, especially since she has been thinking a lot about working together with fellow maids lately. Luciana quietly admits that she is now looking forward to the next day off. Celeste beams brightly and says she is looking forward to it too. Luciana then asks how Celeste's temporary job with the elective class is going. Celeste says it is going well. Everyone there is very kind, which makes the work easy. Luciana averts her gaze, her eyes narrowing in quiet irritation. She has recently learned that the temporary lecturer for that class is that person. Still, she forces a smile and says she is glad things are going well. She even adds that she feels a little envious. Celeste notices the strange tone and asks if something is wrong. Luciana shakes her head and says it is nothing serious. She just feels disappointed that an elective she is interested in is not available for enrollment. She explains that the class is applied magic. Only students who can use magic are allowed to take it. However, since this is still the provisional enrollment period, she can at least observe the class. Celeste thinks Luciana looks a little cute when she talks about it. Meanwhile, Luciana reflects on her own thoughts. At first she was only curious. But now she realizes it is more than that. Somewhere along the way, she has started to become genuinely interested in magic. Luciana explains to Celeste that in her family, no one really has much talent for magic. Even if she is interested, that is simply how things are. Celeste looks a little puzzled when she hears that. She says she can still feel magical power coming from Luciana. It feels like it is definitely there. Celeste wonders aloud if it is actually rare for someone to have absolutely no magic at all. Usually the difference is only in how much power someone has. Completely having none is uncommon. She adds that she could not use magic in the past either. When her magical ability was first examined, she was told that magical power was present in her body. However, something seemed to be missing that prevented it from activating. Celeste then tells Luciana that maybe it is still too early for her to give up. If she trains a little, perhaps she might be able to use magic too. Luciana's eyes immediately light up with excitement. She asks if that is really possible. Celeste quickly adds that she cannot promise anything. But she herself was unable to use magic until very recently. Luciana looks surprised by that. She asks if that means Celeste could not use magic when she was younger. Celeste nods and says that is right. She only started using it recently. Depending on the type of magic, maybe Luciana could manage it as well. Luciana suddenly grabs Celeste's hand with both of hers. In an almost pleading tone, she asks Celeste to help her. If there is any way for her to use magic, she wants to try. Celeste hesitates slightly and says it might be difficult, but they can at least try. A little later, Celeste brings Luciana into a bedroom and closes the curtains tightly. Luciana suddenly freezes. Her face turns bright red. Celeste notices and asks what is wrong. Luciana stammers shyly that Celeste brought her into a bedroom so she could use magic, right? But she remembers reading somewhere that when a man and a woman are alone together in a bedroom. Celeste asks in horror where on earth Luciana read a book like that. Luciana quickly insists that if that is the case, they could do it on the bed. Or maybe beside it. She was only worried about the curtains being in the way. Celeste nearly collapses in exasperation. She quickly explains that closing the curtains is simply a precaution based on her own experience. She asks if Luciana knows the basic light magic spell used to light lamps. That was the very first magic Celeste ever used. The first time she tried it, the light burst out like a flash of sunlight. If something like that happened again with unfamiliar magic, it would be a disaster. That is why she closed the curtains so tightly. Luciana sighs and says that even if she could use magic, it still sounds impossible for her. Celeste says they should first measure Luciana's magical power. In this world, most people are not very sensitive to the presence of magic. especially when it comes to detecting magical power precisely. That is why a special spell is needed for proper measurement. Celeste is extremely insensitive to the magic of others. For her who possesses immense magic, the magic of others is too weak. The difference is like the moon and the soft-shelled turtle, the elephant and the ant, the whale and the sardine. That is probably a big reason why it is not a threat at all. Celeste manages to sense Luciana's magic. It is indeed small, but she can clearly confirm that the young lady does have magical power. Celeste thinks that if Luciana learns the right technique, she might be able to use magic, even if only a little. When Celeste tells her that, Luciana looks surprised. Luciana asks if she can really tell all that just by holding hands. Celeste explains that, in simple terms, it works on a principle similar to sonar. She says that she sends a small amount of her own magic into Luciana's body. When Luciana's magic reacts to it, Celeste can detect the response. From the speed and strength of that reaction, she can roughly estimate the amount of magic Luciana has. Luciana's eyes sparkle with excitement. She eagerly asks what they should do next. Celeste tells her that before learning any techniques, she first needs to become aware of her own magic. During the earlier check, Celeste could feel her magic and Luciana's magic repelling each other inside her body. She asks Luciana if she noticed that sensation. Luciana looks confused and shakes her head. Celeste says that means they should start from there. She explains that she will gradually increase the magic flowing between them using the same method as before. As the flow grows stronger, the repulsion between their magic should also become stronger. Luciana should focus on finding that sensation. Luciana hesitates and asks if it is really safe to pour that much magic into her. Celeste reassures her that it would be dangerous if the magic flowed only one way. But if it circulates between the two of them, it will be fine. As they begin, Luciana asks if she needs to close her eyes. Celeste explains that when the five senses receive too much information, it becomes harder to notice subtle sensations. Sight especially can distract the mind. So it is easier to concentrate if she closes her eyes. Celeste tells her to focus on the magic inside her body while she slowly increases the flow of magic between them. Luciana does as she is told and concentrates. After a moment, Celeste asks with a small smile if she feels anything. Luciana replies that she still feels nothing. Celeste tells her to increase the magic just a little more. Luciana follows her instructions exactly. Soon both of them fall completely silent, focusing all their attention on the faint flow of magic between them. The light of the magic visualized due to the increase in magic used by Melody. Thanks to the curtains, it did not leak outside. No one noticed except for one person. Bayuk Kissel. Small physique that doesn't seem like an 18-year-old, messy purple hair, and is the culprit who attacked the spring ball manipulated by the sword that sealed the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had already been purified by Celeste. Bayuk was supposed to have become a free person. Luciana frowns, sweat forming on her forehead. Celeste keeps calling out to her, asking if she feels anything, but Luciana truly cannot understand magic at all. Not even a tiny bit. Maybe she really doesn't have any magic. Celeste also falls silent. Is this the end of it? Then suddenly Luciana finds herself standing in a huge field filled with flowers. She blinks in confusion. Where is this place? Just a moment ago she was in her bedroom with Melody. Now there is nothing but endless flowers stretching as far as she can see. She slowly kneels down and falls into the soft flowers. A single snowflake drifts down and lands gently in her hand. She whispers beautiful, for some reason she feels a gentle feeling. Then, a mysterious light comes from the flower. She hears someone calling her. Her eyes snap open. She flinches. She is back in her room. Just a moment ago she was in that flower field. Celeste is leaning close, looking worried, asking if she is alright. Luciana blinks in confusion. Was that a dream? Celeste says she called her name several times, but she did not respond at all. Celeste asks if she is feeling unwell. Luciana quickly shakes her head and says she is fine. Celeste says that maybe they went a little too far for today. She tells Luciana to take a bath and get some rest. Celeste then decides to prepare a bath for her and reminds her that she needs to remove her accessories first. Luciana slips off the ring Celeste gave her. She pauses for a moment, staring at it in her hand. For some reason, just looking at it makes her feel calm inside. The next day, Luciana manages to sense her own magic again. Even though she still cannot use magic yet, simply being able to notice it is a big step for her. By the weekend, Luciana and Selena return to the Count's mansion together, both in good spirits. Neither of them realizes that their arrival is about to completely confuse the new maid. The new maid freezes in shock, wondering why the heroine is here. Time goes back a little. At Count Lutherberg's mansion. Selena is a magic doll, so she originally does not need sleep. However, she has been given a sleep function so that she can live a life as close to a human's as possible. Because of that, Selena always tries her best to live like a normal person. In the morning, Selena greets the dog and smiles at it. The dog looks proud and dignified, it wants to bark at foolish commoners and demand they kneel before him. Then, Selena assists the master with his preparations and also helps the maids with their tasks. Luciana's father sighs and says that they really need a butler as well, even if it is only an apprentice like the maid. Selena replies that they cannot simply bring someone from their territory. If they do that, the people there will not be able to manage the work. After thinking for a moment, the master asks Selena if she can go to the Merchants Guild that afternoon to check on the recruitment of servants. He asks if anyone has applied yet. Selena answers that there have been no applicants so far. The master says that if that is the case, it is fine to relax the requirement for a letter of introduction. He tells her to inform the Merchants Guild that whether or not they hire someone will be decided after an interview. Later, at the Merchants Guild, the receptionist listens to Selena's request and nods, but asks if it is really alright for a noble household to accept servant applicants without a letter of introduction. If applicants do not show up, there is nothing they can do. Just then, a small voice interrupts them. She looks down, only to find a young girl staring up at her, saying that if they need a servant, they should hire her. The receptionist sighs and asks if she came again today. Selena asks if the receptionist knows the girl. The receptionist explains that the child is from the orphanage. Recently she has been coming often, asking if there are any job openings. But there are not many places willing to hire such a small child. A few years ago it might have been possible. But now adult laborers are easy to find thanks to the regular stagecoach services. The little girl insists again that she wants the job. She heard that this position does not require a letter of introduction. Selena pauses and wonders what she should do. No matter how she looks at it, the child will not be an immediate help. There are probably many physical tasks she cannot handle. Still, even if they refuse this child, there is no guarantee other applicants will appear. Even with the relaxed conditions, Selena cannot be sure whether the girl is suitable to be a servant. She studies the child carefully. For an orphan, the girl looks well cared for and surprisingly intelligent. More importantly, Selena's job is only to act as the recruiter. The final decision belongs to the master. If Selena refuses the girl now, it would be overstepping her authority. After thinking for a moment, Selena decides that the first step should be to talk to the guardian of the orphanage. By the time Micah realized that this world was the same as the game Silver Saints and the Five Oath, it had already been a few days since she was taken in by the orphanage. In a flashback Annabella informs her that there was an attack at the ball, which makes Micah stiffen. Annabella explains that there is a spring ball at the royal castle every year. Micah murmurs that it sounds scary since it happened at the royal castle, and even the king was there. This world really is frightening. She thinks to herself that she does not know exactly where she is, but it is definitely not Japan, or rather, it is definitely not Earth. To her, it feels like one of those Otome world reincarnation stories that were popular when she was a kid. Annabella notices that she seems lost in thought and asks what is wrong. Micah snaps out of it and says it is nothing, then asks again about the attack incident. Annabella replies that it has nothing to do with them, but the rumor is that the Royal Academy will be closed for a while. She heard that the one who was targeted was the Crown Prince, and that the young lady of the Victorium family was with him as well. Annabella wonders if she is alright. Micah asks if she is really that close with the young lady. Annabella replies that she may have been a little too familiar with her and that she feels as if she has met her somewhere before. Micah smiles and says that a young lady from such a noble family must surely be arrogant, but Annabella tells her she is a kind-hearted girl. She pauses, suddenly realizing that these names sound strangely familiar. Crown Prince Christopher as well. Where had she heard that before? She snaps out of her thoughts when Annabella calls her name again and asks what is wrong. Maika says it is nothing, then suddenly blurts out Sister Annabelle, and then repeats it again, Sister Annabelle. She realizes that Annabelle is the orphanage manager. Annabella asks what is wrong all of a sudden and why she keeps repeating her name, but Maika's face has already gone pale. Now she understands why the name sounded familiar. Sister Annabelle, Crown Prince Christopher, Anna. Could this be Partisia, the capital of the Theolese kingdom? That must be it. There is no doubt about it. This matches the setting of the game perfectly. This really is the world of Silver Saintess and the Five Oaths. And the fact that an attack incident has already occurred means the scenario has begun. But it is April right now. The orphanage event happens in May. It was the story where the heroine, while on a secret date, notices the poor state of an orphanage and tries to save it. If things continue like this, the orphanage will be in danger. Maika has never seen a character that looks like her in the game. That means she must be one of the nameless orphans. In reincarnation stories, characters like her often end up as mob characters with cheat abilities, but she is just a commoner in a noble society and also an orphan. She may not be able to do much at all. Even so, the orphanage that took her in is in danger, and she cannot simply sit around and wait for the heroine to save it. Right then and there, she decides that she will start working. Annabella looks worried and says that at Maika's age she doubts anyone will hire her, but Maika thinks that even if it is not a complete solution, it could still help with their living expenses. She remembers that there should be a merchant guild in the royal capital. Annabella asks where that idea suddenly came from. Maika looks determined and says she will absolutely save the orphanage. Maika had been reincarnated into the world of the game, and in her confusion and panic over the scenario already being in motion, she kept going to the merchant guild again and again without even realizing that the orphanage did not fall into financial trouble. Eventually she is brought back to the Lutherberg mansion. The madam looks at her and remarks that she is a lovely child. Well then she will be counting on her. Selena asks if she's sure about that. The madam replies that even if she had turned the request down, it's not like anyone else is likely to show up. She thinks to herself that maybe her memories are skewed towards her middle school years, but she can't help feeling like a student again. Selena asks how things are going. Maika looks up, saying that if she means the puppy, he's fast asleep and muttering nonsense in his sleep. She thinks the puppy is incredibly cute, though his sleep talking is a little terrifying. Selena apologizes for asking her to look after him on such short notice, explaining that he's been terrified ever since the puppy licked her choker yesterday. She then announces she will teach her cleaning, since cleaning is the most basic duty of a maid. People who cannot clean often miss small details and lack attentiveness. Since it is her first day there is no need to rush into anything else yet, but she should do it carefully. Maika promises that she will do her best and thinks to herself that she needs to try harder. Later, after Selena finishes cleaning, Maika looks completely stunned. She thinks that her senior managed to clean the entire mansion while she was still working on just one small spot. It is incredible. She wonders if this is the true ability of an Isekai maid or if maids back on Earth were also this amazing. Selena tells her that maid work may look simple but it is actually quite difficult, and since it is only her first day she should focus on improving step by step from here. And just like that, the weekend arrived. On the weekend, Maika learns that the young lady of the house will be returning. As they both kneel on the floor of her room and adjust the bed sheets, Selena tells her that on weekends Lady Luciana returns from the academy dormitory. Maika repeats the name Lady Luciana. Selena tells Melody also comes back with her. Maika says that sounds like an older sister, but Selena explains that they are not related by blood. In a household like this, the highest ranking maid is treated like an older sister to the others. Maika says the highest ranking. Selena should be the highest ranking maid since she is already so amazing. Selena simply smiles and says that she cannot even compare to the person she is talking about. Maika wonders just how incredible that person must be, but the moment she sees her, her thoughts go blank. That is the heroine. She remembers hearing about her from her granddaughter. Black hair and a maid uniform. That was exactly how the heroine looked. Her granddaughter had once shown her an illustration of the heroine. She had asked if that was really the heroine. Her granddaughter explained that it was an unreleased illustration by the original artist, only recently discovered, and even the developers did not seem to know much about it. It might have been an early design that was later scrapped. Her grandmother had fallen quiet. When the child asked what was wrong, she replied that in the game the heroine spent so much of the story looking lonely, and she had simply been thinking that this version of her looked like she was having so much fun. She begins to wonder what kind of change could have made the heroine become a maid. And Luciana? In the original story, her character known as the Witch of Jealousy was completely different, yet now everything seems to have changed. Thinking about it again, the orphanage shows no signs of being in financial trouble at all. Could it be that she had been running around in circles for nothing? Speaking of which, after the attack incident the academy was supposed to close for a while. She had heard that Luciana's school was a full boarding academy, but things did not seem to match what she remembered. At what point had the story already changed? No, the change must have started here. The heroine is working as a maid, yet the attack incident still happened. The scenario has begun, but the heroine is not in her proper role. Maika feels her head spinning. She needs to confirm what is really going on, because this is serious. The Demon King exists in this world, and if the Saintess does not fulfill her role properly, the world could end. Meanwhile the Demon King in question is currently possessing a dog and sleeping lazily. Of course, Maika has no way of knowing that. The next morning Celeste tells her that she will be the one instructing her for the day. Maika immediately becomes tense. No matter how many times she sees that face, it is still the heroine, Celeste Regenveers. She has black hair and even now she is wearing a maid's cleaning uniform. Maika jumps when Celeste calls her name again and quickly apologizes, saying she will be more careful next time. Celeste smiles gently and tells her that when it is just the two of them she does not need to be so formal. Maika freezes. She wonders if the heroine was really supposed to be like this. It is completely different from the image of the heroine she remembers. It feels like she is dealing with a completely different person. A different person? The thought forces her to reconsider. Could Celeste also be a reincarnator like her? Maika thinks there is only one way to find out. She carefully asks if Celeste has ever heard of Silver Saintess and the Five Oaths. Celeste pauses and asks if that is some kind of story. When Maika sees that there is no reaction on her face, she becomes even more confused. Meanwhile Celeste thinks that now that she recalls it, Anna once asked her the same question. She wonders if it might be a story that is popular in the royal capital. Maika quickly says it is nothing and drops the subject, but inside she is still thinking. If Celeste is not a reincarnator, then why is the heroine working as a maid? In the end Maika decides to ask directly and asks why she became a maid. A gentle expression spreads across Celeste's face. Her eyes sparkle and her cheeks turn slightly red as she answers that it is because she loves maids. Maika is completely dumbfounded. Celeste then happily begins talking about it, explaining that she has admired maids since she was little. After making a vow to her deity, she gained the ability to use maid magic. Maika becomes even more confused as unfamiliar words keep coming out of her mouth. Seeing her puzzled expression, Celeste laughs softly and says that she has not properly explained it yet. She tells Maika that today she will explain her maid magic. After hearing the explanation, Maika is now certain that Celeste really is the heroine. Even though the story is still at the beginning of the scenario, Celeste has already completely mastered Saintess magic, and on top of that she has maxed out her abilities as a maid. Maika still does not know whether Celeste is a reincarnator, but she is clearly the reason the scenario has started to change. If that is the case, Maika cannot help wondering what is happening at the academy right now. The incident involving the Witch of Jealousy should be approaching soon. She wonders if things will really turn out alright. And that concludes the video today. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Leave a comment if you want another part.